All right, it is January 31, 2024. Getting set up for the live shows tonight. First off will be the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show, then go into the show itself. After that, we'll go into a pre-show for the all-new Cafe Enigma radio show, and we'll do post-production on that. A post show on that one after that show's done. So, hope you all will like it, enjoy us, and keep tuning in. All right? So, we're going to have a great show tonight and a great stream. Sit back, relax. I'm going to take and get us set up with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show crew. Once they get in here, we will go ahead and connect with them and start the pre show from there. Hello, hello, hello. Are you there? There's censorship. Barry. Here
You
we
know,
go.
the CIA is
Uh,
involved, you know, because
Hello, hello,
if
hello.
if Kansas, hey, what's up, Mark?
Not much. What are you
Anyway,
guys up to?
We're talking about Taylor Swift conspiracies and
Oh my God.
how the Kansas City Chiefs are probably going to win, and then you got the Mr. I love the death jabs as you know Taylor's boyfriend, and so right around election time, she'll probably endorse the lovebird will probably endorse Biden and shots and endorse mail-in voting, and we'll be I just think it's inevitable that the Kansas City's going to win because it's rigged
yeah,
and staged just like everything.
yeah. Taylor Swift is, going to push the election for Biden.
She's going to do what?
She's going to stomp for Biden in the election.
Oh, I think so. Yeah. I mean,
So, she did it last time.
her career was going nowhere until she basically decided to get political. And then the next thing you know, she's not only just everywhere, but she actually has like 4 albums in the top 10. How's that possible? She's not even that good. And then she's got this huge tour, which obviously there was a lot of money behind it. I mean, as far as the visuals go, some sort of satanic ritual thing that she was doing where people were being mind boggled when they couldn't even remember a performance because they were so under the hypnosis, whatever's going on at these concerts. But she was nobody, dude. I mean, she was not that popular. She goes, I'm not going to get political. And she kept saying that over and over and over again. Next thing you know, George Soros is buying up all of her songs. And it's just like all this weird stuff just starts happening. And it seems awful coincidental.
Yep. Sure does.
Big shout out to
these
our
people,
folks over
they
on Kick. Cecilia Adams in there. First off. Woohoo!
This
Marco
Cecilia's
DJ's
here
in
all
there
the
too,
time, man.
probably by now.
Hello, Cecilia. You're breaking my heart.
I mean, we got to hand it to the diehards that just keep showing up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have great respect for those people.
You think
'Cause they
about how
must-
many
they
there
got-
are, like, on the radio, you know?
Oh, exactly. They must have great minds.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant minds.
Brilliant minds. If they know
great
where to
job
tune
Sunday
in.
night, by the way. Great job.
Thanks, man. It was really tough, man, being in your seat, though. You know, the driver's seat is much.
Was it?
It's a different thing, man. It's totally different than just bouncing off somebody, man. And I'm not. Maybe if I did it like a whole bunch of times, it would seem not any more difficult. But because it was my first time, it seemed. I felt like I struggled with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I gave it my best,
Well,
man.
it's
I
like
gave
when
it
I
my
was
best.
doing. It's like when I did the podcast with David Hogg. I loved it because it was just simple. I could slap down a few beers, show up, and I'm good to go. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to prepare anything. I didn't have to do any, like, post, it's just show up, talk, leave.
And there's definitely more prep time. I mean, my prep time for the show is all the stuff that I normally do, which is, 3 or 4 hours of research a day, through articles, talk radio, etc. I do that automatically, so it's nothing extra. But when you do it, then I'd come up with clips and copy them and put them on my desktop, come up with the articles and an intro, and I mean it's time consuming.
Oh yeah. Yeah, get all the stories you wanted to cover and have an idea where to at least start. Yeah.
And then I thought I wasn't going to get my big clip in that I wanted to get in more than any, which was the, Yuval Noah Harari talking about human rights is a myth. It's fake. It's not real. A mountain's real, but America's not real, and human rights aren't real. It's a figment of your imagination. And I didn't think I was going to be able to get it to play, and I finally did. So I think that pretty much just reveals so much. Because it started out with, they don't want you to have free will. And now it's, you don't even have human rights. I mean, how more out in the open can they be? And then they mock everything that, we stand for and believe in, everything that is sacred that we believe in. But yet, that they would say, oh, but our artificial intelligence, now that's real. Oh, our world government, and you better fault with it or else, man, we're going to come after you, hunt you down, and skin you. And it was funny, dude.
You mean that literally?
Oh, I got a perfect impersonation. And he goes, he literally speaks out sometimes. It is a fiction. And I was like, oh my gosh, he sounds like Bob Dylan, except he's not a singer. He's just an orator. So I had like this person. I think I'm going to do a podcast. I've kind of already started it, and I'm going to do a perfect impersonation of Yuval Noah Harari. And it is, I mean, he sounds exactly like Bob Dylan. And you're just blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. That's Yuval Noah Harari, except for he's just talking when he does that.
Oh man, yeah, it's like straight up hot here. I'm hot right now.
I've had the windows open. I have basically the patio door open and the window in the kitchen. I don't have any windows open here in the living room, though, because that would probably come on the microphone. But yeah, it's beautiful out, man. Sunshine. They tried to chemtrail us one day, like real heavily, but I didn't see any rain the next day. So apparently it moved elsewhere. I don't know where it went, but anyway, it's nice to see some blue. I mean, you saw the doom and gloom that we were under. When we had ice one day, we had snow one day. And it's like my mood, honestly, my mental disposition gets worse if I, like a week of that is like depressing.
What about you, Mark? You got some good weather down there today?
Oh, man, it's been really nice last 2 or 3 days here. Even warm in the evenings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain.
What's your temps?
Other than, hey, it's okay if it rains a little more. I'm okay with that,
But not all day
But
for
yeah,
5 days
I don't care
straight.
all day. It can rain like 2 or 3 days out of the week and then dry up, because when it dries up here in Texas, God, it dries up,
Mm-hmm.
So,
I would assume you'd be down there at the border,
No.
covering all that insanity going
Why?
on down there.
I got enough problems at home here.
I'd like to go down there, but
Yeah, there's that big rally's going to end up in Yuma, which is not far from where I'm at. I could easily drive down there.
well,
Take a couple hours,
I'm definitely going to be breaking out. I have a really strong feeling I'll be breaking out, not just the dual bullhorns, but breaking out the camera and hitting the streets and doing, interviews and stuff like I've done before. So, yeah, I used to do that kind of stuff a lot when it was necessary. But then I didn't do any during the shamdemic, but I considered it. But I know that it's coming, man, because things are going to get crazy, and I want to be out on the streets. I want people to hear, the pulse that's happening over here in the Midwest.
Well, it is.
You're in the South, brah.
Kind of.
The Midwest is like Illinois to me, or Ohio.
Yeah, it's just there's Oklahoma. Well, Oklahoma City's kind of crazy. It's really woke. But Tulsa's not as bad, so there's not a lot of things happening. So I did go and film the Trump rally during the lockdown. Remember that? He had the Trump rally, and they said, "Oh, he's going to kill everybody" and all that. Remember that? I did go to that. And I recorded stuff, and I uploaded all that stuff to stock video stuff, and I've sold a few of those pieces. But I didn't make a video out of it. I should have, but I didn't.
The funny thing about these like freedom trucker rallies is it's like, everything feels like entrapment nowadays. Like, like January 6th, we were warning about that. Don't go to January 6th, right? And everyone went, and look how it turned out.
Mm-hmm.
They just they want us all dead. So
there is there's something different happening though this time around. Is that all the people that are like behind it, this peaceful, protest that they're doing, they're meeting with law enforcement. They're meeting with the sheriffs, and they're letting them know where they're at, what they're doing. They're letting them know about agent provocateurs that are coming in and people that they have recognized as agent provocateurs and reporting them. And they go, oh, yeah, we know that person's an agent provocateur. That definitely he's a troublemaker. And so, it's going to be harder for them to pull something off in red territory than say like DC, which is just a place of massive corruption.
It's the feds, though. Like you go to one of these things and a month later the FBI is at your door with a battering ram.
I mean, that's a real threat, man. That's a real concern, and I think people are. But you know what? I feel like people are like, well, we've got to do this, man, because if we don't do this, the invasion is going to just turn horrible, man. I mean, you've got former FBI, former counterintelligence saying that we're on the verge of terrorist attacks at any moment like never before. That was one of the articles that I did not get around to. I think it was from Zero Hedge that I wanted to cover, or Gateway Pundit, one of those. But that was the only article I did not get to cover that I wanted to cover. And everything you've talked about and I've talked about, I mean, they've got terror cells ready to go. And I'm sure it'll happen all around the time of the election, just like in the movie Civil War and Obama's,
cells.
Yeah, they're going to have all kinds, the Leave the World Behind film. So, yeah.
I was watching this. I was just watching the O'Keefe drop that just came out this week.
Yeah, that was great.
Have you seen that yet?
The one with the guy that was the personal assistant.
Cybersecurity. It was a cybersecurity guy at the White House.
Okay. Yeah.
And he was like, dude,
and good friends with Pelosi, right? That guy?
No, different guy.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a staffer for some congressman.
Yeah. So no, tell me about that because I hadn't heard that.
This guy was the head of the cybersecurity team at the White House, right? And he sat down for lunch with James O'Keefe and just spilled the beans about everything.
Did he know he was being videotaped?
Well, it's James O'Keefe. Did you
not know that? I mean, how could you not know that James O'Keefe is going to have a camera phone? I mean, a camera.
Exactly.
Something.
He's like, how good is the cybersecurity at the White House if you don't even know who I am? And you come here and tell me all this stuff. Like, what is this?
Well, I guess the Democrats must not be as mobilized and organized as we think they are, because he's a serious threat to corruption.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and if you sit down with him, oh, man, he just, how do you not know? Like, they should be having his picture plastered everywhere. Do not talk to this guy.
Well, it's funny. Here's the thing. I said this on a post, and I don't know that it's true or not. I just have the tendency. I tend to believe it's true. These evil people are so narcissistic that they actually think that the victory is. So they go ahead and give us a little bit of freebies along the way because they want a little competition. They want the battle to. That way they can say it was fair. Even though they own everything, control everything, they basically want to just say, oh, we gave you this freebie, we gave that because everybody wants a good fight. I mean, this is sort of like, think about a football game. How many football teams? There's a few that will do it, but most football teams, if the fourth quarter comes around and you're winning 100-3, you bring out the D team. And you let them play for the whole quarter. And it doesn't matter how many touchdowns they score because they're never going to be able to score enough to beat you. It's like that. And so they basically give us a few freebies along the way. I think that, or it just could be that they're sloppy. It could be that too.
Yeah. But oh boy.
Speaking of games, man, I was watching the highlight reel of your game, and I was thinking, man, if they had just got into the end zone there, that would have at least brought it to an overtime.
Yeah, well, whatever. They would have found a way to lose. They find a way. That's all they do is they find a way.
Find a way to lose. Oh, man, that's messed up.
Sounds like a good song. It's a song. It's a Democrat song in the making. Find a way to lose.
Well, it's
Because
like-
they are going to lose.
I was quoting, what's his name from Jurassic Park? Life finds a way. Like they find a way to lose. That's all. It's just.
Oh, okay.
But even getting as far as they did was great. I'm glad I saw it, and whatever. It is what it is. If they're real, then next year they'll come back even better.
I just don't want to see Kansas City Chiefs win with Taylor Not So Swift being around and her boyfriend, who's basically a Pfizer. He's an established. There's nothing more uncool than being like hip with the corrupt establishment. Like that, there's nothing cool about that whatsoever. It's like the most uncool. Aaron Rodgers is a stud when you contrast him up against whatever that guy's name is, Kelsey or whatever his name is. What's his name? What's that quarterback's name that's dating? And why do they always date quarterbacks?
Oh, he's not a quarterback, is he? Is he a quarterback?
I don't know.
I thought he was a running back or something, or a receiver.
Well, I'm just wondering why all these people, these famous people,
Yeah, I don't
why
think he's a
don't they
quarterback.
date a center? Why don't they date a center? A big, overweight guy that's a center. Why don't they date them? It's always got to be a quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the fridge. We need the freezer too.
That's like that meme of that black dude. That meme of that black dude sitting on the end of the bed, with the just giant schlong. It's kind of, wow.
With the giant what?
A little too big. Schlong. Dick.
Oh, I didn't hear
You
what you
didn't need
said.
to know that.
I was like, giant what?
God, jeez.
I'm sorry. I did not even hear what you said, dude.
I'm glad I wasn't paying attention
you-
until now.
You really think you can handle a 4-foot long dick?
Oh, my.
My neighbor's got a fire going. Fancy. I'll tell you, you want to make some money? Bring firewood out here. Get a semi and load it up with firewood and sell it for like $1 a little piece. It's stupid how expensive firewood is out here.
Is that right?
$25. For $25, you basically get like 5 pieces of wood, like a section of one section of a tree.
Just go out in the
'Cause,
backyard
yeah,
and
it's-
cut down a tree, man.
You got to
There are
go
no
where the
trees.
city goes and chops up the tree trimmings. Where they do the mulch stuff. And you can get you can get all your dry
You're
wood
not
there.
kidding me.
Easy.
You don't understand. It's the Sonora Desert. There's no trees.
Yeah,
to speak of.
the cactus
Like-
when it dries out.
Well, I don't think those burn too well.
Yeah, and you got to inhale those fumes from that cactus too.
Yeah.
Just grow
Well,
a
that's the other
hemp.
thing too. The natural wood that does grow here smells like shit when you burn it.
Well,
Really?
whatever you do, don't try to burn
Oh,
sulfur.
yeah,
But
it's-
sulfur will burn just about anywhere it's like phosphorus once you get it going. In fact, that's what they did in the in biblical times. That's how a lot of like how they heated their house at night, and also during the to cook with. They use sulfur
Uh-huh.
to make the fire. I didn't know that until I watched a documentary about that, and I was like, man, that's interesting, and it makes sense. When they talk about fire and brimstone, sometimes if the sulfur inside has moisture inside it, it'll pop, and it'll fly all over the place.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There's some free knowledge for you out there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Hey, don't say we
Yeah,
don't
most
tell you
video
anything.
games.
We give you stuff that you probably never heard before.
Or
Information that no one, but a few select people know. Like, did you know that the human head weighs approximately 8.5 pounds? Did you know that? Speaking of human heads, did you know that a lot of people are being decapitated lately?
I did
You've
see
seen
a
that in the
story
news?
about a decapitation.
It's like
Yeah, I
what
did
is
see, I
this?
think,
What is
two.
this obsession with people and their murderous, homicidal bloodlust that they feel they got to chop someone's head off as well after it's all said and done. Like that guy that supposedly was a Republican or just a militia. I don't know if they've proven he's conservative or not, but his father worked for the government, and he ended up decapitating him and making a video on YouTube and, showing the whole gruesome thing, holding his head up and everything. I mean, just like what's her face psychopath comedian, I can't think of her name, held up the Trump face except for the head, except for this one was a real bloody head. His father.
Kathy Griffin.
Yeah, Kathy Griffin. Yeah, that's psycho. Not as psycho as this guy, though. This guy literally, and then there was DJ. I think he might have been from Texas, Florida, one of the places in.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he was found in his home with his head cut off. It's like, I mean, just, and naked. It's like people are walking around naked now and shooting people while they're naked. It's just Nutsville, man. And none of this stuff really started becoming a big deal until Biden became the presidency. Once the lawlessness kind of, became official, it's like everybody else just went along with it. And they know that most of these people, will probably end up getting off, half of them. You still see it in the news all the time. Someone to do some heinous crime. And that guy that basically destroyed the Baphomet display, they're charging him with a hate crime, but no hate crime for tearing down George Washington, no Thomas Jefferson, all these, no hate crime there. But the guy knocks down a cheap, inexpensive Baphomet display, and he gets charged with a hate crime.
Wow. Yeah.
It's infuriating, this two-tier system and the bullying of the left. That's why we have to conquer them. We have to literally conquer them and send them back to the rock from which they came from. Because if not, man, they will take us over, and they will be the most authoritarian thing we've ever seen on the face of the planet. Believe me, the tyrants are not gone. They've just kind of gone into low mode, you see that you posted that article of the security or the police officer telling that lady she couldn't sing a gospel song. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
I mean, the tyrants, look, man, they got a taste of what it is to have that.
And did you watch that video too?
I did, man.
The cop she was a voluntary police officer, whatever that means, right? So she's not even like a quote unquote real cop. You can't do it outside of a church. You could only sing gospel songs in a church.
Right. Yeah.
Like you don't have the permits or whatever to do that. You don't own the rights. Something. And I mean, what? Like I can't go home and sing this stuff to my heart's content in my own home.
Yeah. Well, most of that. If it's like hymns and stuff like that, that stuff is public domain.
Not all
you know
of
what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's been around forever.
Nobody's collecting a royalty on Amazing Grace or how great they are that I know of. But I may be wrong.
The Pope may very well. The Vatican, for all we know, just lock that stuff down for eternity.
Yeah, churches have to get rights in order to take and sing and use that material in their services, because the people who publish it know that it's going to be recorded somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't take the chance of making money off that.
When you apply for and get sanctioned as an actual church of some denomination, I imagine that's part of all that process.
No, it's not.
It's standard.
Actually, your copyrights in that usually come up every like 4 or 5 years. Just like the pastor's contract, or priest contract. They're not there. It's a business.
I wish it wasn't such a business. I mean, I understand the business aspect of it. There has to be some kind of a business aspect to it. But then when you take it to where you just make it a business and it's not about the people anymore. I mean, we all know, dude, a lot of these so-called, I don't know, pastors that are have 2 or 3 jets and living in, they call them parishes, but they're $5 million mansions. No, if you made that off of a book sale or something, fine. But still, do you need to live that lavishly? I think, I don't know. I mean,
Remember that guy was on the? It was like in the '90s. It was a long time ago, but he's saying how like the Lord needs him to get another jet, G5, because the G4 he just can't get his whole entourage on there, and he's doing the Lord's work. And the Lord has asked him to come to you to donate money so he can get a G5. Right?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Anyways, we got 30 seconds. Big shout out to Gameplay Boy 2222 over on Kick. Thanks. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition, where we hang out, have a lot of fun, and talk about the news. Folks, this is the fastest 3 hours of radio, so hang tight, settle in, get some tea, some coffee, a beer, whatever you need to drink to keep yourself comfortable over the next couple of hours, because Bullhorn, Barry, and I have a lot of stuff we're going to get into. How you doing, Barry?
It's great being back in the passenger seat tonight, and I'm ready to roll, man. You know, feeling light, feeling airy, feeling good.
Yeah. I took a rare night off on Sunday and handed the keys over to Perry. And man, I thought you did a fantastic job driving.
I thought I was driving like a maniac, but whatever.
No,
I didn't get any tickets. You know what I'm saying?
You guys had a good rapport. You were very respectful of each other's time and speaking, and getting out complicated, well thought out ideas to the listeners. And I couldn't have been more pleased listening to the playback. So good job.
Well, she's a lovely person, and always just like listening to what she has to say anyway. So it's all good.
Yeah, she's the best. So I've been very, very fortunate to have her on as one of my co-hosts since really just the beginning. I mean, the longest running continuous co-host I've had. I don't think she hardly ever misses a night after a family or something. But, priorities are priorities. So it's always that comes into the show. And stay tuned next week. I'm going to have Brent on from humanevents.com. And that is always a good show. He typically comes in the first Wednesday of every month, so that'll be next week. And can't wait. I've already been working on some questions for him, and some ways to guide the conversation in ways that might open up people's eyes to what's happening in the world. But let's start out with something I really thought I'd never say. Okay, Ben Shapiro right now, #1 on iTunes in the hip hop category.
Yeah.
He posted a couple funny tweets. He said, quote, "I just want to thank God I am Tom McDonald and my parents who paid for 15 years of classical violin lessons so I could be the #1 rapper in America."
Well, there you go.
Yes, that Ben Shapiro, folks. Ben Shapiro. I mean, how funny is that?
I've seen the rap.
We're now #1 overall on iTunes, too.
It's not bad.
On the way we knocked off, among others, Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears, Megan Thee Stallion, Taylor Swift, Tom McDonald, and I have officially made hip-hop great again, as was always my lifelong dream.
That's awesome. There you go.
Yeah, but no, it's not bad. I mean, it's not my cup of tea per se, but I'm glad he did it.
I listened to it, and everybody said it was cringe, and I thought, actually, it wasn't as cringe as I thought it would be. And I saw the guy's name, Tom McDonald. Is that the rapper's name? Is that what you said, Tom McDonald?
Yeah.
I saw that he was giving the same challenge to Russell Brand, so maybe we're going to have a sequel with Russell Brand.
But Russell Brand, you can't ever really understand what he says. He's got such a thick accent. It's, for me at least, I listen to him, and I kind of have to tune out after a while. He's just, I don't know. Well, it's like listening to Count Dankula.
It's AI and auto-tune can fix anything.
Okay. Like, oh, yeah, we're all rapping, eh? Rapping, eh? Right, mate? Let's go rapping, eh?
Oh,
Like,
man.
what?
He's not that bad, I don't think. I can understand.
No, he's not that bad. I'm exaggerating probably a little bit, but it is what it is.
Well, he was on Tucker. Did you see that? Where he was on Tucker just recently?
Russell Brand was?
Yes, he was.
No, I probably didn't. Again, I don't tune into him very much. If I see him on Tucker, it's not the kind of thing I would click on immediately.
Well, apparently, he's kind of getting on page with a lot of the conservative viewpoints now. So, because he's definitely been a liberal. I wouldn't say he's been a leftist. He's kind of went from leftist to liberal to sort of independent to now sort of leaning towards the right.
Mm-hmm. And we had that moment this week with Joe Rogan and a comedian. I can't remember his name, Asian guy. I've seen, his work in the past. But they just said, look, man, the Democrat Party left us. The comedian he's like, I'm in the middle now. I never thought in my entire life I would consider myself to be independent in the middle, but I am. And, if you really press these guys, darn well Joe Rogan's voting Trump. He's probably going to come in with a MAGA hat one of these days. And I bet this other guy would over Biden,
Oh, absolutely. Because if you're right there in the middle, the closest thing to the middle is the right. The closest thing to the middle is the right. And so you got to vote right, because if you vote left, then you're going for the extremism.
Yeah. And they're not subtle about it. It's a very... I don't know. I was talking about how I was reading this article about how, like, I'm trying to think of the right word. There's many different sects on the left. You know what I mean? That different things. We're comparing the difference between, say, a corporate Democrat who's just running a big company and wants the money and the power and the government contracts and all those types of things, and the purple-haired, lady living in Portland who. Yeah. Is fluid in all these different ways and whatnot, and, is probably just insufferable as can be, but they don't want anything similar to each other. They have nothing in common. There's church people on the left who have nothing to do with so many others. And, think about J.K. Rowling. She agrees with 90% of what the Democrat Party is doing, I assume. Yet they hate her guts.
Yes.
Because she's against one thing, and that's trans women in women's sports. That's the one thing that she's really against that I know of. And they've kicked her out of everything. It's just, you disagree with anything, and that's it. You're done. You have to agree with all of it. It's
absolute loyalty. Sort of like Satan. When you serve Satan, it's absolute loyalty, no free will. You go all in. Remember the Satanists when they had their little meetings, their little rallies and so forth, they always demanded vaccinated. They always demanded that you wore the mask. I mean, they are totalitarian.
Yeah, it's Joe Rogan again had one of his guests comparing the Democratic Party of today to a cult, and the fact that you can't deviate at all from anything.
Exactly.
You have to be 100% on page, or you're 0% on board. And I think J.K. Rowling's the best example of that. She's been, for what I knew my whole life, she was just on the left, and boy, she comes out with one thing, and that's it. They cancel her books, everything, just across the board.
They demonize her, say she's basically MAGA right-wing, potential terrorist or something, and it's insane.
When they're, she's not American, of course, but there's no way she would support Trump over here, right? Just no way.
I don't think she would support Trump, but you never know. I mean, these people might vote Trump secretly and then say they voted for Biden. You just never know. I think a lot of people are afraid to come out. And they'll come out and say, hey, yeah, I'm for Trump, because they know that would be career ending for a lot of people.
Yeah, and it's not that a lot of these people are pro-Trump nowadays, the people that are coming across the aisle. It's just that they see how horrible the left is. Just look at Joe Biden saying that he can't do anything about the border until Congress passes some bill that's never going to pass. Right, that would allow up to 5,000 people a day to come over the border. 5,000 a day. If it's less than 5,000, it's not fine. Let it go. What does that work out to? That's 100. If you do 5,000 a day for 100 days, 100,000.
That's a lot.
Million and a half to get to 300 days a year. 300 puts us up to close to 2 million people a year. That's 2 million people a year illegally entering into the United States. Multiply that out by a 4-year administration like we did for Biden. That's 8 million people. That's exactly what we're seeing at the border today.
Yeah. And the guy
Right.
that was behind that with, I believe it was Schumer, was a Republican from Oklahoma, and the Republicans and the GOP in Oklahoma, they censored him. They said, we're not going to support, this kind of insanity. And he stood by it. He said, oh, you just don't understand what it really means. So he's not going to win re-election in Oklahoma because we are 100% red.
And all it does is tie the president's hands until it gets past 5,000 a day. And that's got to be 5,000 a day for like 7 days in a row. Then it kicks in that the president suddenly has powers to do anything about it. But
would he do anything about it?
Enumerated into the Constitution is the requirement that the federal government control the borders and immigration.
Mm-hmm.
And do so responsibly. He held up his hand on a Bible and said, I will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And he's not doing it. He's violating his oath of office. And, you and I would call it treason for sure. It's treasonous. What do you call it? What do you call it when you let an invading army? Yeah, an invading army into this country. You were talking before the show about the FBI agent or one of the former heads of the FBI came out and said this is the most dangerous time in America, hands down, as far as terrorist sleeper cells are concerned. We can be guaranteed that another 9/11 is right around the corner, folks.
I mean, I
don't say that lightly.
It seems like they're gearing up for it. It's like we didn't learn any lesson from anything. It's like we're going back and wanting history to repeat itself, all the bad things of history to repeat itself. It's like we didn't learn anything whatsoever from 9/11.
Well, the problem is, and the left would say, well, we need immigrants because, this services and everything. Somebody's got to pay for Social Security down the road here. Well, forget about it. Social Security is already done. It's bankrupt. There's no coming back. There's no way that importing a bunch of unskilled labor from, Central America is going to save Social Security. These people aren't going to come in and start being the accountants we all need or whatever. No. That's not how this is going to work. So Social Security, hate to break it to you if you're expecting to retire on that. It's not going to be there. And sooner than you might think, it's just going to be insolvent.
Well, that's a good answer. Elon Musk gave that good answer that he had that big marketing campaign in New York City that on all those billboards where it said, make more babies. Let's have more babies. Let's have more souls, But no, the depopulace don't want that. They want to reduce the population. But I say, hey, man, let's have some more babies. Let's have more babies, more babies, more babies.
And they scream bloody murder when Abbott puts these people on a bus and sends them up to New York City or Chicago or Martha's Vineyard, which I thought was brilliant, because they don't need them there. That's not where they want them. Joe Biden is strategically putting these people on airplanes every single day, every single night, with no ID, no idea who they are, and sends them strategically to places where they need bodies to be. The census will come out. And illegals, they made a big stink that illegals should be counted in the census. And so it's going to save certain districts and certain seats.
Oh, yeah.
By having lots and lots of illegals in very specific places.
Yeah, the Democrats don't care about the immigrants coming across. They're a political pawn in their scheme to basically have domination for hopefully decades on decades. But and they need that. They need the illegals coming in unchecked and unfettered so that they can stay in power because they're unpopular. And look, man, I mean, even like in that landslide with Reagan and Mondale, I was only won by 17 million votes, but you got 22 million people that are, illegal. I mean, they could basically upturn an election because they're pushing for these people to be able to vote as well. They want immediate amnesty so they can vote.
And they don't teach them anything about what America stands for or who we are. They simply let them in and give them money. And so when they go to vote, they obviously want to give them all amnesty, and then they'll have the right to vote. And when they give them that right to vote, they're going to say, well, this guy wants to send me back to, Honduras. And this guy gave me $5,000, a hotel room in the city for 2 months and free food and an iPhone and whatever else, right? So, I mean, it's very blatant that they're going to vote for who gave them the goodies when the reality is they should be learning what America's all about so they can preserve it and be a part of that American system and participate in it and vote for Trump because he's great. Where even somebody who has no skills and barely speaks English can make a decent living in this country.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure that all these people that they're letting in, they're doing it on purpose, and they're purposely not wanting them to, take on our values, American values and freedom and all that kind of stuff, so they can have the chaos. And that's exactly what we see happening. I mean, did you not see in New York City where a bunch of these illegal immigrants basically just attacked a police officer, started kicking him in the head and beating him? Yeah. I mean, and that's what they want. They don't want to basically, instill Americanism into these people. No, they want them to come in here and bring all their, wild ideologies and chaos and criminality. That's why it's unchecked, because a lot of criminals are coming across and a lot of terrorists are coming across, and that's what they want. So they can create chaos. So out of that chaos, they can usher in their tyranny and they can bring in their authoritarianism.
And I see that James just joined us here in the room. So, James, I'd like to welcome you to the conversation. How are you today? Although he's muted, so it might take him a second to pop back in. I think he was hoping to just come in and listen, but no. If you're going to be in here, you're going to talk, buddy.
You will talk.
You busted me. I typed in there. I was just being nosy. I'm like, let's see what you guys got going on. How you?
We're doing fantastic, man. An invitation to join us on Wednesdays, so I'm glad you popped and can hang out with us for a little bit. So, yeah, what do you think, man? Go ahead.
I was listening in, and yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, what about the one guy? What's his name? I've got him saved to my phone. The terrorist guy. He basically openly threatened America. And just kept on walking, and he was he's a known terrorist, and he's one of many. I mean, these people are coming in by the thousands, and they're setting operations within the United States. These different terrorist cells, and it's not just you got the Chinese are coming in, the Haitians are coming in. There were some reports of the Russians coming in, and you just see it. I've got video after video after video. This is something that's well known, but you've got tons of Afghanistani people coming in, Iraqis coming in, and what are they going to do once they get here? And it's been said, rumored, whatever the case might be, that the United Nations is actually funding these people. Yeah, there we go. The boogeyman, George Soros. There's no proof of that or anything. But, that's what they want to do, is they want to create conflict within, and it's all by grand design.
Yeah, according to Michael Yon, it's the American CIA actually heading a lot of it up with the NGOs, these global entities. So you're target, according to what one of the guys that's been on the ground, Michael Yon.
Doctors Without Borders are really big into this. They're setting up these stations along this migrant route where you go here, you check in, we give you the food, everything you need to get to the next station, So the American Red Cross. Cross, You look at the years and Christmas, attire out in the hall. Gave them any of your money, you thought it was going to go to, maybe get some little kid a present or something. No, it's going to get more migrants up here. Give them $100. That's 100 migrants they can feed that day.
It's interesting that you make that point too. The NGOs within the United Nations, there's a bunch of them that we're not aware of that are directly controlling the narrative. For example, you've got UNICEF, the American Red Cross, as you mentioned, Planned Parenthood. All of these are directly affiliated with the United Nations.
And the U.S. government is paying them money, and they are using that money to go down and subvert the American borders and our safety, basically. People are dying. Look at fentanyl. Rick Harrison's son just died of a fentanyl overdose. From Pawn Stars.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, he died. I didn't even know he had another son by that name.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple other kids that just aren't part of the show at all. That
Okay.
just never really wanted to be part of it. And but yeah, you know, that's the thing now. I think you get a Vicodin. You know, gosh, my back really hurts. I worked hard today, and somebody says, "Hey, you want a Vicodin?" Yeah, you know, that'd be great. I can, you know, watch a movie and just relax, and my back, you know, you're dead. Poof, you're dead. Because you took what you thought was a Vicodin, something that is, you know, not, you know, it's not good to be taking somebody else's prescription drugs, but, you know, a Vicodin is for pain. It's not like heroin, or, well, it might be kind of like heroin, but it's not on that level. You get my point. You know, it's something that is just going to make you relaxed a little bit. It's not a hardcore drug. And you die. That's the reality of America. And I cannot wait. I'm betting Rick Harrison in the near future is going to start coming out and speaking out against the scourge on the southern border. He just lost a son.
Yeah, we have to understand, man, that what the Democrats are doing, there's nothing that is safe and secure about illegal immigration like we have right now with wide open borders. It's unsafe for the people coming over. That's unsafe for America's national security. I mean, you got all this sex trafficking, child sex trafficking. You've got people being raped multiple times on their path over here. You've got people being killed, body parts being strewn across, you know, the roads of some of these pathways to get here. Insane, man. So these people don't care about people because there's only one way for immigration, and that's legal and lawful immigration. And you got to have to do that.
And I mean, we can talk about it. Why not? You know, we have minutes left here before the first break. The Supreme Court just ruled that to go down and remove the razor wire from the border. So, actually, the next day, Abbott said, you know, screw this and put up twice as much. But Pass, in this park that's in Eagle Pass, is not a border point. And the government wants to treat it like one. The federal government does. Treat it like a border entry point. But just for illegals that can come through and not have to, all they have to do is get and then they get a free phone. Apparently they get gift cards, you know, a little credit, like net spend credit card.
Yeah.
With a
gift
couple
cards to
$1,000 on them.
Macy's.
They get a ride wherever they're going. They get a phone. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And like we were saying before, man, they're spending $7,000 a month on these guys in New York. $7,000 a month. If they just gave them $7,000 a month, these guys would, you know, they would never choose to go to some fancy hotel downtown and live in it for the time being. They would go rent a studio apartment with 3 other people and spend, you know, $600 a month and have $5,200 or $6,200 or whatever it is left over.
And think about all the debt that's accruing as well. You know, all that money we're putting into that, that's increasing our debt, which is further destabilizing the dollar.
Exactly. I mean, we give them 3 squares a day when even back home they didn't get that. Back home, probably making, like we were saying, rice and beans and stuff like that, you know, el pollo every now and then. And, you know, they wouldn't take that money and spend it on, you know, $15 sandwiches for lunch, a $20 breakfast. You know, it's just ridiculous money. Ridiculous money. People in the government have no idea, especially the higher up you go in government, no idea what money is worth. No idea how hard it is to come by and how little you get for it.
And I wonder how many of these people coming across have plans to work. I'm sure there are some that do. But you look at some of these other places where they've had this unchecked illegal immigration come in. These people have been unemployed for 10, 15 years, like that guy that went around stabbing those little children. He'd been an illegal immigrant for like 15 years, hadn't worked one day. He'd just been living off of the government.
The guy in Ireland.
Yeah,
the guy in Ireland. Yeah, he just got his check every month and said, why go to work? They pay me, you know, good money, pay me $2,000 a month or whatever it is to just do nothing. Why would I go work and get $2,500 a month, but I got to go to work 40 hours a week and break my back?
We need a meritocracy like Trump talked about. You come over here based on merit. You know, we're not going to invite former terrorists, rapists, murderers. That's not the kind of people we want coming over here, period.
Yeah, James, you were about to say something. We got about a minute left. Go ahead and take it.
No, I was just saying, you know, as it stands right now, our currency is nothing but monopoly money as it is. I mean, it's really worth nothing. We have we're $30 trillion in debt, and you've got the BRICS nations that are coming into power, and they're going to further devalue the dollar. And you know, it's just something that, you know, they're just it's it's a lot of stuff that's going on that's just not really making any sense. But there's higher powers that are in control of everything, and we don't know what's going on. But I guess there's some grand plan somewhere.
Yeah, and inflation, you got to remember, is not necessarily how it's created can sometimes be done via the fact that we've got 34 trillion in debt, and we're paying close to $1 trillion a year now in interest. And that's a spiral. That's a slippery slope. Once we're seen as a credit risk, then, like, if you're a bad credit risk in person, your credit card rates are going to be higher. Your mortgage is going to be more expensive. That's where the next level of inflation is going to come from. It's going to be risk. So, folks, we got to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
Oh, man, I stubbed my toe. I was just holding that in. Oh man, that hurts holding that in.
My nickel
like, I can hold
over
it till
in
break.
the Kick Chat, Big Cat Gaming in Kick Chat, and all the people listening on Rumble and everywhere else. We love you.
And you've got Brett Hamachek on next week's show?
Yeah,
Or Brent, rather.
Brent.
And I don't know if you saw what and that whole thing with the alligators in the Rio Grande River. Donald Trump is even suggesting that.
Well, I think he's doing it tongue in cheek. I think he just does it in his speeches to be funny.
Yeah, I don't know that Garcia was making fun of Trump and some of his ideas, but hey, they're just ideas.
But I was laughing at that. I mean, he was reading those off, and I'm like, no serious person really thinks we're going to build a moat between us and Mexico and fill it with alligators. Like, serious?
I mean, the river's already there, and I'm surprised that river doesn't already have gators in it, to be honest with you. I mean, there's plenty of gators in Texas.
Maybe Bill Gates can create some genetically engineered gators.
Well,
with lasers.
With
lasers on their freaking heads.
Some kind of gain of function.
I'm surprised that more people aren't attacked by bull sharks going through there than gators, because it does go to the ocean, and bull sharks go up all through brackish water, and can live in fresh water for a short time.
Yeah, and they are the sort of the more bullies of the shark families.
Yeah,
there you go. I'd also suggested that you not have Willie on next week because you might scare Brent off.
Well, it's a Wednesday show.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
So if we're lucky, we get James. We get James on the Wednesday show. But, in the third hour, all bets are off.
Yeah.
I'm not as smart as you guys. You guys really impressed me with your knowledge of everything going on in the world. Especially that bullhorn berry.
I think we all pretty much know what's going on.
Willie on Wednesdays would sound good. That's even sounds good. You know what I'm saying? Willie on Wednesdays. Wednesdays Willie.
Wednesdays with Willie.
Wednesdays with Willie. Yeah. Where Willie sits down and
you know why they call that their hump day? Because we like to hump.
and talks about the farm, and gives us like a farm report. The Wednesday farm report.
And Willie got a new girlfriend.
Woohoo!
Mm-hmm.
How's that working out, man?
Cecilia says, "Stay away from her."
Oh, she has some. Yeah, I love Cecilia.
I know.
She chits every now and then. I told her, I said, Willie could fall in love with Cecilia, and she's like, oh my God, I think it's just for fun.
I thought you were serious. I told her, I said, you watch out, Willie's a player.
Yeah.
Willie's a player.
He's a virgin.
I was telling her
James is a player. Willie's a virgin.
Yeah.
I
also told her that James would
between Willie and James
be the one blaming. Anyways, we got 30 seconds and we'll be back. Such a good start on a Wednesday night.
I'm going to cut out of here, guys.
Come on, Willie. You can't be cutting out that quick.
Come on, James.
We got 3 hours of this, man.
At least come back in the third hour when we're more relaxed and it's more of a.
All right. I'll be back in a little while then, buddy.
All right, man.
Okay, cool.
And here's your
All right.
countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the air right now.
Welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Hour 1, Wednesday night. Here we go. We're getting into all the news, talking about all this beautiful stuff going on in this crazy upside-down clown world we live in. And I want to bring up an interesting point. I talked before we left to go on break about the risk factor of the US dollar, the risk of the debt that we have. When I grew up, I studied finance in college, and the US dollar, the debt, our treasury notes, our bills, our bonds, were always considered the risk-free rate of return, right? Risk-free rate of return. And you measure all investments against the risk-free rate of return to evaluate how risky anything else is compared to what you know you can make without taking any risk whatsoever. And now we come to a situation where, again, I don't know what the exact number, I want to say it's 34 trillion that we just crossed recently, $34 trillion in debt. It works out to something like $250,000 for every man, woman, and child in this country that we're in debt. We can't pay that off. How are we going to pay that off? Can't pay that off. So what happens when we suddenly one day say, gosh, we can either, pay everybody Social Security, or we can pay off the debt we owe, the interest on it. If we don't pay the interest on it, we fault, and then we can't ever borrow money again. So what happens when you get to that point? And they say, well, you can't let grandma starve either. So what do? They feed grandma. Now we defaulted on our debt. Now you don't borrow money if you're the federal government at, say, 4 or 5%. It goes to 8 or 10%. So you look at that $36 trillion in debt. If you're paying 10% interest on it, that's $3.6 trillion every single year, which is almost the exact amount of money the federal government brings in every single year. So you're talking about them spending every penny on interest. What happens if it goes to 15, 20%? That's the end of the American dollar. That's the end of the US dollar. We defaulted. No one will ever lend us money again, and we'll just, as a country, have to live within our means for a long time, and still have $36 trillion in debt hanging over our heads. That's where you suddenly get into higher and higher levels of inflation, not due to the price of oil or things like that we're accustomed to, but due to the risk factor that we've introduced into the US dollar due to our overspending for decades and decades. So I don't know, Barry, what do you think about that?
I just think most economists agree, the path we're on is unsustainable. And then out of those, most of those people believe that it's too late to turn it around. So to me, it's like, what is that Jenga piece of the puzzle that's going to cause it all to come down? And then what are we going to do after it all comes down? How are we going to recoup? How are we going to establish our place in the world, our prosperity? It's going to get complicated, I'm afraid.
It is. And I mean, look at the Weimar Republic, right? In Germany, after World War I, Germany was left with so much debt, so much interest on it and whatnot, that it failed. It took literally a wheelbarrow full of money to go buy a loaf of bread. And that's happened all over the place. Zimbabwe, Venezuela, you name it. There's tons and tons of places that have gone down this communist socialist path that suddenly the dollar, their currency, whatever it is, becomes worthless. And Germany ended up falling into the hands of Hitler because they were desperate for any sort of an answer. I mean, Zimbabwe, the people still live there. Venezuela, they still live there. There's still people there. It's still a country. They still have massive oil reserves, but they just abuse their people because they don't care. The politicians in power do not care. They want suffering. They want to see you fail. And it's sad, but it's true. They want you to hurt, especially here in America. If the world global powers can make America hurt and suffer and take us down a peg, man, They will love it. They're going to see these headlines and be like, wow, U.S. Defaults on debt. Yes. Klaus Schwab. Yes. You're going to be so happy to see that finally happened. And they made it happen. George Soros is making it happen. Look what he's doing. George Soros, look what he's doing, funding these DAs in these Democrat cities. These DAs that won't prosecute anyone. There was the two people that beat up those cops were let out on no bail.
Exactly.
A couple hours later, no bail, no nothing.
Yeah.
Off you go. You can
think
a
about
cop.
that too. Just just beating them, like that's not a serious crime to these people. They don't see that as a serious crime over there. Think about that, man. Who would want to live in a lawless city like that? It's becoming Gotham City.
It's scary times, and I mean, granted, I haven't been to New York in a long time, but all the stories you hear about it are just yikes. You know, what's Broadway doing nowadays? What's the status of Broadway when there's no hotels in the city? Right? There's hardly any tourists like there used to be because they can't stay anywhere. If you want to go to New York, you got to stay in Jersey and take the train in, because all the migrants are taking up all the hotels. And I'm pretty sure they banned Airbnb. So how can Broadway survive and thrive? How can you have an arts center? How can you have these things that societies, that modern Western civilizations cherish so much? You can't even have those basic things anymore.
And then things get so bad that you get like this Penguin or Joker character that rises and there's a violent revolution. And then they go, oh, we got to bring in the martial law and the police state. And then they go full blown authoritarianism. I mean, it is kind of like the comic books, if you think about it.
Oh, yeah. Joker, the movie Joker. Look at the end of that movie. It's like that. It's going to get to that point where everyone just rises up and says, yeah, we're sick of it. We have no way out. There's
I think that's what they're pushing for. They're pushing people to lose their marbles, and they want to chaos, because out of the chaos they can actually, do things that they couldn't do apart from the crisis, apart from the catastrophe. And that's what we've talked about a million times over. They even admit, so don't say it's not true. All these people admit over and over again that they can do things out of the crisis that they could never do before. In other words, more authoritarian measures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I don't know. There's so many things to talk about here. Elon Musk just announced that the first Neuralink has been implanted into a being.
Mm-hmm.
So there's now a person walking around out there who is basically, to my knowledge of what this is, if you've ever watched, you know what the Borg is. The Borg are an autonomous civilization where they're all linked. All the brains are linked together, so they all think exactly. And they'll sacrifice one because the hive is what matters, right? So if you go into a dangerous situation, you might die. Well, it doesn't matter as long as you're saving the hive. So here's this poor soul who's connected to this new hive, and he's the first one in it. He doesn't even have, it doesn't even work, I don't think, unless like everyone in the room has it, but then you've got a way to sort of read each other's minds. A way to, oh man, it's creepy stuff. It's really creepy stuff. But the Borg, that's what they're trying to push on us. And the Borg are like when you watch Star Trek, you think of all the other civilizations, and oh man, that'd be kind of cool to live with the Klingons for a while, or it'd be, interesting to go live with what was Spock,
Mm-hmm.
To go to the Vulcans, go live with the Vulcans for a few years, and like you'd learn so much from that culture. But the Borg. No, you wouldn't want to be anywhere near them. They're not cool.
Right.
They're the last ones I want to be any part of.
And it's all part of what the globalists have talked about, and we've talked about, which is the Internet of Bodies. This is part of the Internet of Bodies. We've talked about the Internet of Things, but now they're moving us into the age of the Internet of Bodies, where they'll be able to basically surveil and everything that goes on in our body thoughts. And that is the in-game goal. Now, Elon Musk says this is just going to be used for the time being, which is good. I mean, I'm all for like people having a brain chip put in their brain where they can have a cyber, a false arm and move it just with their thoughts.
Well, that's totally different.
Yeah. So, but eventually, Elon Musk said earlier, he said it's the end game. He said is all about, the collective hive mind. And so that's part of that globalist agenda that we're talking. Now, I don't know if he still stands with that position or not. I was listening to Alex Jones give his take on that. And he said if he goes back to that position, he will turn on Elon Musk immediately. And yeah, we don't want it to go to that, to where, like you're talking about, some kind of a hive mind where we're basically under. And they're pushing this in the mainstream media as well, where they're talking about, every aspect of life, your heart rate, or like say you have a pacemaker put in, if it starts to malfunction, then your doctor, they sell it as if it's a good thing, but but they could also shut you off if that's the case too. Wanted to get rid of you.
Yeah.
They could send in a virus. They could cause your pacemaker to malfunction. I mean, there has to be all kinds of.
Yeah. Just cut off the, neurons in your spinal cord and poof, your heart stops. Just like that. Novel Harari, who you constantly are referring to, and I, couldn't agree more. It's important to know thy enemy, because, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. He talks about how the entire body can be programmed with these mRNA vaccines, every aspect of it. Your ability to reproduce, your ability to feel joy, your ability to do almost anything can be controlled and turned on and off on a whim by Big Brother. And we don't have any rights anyway, right? Rights are just our made up thing that we invented. They only exist in our brains. So,
that's what he said.
Hey, if you don't have rights, then what's to stop them from doing something like that to the human race?
That's exactly right. And they believe that they're going to do that as well. They believe they are the masters of the universe. They are the chosen elite, that they're going to basically know what's best for all of us.
Scary stuff. I want nothing to do with it personally. I liked, the world we live in today has no resemblance to the one I grew up. And I'm not even that old, but it has no resemblance whatsoever to the world I grew up in.
Read in the comic books, right? You saw those supervillains in the comic books, right? Or Marvin Martian. Yeah. He was this supervillain that wanted to destroy the world all the time, and Bugs Bunny would always prevent it. But, it was distant and far away. It wasn't like, a reality.
Yeah. I mean, back when I grew up, I hate to say this, but it's an interesting thing to just kind of realize, because nobody, the kids today would never even think this is possible. But, it's Saturday night, you get pulled over, you've had too many. If you're wasted, yeah, the cop's going to arrest you and take you in. But if you're just kind of buzzed, he would follow you home back then. Right? They'd follow you home. I'll follow you. Let's make sure you get home safe, and we'll just don't do it again. Slap on the wrist. Today, that's just a mandatory felony. And it happened all the time. Heck, it happened to me once, where the cop just said, yeah, you blew a little bit over, but you did say you left your car here. So just go home, kid. Go ahead, go home.
Well, it's sort of like with the liberals, you were talking about, how authoritarian they are, and there's no forgiveness or grace in their ideology. And that's the ideology of a tyrant is, no forgiveness, no grace, no mercy. It's zero everything, zero tolerance, zero emissions. This is their mentality, and they mean business, man. These people are serious about enslaving every single one of us. And thankfully, we're starting to peacefully and nonviolently, push back and resist. And so they're kind of scared. I think they're kind of scared.
Yeah. So we have to do better, folks. We have to do better. We have to wake up our neighbors, wake up our friends, have these conversations at the dinner table. Talk to your relatives about it. Even if they say, hey, I don't want to hear about it, just kind of drip, 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 drip. Nudge them. Who is it that wrote that book called Nudge, where you just push everybody a little bit,
whatever you can get in. Yeah, like incrementalism, just a little bit at a time.
Yeah, and it takes a while, but eventually you get there. That's why you see, and with the left, you give them an mile, because it's a nudge. They just want that. So they can go take the next inch, so they can get the next inch. Look where we are today versus where we were 10, 15 years ago. We're 10, 15 years ago, the idea of a school transition behind your back would have been unheard of and devastating. And people would have been outraged at the mere thought of it. They just said, you're crazy. That could never happen in America. Well, here we are. Heck, I've got an article right here. Let's go to it. Immigrant parents from India found out that their kid was being transitioned behind their back at school up in Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
And they left. They're gone. They're back in India. They looked at us and said,
they should leave. I mean, that's tyranny.
Yeah, they literally left for Oregon for like a couple weeks, and then eventually figured out Oregon's just probably worse than Washington. And so they decided, it's better off just to be back in India. America, land of opportunity, but it's also does some pretty crazy stuff.
Well, we need to make it criminal. We need to make it criminal to do this to children. It's child abuse. We need to make it criminal with a stiff penalty. And when Trump comes back, I hope he does just that, because you're messing with children, and they don't know anything at that age, folks. They don't know anything. And you start transitioning them, and basically they will never experience intimacy if they go full blown, trans, because you lose that capability. I don't know if you know that or not, but that's a fact. Wow. And you think, and no 3 or 5 year old knows about sex, what amazing that it is. And so, they're not at an age of accountability where they can make these kinds of decisions, to have their genitalia cut off or something. Insane. It's evil. It's evil as hell. And it needs to be criminal. And people that go forth with this in jail, especially medical doctors that do it.
Yeah. I apologize if there's any background noise. I just watched a big Class A motorhome literally go through this wash that I wouldn't take my Class B through in any way, shape, or form. I mean, this thing, I couldn't believe how much he was wobbling. I thought he was going to flip it at one point. I don't know why you would do that when you can just drive around the wash. It's only like a quarter mile that way. But he's adventurous. But kids are kids. They can't pick their bedtime. A lot of cases, they're not able to even pick what they're going to wear to school now.
Mm-hmm.
They can't pick their gender.
And I don't understand why kids need to be doing what kids do. They're innocent. They don't need to be, showing kink and just disturbing stuff like that. And to the point now where it's not just about, accept people. It's about, hey, you're 3 years old, you're 5 years old. I want you to look into this kink, and we'll show you some books up. No, I should not be exposed to that kind of material and that kind of content. That is ridiculous, man. I don't know what kind of world we're living in, but that kind of stuff has got to stop. And people need to go to jail that are doing that.
Yeah, but they're not. In fact, they're being encouraged to do it. They're giving raises to do it. They're getting more money. They're getting better positions. They're being rewarded at the end of the day for doing, profoundly irrational and irresponsible things to little kids. Can a 10-year-old kid get a tattoo? No, absolutely not. Why?
Well, he's not at that age so he can make that kind of decision, man. That's why he's a child.
And it's permanent. It's permanent. It doesn't go away. It's a permanent thing that doesn't go away, that, you might realize, hey, 5 years, 8 years from now, you might regret it when you're actually an adult and look back and say, wow, I wish I'd never done that. This big smiley face on my, chest.
Mm-hmm.
Since I've stretched all out and now looks ridiculous. So, we don't let little kids have tattoos. We don't let little kids smoke. We don't let them drink. We don't let them do a lot of things because it's not in their interest to do it. And when the teachers aren't even telling the parents about it, when they do it secretly behind their back, that should be absolutely, like you said, criminal.
Yes.
So,
and you know what's,
I don't know, man.
Well, what's crazy is just the simple fact that this kind of stuff where they introduce kink is what they call it. That's what they call it on the left, is kink to the children, like at events and stuff where they have some drag queen out there doing some sort of, sexual thing in front of a child. They call that family fun now. So the definition of family fun has definitely changed in America.
Yeah.
That is not family oriented. You don't bring your kid to some drag queen performance, where they're, oh my goodness. I mean, we couldn't even talk about the things that they're doing. and the blasphemous things that they're doing, towards religious things as well. I mean, it's awful, the stuff they're doing, and they're being praised for it. And oh, they're amazing, they're great, they're good for the kids, it's great for everybody, it's family fun.
Mm-hmm. And as this article points out, this is the hill the left wants to die on for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess so.
This is the hill that they're willing to die on. They're going to stand here and say, yes, your little boy is a girl and you don't deserve to know about it. And if you stop us, you lose the kid. We take it away forever.
And they're doing that. In America, they're doing that now in certain places in America.
Mm-hmm. Well, this happened in Olympia, Washington. And I know, the Seattle and some of these very progressive cities, Portland, they've made it so that, if you, in California, if you don't agree and allow your child to transition and you don't respect it and call them by their new name, if you quote unquote dead name them, they will take the child away. That's why this family went to Oregon, looked into it. I guarantee they spent a week or so looking into what parents and said, wow, we have nothing. This is fine. We can't stay here. Let's go. Already on the radar. We're already being targeted for the loss of our kid. We may never see our girl again. We may never get to see her again because of the mistake of trying to protect her.
And another thing, you start putting these kind of crazy ideas into children's minds, they're very vulnerable. And it's not like it's not even really suggestive. It's almost like it's being forced, pressured and like it's the cool and trendy thing to do. So a lot of children just do it and they will regret it later. I mean, it's just awful. And to be honest with you, I mean, I've got some news for all these leftists and all these globalists and these just immoral, sick deviants. We're never going to back down. We're never going to back down. Do you understand? We will fight for the children peacefully and nonviolently till the very end when we win, because you will not harm our children anymore. Do you understand? I want you to understand that, leftist. I want you to understand that, Joe Biden. You will not win with your sick perversions.
Yeah, and you say peacefully, but when you're talking about people's kids, where's the line on being peaceful and calm and rational with somebody who wants to do something so drastic and abusive to your children behind your back? Where's the line? I don't know, but I know for sure that this can't be allowed to happen.
No.
One way or another, it has to happen. And I 4 years of Donald Trump, does that put an end to this? Not even.
I hope so. I hope so, though. I hope he does passes some federal laws that makes it illegal, man. I mean, we're talking about child abuse and harm. We're talking about, it's violent to do what they're doing to children. It's mutilation. Go look at all the surgeries, people, and look for yourselves and see this is brutal beyond anything you can possibly imagine. And we're allowing it to happen because what? Because we're fearful of being persecuted. We're fearful of losing our jobs. You know what's more important is protecting our children. That's more important than losing your job. That's more important than losing your livelihood. That's more important than even going to jail. Just like we saw, the peaceful protesters that are protesting at abortion clinics, they're now putting them in jail, for up to 11 years for peacefully protesting at an abortion clinic. Good for them for standing up for it. You know what? Because we're not going to back down. We are not going to back down. We're not going to just let people kill children, up to the date of birth or after the after the birth. And look, in Canada, people are starting to push back finally too, where they're pushing this whole euthanasia deal on people that are so-called quote unquote mentally ill but have no physical ailments. And the people push back, so the government put a delay on it. But they want to kill you, folks. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. They want to murder people, kill people, and reduce the population. And thankfully, because people are pushing out and saying, that's inhumane. You want to? What is mentally ill? First of all, that could be just depressed. You're a depressed person. Oh, we'll help you. We'll help you check out and send you off into the next world. We'll kill you very nicely. You can have a beautiful, nice meal and a wonderful last day. How about just loving the person and helping the person and giving them some hope instead of saying we're going to put you in a euthanasia machine and kill you and murder you?
Yeah, medical assistance in death is what they call it. MAID. It should just be medical assisted death. MAD, mad, because it's mad. It's crazy. But, these guys went into a abortion clinic and basically sat Indian style on the ground and prayed, And, the police came, took him away, whatever. 11 years. They didn't hurt anybody. They didn't do anything. Nobody had a gun or anything like that. There was no one injured. There was no victim. It was just them sitting there and saying, hey, man, maybe think about it. Maybe, just maybe, try to save a life today. Maybe, just maybe, don't have an abortion. Maybe, just maybe, have that kid and give it a chance to live. And that's enough to get 11 years in jail. Talk about a two-tier justice system when all these people are going after the family planning centers.
Burning them down,
right?
You're setting them on fire.
You name it.
I mean, you name it.
Yeah, and that's fine. The DOJ, they don't have a single issue with any of that stuff, but man, you do it to Planned Parenthood and you go down. You go down into a dark hole for as long as you can. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We got to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
All right.
CS, I did not know that you were so worked up, man. You know, a day off just got you really fired up, man.
Good.
You're like pissed, man.
Yeah. You planning on doing this for hockey season too?
What's that?
Are you planning on doing this for hockey season too?
Hockey season. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. I get it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll be a couple days off, and the guy's like, he's fired up, man. He's pissed. And I get it, but, man, we are pushing back, dude. And that sign, that even in Canada, you know, they're pushing back. So they delayed that whole euthanasia deal on mentally ill people. I mean, they just basically want to kill people. They want to murder people in the womb, out of the womb. It doesn't matter, dude. They don't care. They want to chop your children's genital off. I mean, these people are psychopathic murderers. I mean, violent. It's just, I don't even know, man. I don't even know, but we're not going to back down. I mean, it's just that simple. And they can't win. They're not going to win. Good will overcome evil. But it's just going to mean a matter of us, you know, and probably, like I said from the very beginning, man, I said there's going to be casualties because they're going to murder some of us, man. They're going to kill some of us for standing up for, and there'll be some that have to make the ultimate sacrifice. They're peaceful and they're nonviolent, but the other side is violent. So some people are willing to be a martyr, you know, and as terrible as that sounds, I don't want to have martyrs, but you know, obviously there's going to be a few. Julian Assange may end up being a martyr. He may not be able to last any longer. You know, all these people that are making the ultimate sacrifice, they're laying down their life for all of us and making.
I can't imagine what Julian Assange looks like, because every time, you know, he pops his head out once every 10 years, he looks 20, 30 years older. You know, he must be damn near death right now. That's
what I'm saying. I don't know that he's going to be able to survive any longer. I mean. Yeah. And that's who these people are. They just they want to they don't even want to give you a quick death. They want you to die slowly, like they're doing to Julian Assange, man. That they get great pleasure of seeing you in pain, dying slowly over the years, man. I mean, remember the movie Braveheart when he's you know, they're like got that thing in his genitals, and they're like, just say mercy and we will end it quickly. But he refused to say mercy, right? He just like would not say mercy. He was like willing to, you know, pay the price for, you know, for him having fought for freedom. And then it looks like he's getting ready to say something, the Mel Gibson character, and so they're like, oh, he's gonna beg for mercy. Instead of begging for mercy, he screams out freedom, and then they just kill him right then and there because they couldn't take that. They couldn't stand, you know, the fact that he had so much backbone. And that's the thing they fear most about us, is that we have backbone. See, they can't intimidate us with their fear. We're not affected by their fear. We were talking about that on the show. Yotivation and I were, you know, and how you counter the fear with faith, hope, love, compassion, kindness, and really one of your biggest strengths is joy. If you can maintain joy in the worst of circumstances, that really eats them alive, man. These globalists hate seeing you happy when all they're trying to do is make you miserable. Can I get an amen?
Oh, yeah. Amen.
But you know it's true, man. I'm with you, dude. They want to torture you, man. They don't. It's like they're not satisfied with a quick death. Just like the death jab. Think about the death jab. Most of the people don't die a quick death from the death jab. They have all kinds of problems. Then they die because it's that way on purpose. Because they love seeing you suffer. These are evil, evil people beyond anything we can imagine. They're monsters. That's why I can't wait to see the documentary coming out by Steve Bannon called Monsters, the real life of Jeffrey Epstein with the global elite. That's going to be a good one, man. Because they are. All these global elite, they are monsters. They make Jeffrey Dahmer, the son of Sam, Charlie Manson look like, I don't know, like tame.
Yeah, they were talking about
In some ways,
in a chat I was in last night, and I'm like, you think those guys are bad? You should really look into this. I'm like, and they're like, who? I'm like, Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, and Raldo Ferrari, and all those guys. And I'm like, yeah, sure, Manson and that was killing lots of people, all right? But he didn't have the power. These other people, they're like above the law,
Oh, yeah.
And they don't care because money protects them and, power protects them.
Yeah.
I think eventually we'll see the Democrats run out of steam. These leftist globalists, they really have just been going off of their narcissism steam. They get steam off of their narcissism. But once reality strikes and they see that we're much more powerful than they had thought, they'll begin to lose steam, begin to be demoralized. And they'll lose the fight. And I've seen that happen with a lot of the more extremist radical ones. They can tell that and it's sort of like, during the war, I think it was during World War II, when a lot of the aristocrats were down in basements and stuff, and they were being bombed and everybody was dying. They were literally just drinking and celebrating and throwing wild parties as if everything was normal. And that's kind of what they're doing right now. That's why they're acting like they're so confident that they're winning. No, they know they're losing. This is like their last party that they're throwing before they lose in this war for the soul of America.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm expecting the turning of the tide to start. We'll start to see them. They look weak already, but they don't sound weak. You know what I'm saying? They're still keeping with their message, like you were talking about. They're still going strong, but they look really bad, man. They look really defeated. Like if you and me were to, just step in front of camera right now, we'd look strong as ever, man. We'd look, even if we hadn't gotten any sleep, dude, you could see that man, you're not breaking us. We're stronger than ever. Are you kidding me? We've just been through a shamdemic, death jabs, martial law, lockdowns, massive depopulation, stolen election. You think that you can weaken us after all we've been through? No, all that stuff, it's just known fact. All that stuff makes you stronger.
Yeah, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and that's kind of the phase we're in right now.
Remember the scene in Unbreakable? The Angelina Jolie film with the guy that was in prison, the Japanese prison. And
we are going to come back a little early, so
okay,
just letting you guys know.
Okay.
Well, anyway, basically he like puts the mind boggle on the tyrant and just defeats him with his sheer will, even though he's the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a beautiful scene, man. You got to go check it out. It'll put tears in your eyes, man, and give you hope like you've never had before. And then he forgave that guy. He met him later on and forgave him. That's even crazier.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition, where we get into all the news, everything going on in the world, and have as much fun as we can, while bringing everyone in the audience up to speed on the status of the world. And let's just say that doomsday clock is moving, ticking closer to the end of days. I kid. Barry, you were just saying during the break, whatever doesn't kill us makes us stronger. And we've been through a lot with the stolen elections, the COVID, the lockdowns, the vax, the mandatory this, the mandatory that. Now they're looking at, bringing in a digital dollar and all kinds of stupidity,
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, we talked about how the U.S. dollar is destined for a death spiral here soon,
Mm-hmm.
where the 36 trillion in debt, we might start printing $1 trillion bills soon that you can just, it'll buy you a gallon of milk. So our national debt is 36 gallons of milk, basically.
Well, it could be toilet paper. If we run out of toilet paper again, you could use it as toilet paper.
You'll have plenty of it. But yeah, that's a way to usher in the central debt.
Bank
the
digital
CBDCs.
currencies. Yeah.
Central bank digital currency. Yes, CBDC. Which, again, folks, if you don't know what a central bank digital currency is, I imagine there's some of you out there, many of you out there who don't. It's China's working their way towards it, where it's like a Bitcoin, but the government issues it. So it's an electronic currency that is biometrically attached to your person, that you may even have a chip in your hand or something. And if you want to pay for something, you wave the chip and poof, you pay for it. But it's all digital. You'll never touch currency again. Cashless society. They really want a cashless society. Why? Well, obviously, they want to track every single thing we do, every transaction we do, every dollar we spend. If you're a drug dealer, how are you a drug dealer without cash? Drug dealers only take cash. Well, they might take, some Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever. But yeah, my point is they want to track every single thing you do. And then if you step out of line, they can flip a switch and take your ranking down a notch. In China, they've got, I think you start with AAA and then you go to AA, A, B, C, D, and then F. And by the time you get down to F, you're done. Your function in society is so limited that you just have to kiss up to the state powers to hopefully get your back C, where at least you can take my friend Sea Milk over on YouTube did a nice video about this the other day, where he really walks you through different levels of social credit scores, is what they call it. Social credit score. If you've ever seen the Mirror episode about the social scores, it's exactly that. It's just exactly that. They make everyone fake and plastic and control everything they do. That's the goal. Make no mistake, that's the ultimate goal here. That's what they want. That's what the World Economic Forum talks about and dreams about when they all meet on their $1 million jets and get on their $1 million jets and fly to Davos to meet up. That's what they're talking about. That's what they're dreaming about. Taking over the world. Mm-hmm. One country at a time. The first thing you got to do is take down the West. Take down Western nations. And they're doing it. All the culture and everything that we have, they say doesn't even exist. I remember seeing this video a while ago saying, well, white people really don't have any culture. And this guy broke it down. He showed all the art, everything through history that, Western societies have created, and then compared it to other parts of the world and what they were doing with marble, during the time of the Romans. Right? Who was even carving with marble when the Romans were doing it? Who was making, David, Michelangelo, Da Vinci, all these things? There's just, it's such a level higher than almost anything that existed on the planet anywhere else. And to this day, they have fought as hard as they can to take those things out of society, to make our music as horrible as possible. We were talking about Ben Shapiro taking over the hip hop scene, right? Ice Cube came out today and said, he was talking to Bill Maher, and they said, the CIA and the FBI, whatever, they would control what songs were going out into the black communities. Why? So they could get more people in their prisons, their for-profit prisons.
Exactly.
They want you to imitate these guys, these NWA and all these different groups, so that you will go to jail. And then they can make money off you. Every day you wake up and go to bed, they make money off you. So I don't know. And then we had, speaking of, while we're on the subject, we had Snoop Dogg and who else just kind of endorsed Trump? Oh, Charlemagne the God, I think. But no, it was another hip hop artist that just said, and then Charlemagne didn't come out and support Trump.
He's
He
kind
came
of
out against
come
Biden.
against Biden, which, yeah.
Yeah. He's just like, I'm never going to support Biden. There's no way. Guy sucks. So who are you going to vote for then? That's the next
But
question.
even if he doesn't, if he just votes for somebody else, that might be a vote for Trump then. If you think about it,
well,
you know what I'm saying?
It's one out of the 81 million votes that, the usurper in chief won't be able to get next time. And all of his audience, let's face it, he's got a huge audience. And then you've got all the new Americans, they've got new Europeans now. Well, new Americans. They get, culture. What did Breitbart always say? Politics is downstream culture. So culture is what changes everyone about things, so they can look at them in different ways. And when all the cultural icons are saying, "Hey, this is crazy. I don't support this guy," life is nowhere near it was when Trump was in office. Well, that works its way downstream to politics, where suddenly they're not winning elections; they're getting tossed out. And again, the Democratic Party is so on so many different areas that they really don't have one common goal or one theme that runs through the party, because everybody sort of has their own vision of what this next new world order communist project will look like. And what they will end up getting will look nothing like what any of them are imagining in their high school and college theses that they write about how great socialism and how bad capitalism is. Wait till you try it. Wait till you try it in real time and find out. So, I don't know. What say you, Barry?
Well, it's just interesting. We had that recent Davos meeting, and they were talking literally about the New World Order and where are the globalists in the New World Order scheme of things. And it's obvious it was trending on Twitter. The top two trends were NWO, New World Order and New Order. Both of those were trending at number one and number two for a couple of days after the Davos, we're talking about it. And now, because that's kind of going mainstream now, because Twitter doesn't censor as much as they used to, the globalists are actually kind of scared. And Tedros came out and made a speech saying, there's no plan for world government. That's wild conspiracy theory and misinformation and disinformation, and we must stop it. But yet we're just reporting what they're talking about. It's complete and total insanity. And here's the thing that's interesting as well. You were talking about the CBDCs. Well, we've listened to all the globalists talk about it. They're going to control it and control how you spend it, where you spend it, how long it will last, how long it may not last, et cetera, et cetera. And we've covered all that because they've talked about it openly. But now that they're getting ready to roll it out in Europe, they're saying, oh, wait, it won't be controlled. No one's going to spy on you. Nobody's going to know, where you're spending your money, et cetera. So they yeah. And this is what they do. It's a trick that they do. Now, for the people,
how can they possibly say that when you're going to have a ledger with every transaction you've made over your entire lifetime?
Well, it's part of a strategy. You see what I'm saying? Like, they know the people that are searching for the truth, that they're going to get it, and then they're going to spread it out to people. And then when they get ready to push it out on the masses, they're going to say, oh, no, that's conspiracy theory. That's not true whatsoever. And then the people go, well, I just saw this in the mainstream media, this article talking about the CBDCs, and there's no conspiracy to, track what you're doing or control how you spend it or time limits or anything like that. And then they make you, the person that actually knows the true facts, look like some wild conspiracy theorists. But the problem with the globalists right now is they're having is no one trusts the mainstream media anymore. It's lost the credibility. That's why we've been talking about what their theme was at Davos this year. It was rebuilding the trust, but they can't rebuild the trust because they don't know how to tell the truth, because they constantly lie. What I'm saying is the trick, they're still going to stick to their same tricks. They're just not going to be as effective because too many people are waking up. And now that Twitter is basically much more free speech, we're going to keep getting that misinformation and disinformation, as Tedros calls it, out to the masses.
Yeah. And I hate to tell them this, but they can't rebuild something they never had.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
You never had our trust. I never trusted. I mean, we talked about back in the day, the Bilderberg Group, right? We talked about Alex Jones, and he would go to Bohemian Grove out there in California, right? And show these sacrifices. I don't want to call them sacrifices, but these
There were mock sacrifices.
rituals.
Yeah, mock sacrifices
the
of
rituals.
a 5-year-old child. Right. That's real.
Yeah, rituals that they would do, and all these, powerful people from all over the country that would go to these things, and that's where decisions were made. That's where it all gets done. And no, we've never trusted these secret societies. Remember Skull and Bones? That was part of Yale. Yeah, and President Bush was part of that. Well, that's just another big group of very powerful people that are tied into politics that can sit and meet, and they can be on both sides of the aisle, and they can plan and map things out and say, these are the battle points we're going to have. These are the points in common we're going to have. You name it.
Yeah.
Scary stuff. Nobody wants any of this stuff. And if you can't do it out in the open, you shouldn't be doing it.
Well, for the people that don't realize that they are being socially engineered, I hate to break this to you. You're a slave to their system, whether you know it or not. Because if you're not aware of their social engineering, you're more than likely being played by it to some degree or another, some far worse than others, but you are being manipulated through social engineering and propaganda. And unless you're fully aware of that, you are trapped and stuck in the matrix, so to speak, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah. Joe Rogan was talking about how the Chinese were the ones kind of behind the destruction of U.S. society culture. And you're Brezhnev, right? We've talked for years about Yuri Brezhnev and his interview he did back in the 70s, where he said, demoralization is a big part of the process. Demoralize Americans to the point where they'll beg for a solution because there's no moral fiber left in this country. TikTok is Chinese owned. Every kid is on there. Look at the garbage that they're spewing on that site. Look at the garbage out there. That people spend days and days and days of their lives watching. It's absolutely a way to subvert our youth, to make them think things that are just fantasy and false are real.
It's like that Hulu commercial with Alec Baldwin where basically, they admit to turning your brains into mush and jello. Remember that?
I don't watch commercials.
It was a Super Bowl commercial back in the day where there were a bunch of the Holly weirdos were reptilian shape-shifting aliens that were basically turning all the citizens in their brains into mush and jello through their propaganda on Hulu TV.
Yeah, I know Hulu and I know Baldwin, but I don't watch commercials, folks. That's one of the best things about unplugging, getting rid of cable television. You're paying through the nose. And I would say, $100 would be crazy amounts of money for cable, but I bet a lot of listeners out there pay way more than that. 150, even $200 if you're getting a bunch of channels and packages and whatnot. Get rid of it.
I mean, if
get
Netflix would pay me $1 million a month, $1 million a month to watch, I don't know, maybe 10 programs a month, I would do it for $1 million. Because, I mean, basically, I don't want to watch what they're selling me. It's all propaganda. But if they're going to pay me $1 million, then I can take that $1 million and put it to good to expose them.
Well, that's not going to happen. So let's get back to things that do happen, which is that you get rid of your cable and you just switch to your internet, which is probably way cheaper. And you can get all of the entertainment you ever need in a life of the internet. 90% of it's free. And if you use a browser, you don't see any commercials. So not only do you get rid of all the fake news and paying for it and funding CNN and MSNBC, even though you hate them and never watch them, you still pay them money out of your pocket directly to their pocket every single month, right? So get over onto the internet, get Brave browser, and not only will you not have to pay those people, you'll never see another commercial again. I mean, very, very rarely.
Well, my point was they're basically advertising. You're paying to be advertised to. You're paying to have propaganda basically infused like an IV into your brain, and you're paying them for that. They should pay you. If they're going to use the entertainment and arts to basically brainwash you, you should be paid for that brainwashing.
And that's the whole model behind the Brave browser. Okay, the Brave, Brave browser. It's got a little red lion sort of as a logo.
And they pay you to use it.
They pay you. They pay
That's
you.
right.
If you allow ads and turn them on and watch ads, you get paid. How does that work? Well, they share the revenue that they make with the people that actually watch the video or the commercials, right?
Mhm.
So it's a brilliant thing. Everyone should be doing that.
Yeah, and that's
a
another
number
aspect.
of websites.
Like I'm sure that all that data that's being collected by Netflix is being sold to other people. Well, you're a part of that. You should get a chunk of that, but they don't, because it's all about stepping on your shoes. It's all about putting that boot on your neck, like they talk about in 1984.
Sorry,
It's
my
a
dog
boot
is in this.
stomping on your, what is it? A boot stomping on your neck. That is the future of the globalists. That is the future New World Order. And what's interesting about it, in H.G. Wells' book, The New World Order, it's actually called The New World Order. It's all about world government, the New World Order. He said basically that middle-aged, good American patriots and citizens will die, peacefully resisting this tyrannical, authoritarian global governance. He said they will be wealthy, middle-class people that will die resisting. In other words, they're going to be violent with their New World Order. We'll be peaceful, and they'll kill us. That's exactly what it's saying in that book. That's my understanding of it anyway. And in fact, I've read that particular passage to people I know, and I said, what do you hear in that? And they said the exact same thing, that people will peacefully resist, but the authoritarian that are in control, they have a violent model, to bring you into submission. And that's exactly what will happen. But there will be millions of people, according to H.G. Wells, that will resist. And we will resist, but we're not going to lose. That's the thing. That's where they got it wrong. We get to peacefully and non-violently win in this political war, spiritual war, information war, which we talked about on the last show. That's what it is. It's those three things, They want to make it a civil war, a violent war, or World War III, but we're not going to give them that, because that's what they want, because they're evil and violent, and we take the high road, man, and you can't defeat them through violence anyway. That's been proven through that guy that studied, what's the psychosis, mass formation psychosis. You don't fight them on their terms. You just basically keep speaking the truth relentlessly in the information war, and you stay active peacefully and non-violently. And in time, it tips the scales back over to sanity and reason and the rule of law.
Yeah, the pendulum swings back, but will it swing all the way back to where, it should be?
I think it's going to swing back even better.
Reagan days,
I think it's going to swing back even better. It has to, because if not, our victories will be very short-lived, because these globalists, man, think about it. They've tasted power that most people never taste. We're talking about world domination kind of power. It's not like getting power, I got a promotion from assistant manager to manager, I feel so powerful. No, these people literally have tasted what it's like to rule over every aspect of your life and to micromanage every aspect of your life. Think about how that would go to your head, how deranged that would make your mental disposition.
And, a company like Google can influence you in so many ways. There was that scientist, and he's on the left. He's a Democrat, registered Democrat, who came out and said Google pushed, I don't know how many umpteen millions of votes in the 2020 election just because they weren't offering up results searching for. If you put in a certain candidate's name, you'd get his competitor first, right?
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, stuff like that, where, you just think, well, wow, they must be better at SEO. No. That's manicured. They do that
mass
by hand.
Manipulation. Everything is mass manipulation, and you are a slave to the matrix until you realize that you're being manipulated, controlled, and micromanaged. And then once you figure it out, you can start to think for yourself again. But until then, you think that your thoughts are your thoughts when they're not. There's somebody else's thoughts that have been programmed and brainwashed into your skull. Why do you think so many Democrats are leaving the Democrat slave plantation? Because they're having an awakening, and they figured it out.
Picture the Google campus, that spaceship thing they built, one hacker way or whatever. The size of that thing, it's a magnitude bigger than the Pentagon. Magnitudes.
Okay.
Multiple times bigger. It's massive. There are rooms. There are conference rooms in there filled with people that are manipulating specific searches to get specific results. It's not all organic anymore. They've had the time to go through it, and they know with elections coming up. You know that if you put in, I don't know, Vivek Ramaswamy's name, they don't want you to find all the good stuff about him. They want to put up front and center all the bad things about him. And the
They're
power
probably
that comes with that.
fabricated to begin with anyway, or taken out of
Sure.
context a lot of times.
But when you talk about the elites controlling every aspect of your life, think about the power that the elites at Google have.
Mm-hmm.
They can do anything they want. They can manipulate this world it's like a piece of clay to them. It's a wet piece of clay on a wheel.
And do you know who they're manipulating more than anybody else?
Who's
Our
that?
children, because they got to get them while they're young. And look, they have companies, marketing companies, that will bring children in to see what it is tick so that they'll buy their product. I mean, I saw this on a documentary like 60 Minutes or one of those things like, I don't know, 50 years ago, man. And they would like stick a banana in front of a kid, and they would put Spider-Man on the banana, and then they would put, just something else like some candy on there, but without Spider-Man or Dora the Explorer or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they would choose but if they switched it and put the junk food and put Dora on the junk food or put Spider-Man on the junk food, they'd eat the junk food. It's all about manipulating and controlling the child's mind, because they know, man, if you can get the child, then you get the mother, then you get the father as well, because the nags and nags. I want this, I want that, and so it's all about control. And they start at a young age. That's why they're going after our children in the most evil ways right now, because they understand that the children are the future.
And it all started with these what do they call them? The participation trophies. Remember those like 20 years ago were really popular.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of started with that, a participation. Everybody gets a trophy, not just the winning team. Everybody's a winner. You're all winners.
But what if you didn't give your all? What if you don't give your all, though? Yeah. Are you still a winner?
Exactly. I mean, the team that gave their all and won, that's one thing. I mean, if you give your all and you come in second place, that's good. That's sports. That's, hey, man, you can't win everything.
Well, I heard a professional athlete.
You got to learn to lose. You got to learn to lose gracefully. That's an important life lesson that people aren't getting nowadays.
Exactly. And just on what you're saying, I saw a professional athlete talking about, I think it was a tennis player, but I can't be for sure. And he was saying,
hey, on that note, we should go to break. Folks, this is Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
Wow, we're a little late on that break.
Yeah, we're about a minute over.
And we're on radio break.
I was into it as well, so I didn't catch it as well. I'm into what our conversations are so intense tonight, man. It's because you took a day off, man, and you're fresh. You're fresh.
I'm getting into one of these like 4-hour sunsets we get out here where the sun's like not even close to the horizon and it's already just purple, like it's crazy beautiful out here, these sunsets. I've never seen anything like it.
Like right now, it's the sunset?
Well, no, it's another hour, but it's already dark.
It's already dark here, man. I mean, like pitch dark.
My sky's lit up like it's beautiful. Reds, purples, oranges, And again, there's like an hour until it goes down. So,
Mark, I know what that sound was coming through on the, you said it sounded like AI robot or something. I know what that was.
It was D-Live. D-Live.
It was what? D-Live?
D-Live has pop-up ads. Then I can't stop them. But we are still streaming to them. But I am not. I don't have anything on D-Live up, and I can't check their the chat there because the way it is, but
well, if you listen back to the playback, it's us. It's there was some kind of a delay on things that we were saying, like maybe.
Oh, I've heard that. I know what you're talking about.
5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, it could have been at the beginning of the show, but it was actually my voice coming through at times, and then sometimes it was Yotivation's voice coming through.
Never mind.
Never
mind. So it wasn't. I think it was because of that. When that pop up comes up, it unmutes. It actually unmutes the tab. So, it just,
I see what you're saying.
I got to work around it right now, so we'll see how it works out.
I'm not hearing it. But see, we didn't hear it on our side.
You're not hearing it tonight because I'm doing it a different way.
Oh, okay. Well, we never heard it until afterwards. You were the one saying
Yeah,
it
I
was
could
doing
hear
it,
it plain as
and
day
we just yeah. I heard it in the
in the
the
recordings.
post broadcast.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
there's
it's
no way
crazy
that I
that
could
like the
take those
post
out
production,
either.
one of
The
the
way they
most
came
complicated.
through.
This.
I don't know why
Well,
DLive
he's
does
going to
that.
so many different places. It's probably what it is. It's you're going to have questions if you're trying to reach all the different. And there's going to be little bugs in every place, right, Mark?
Yeah.
Different bugs that you're going to face.
Couldn't you just go to like Josh Hu and download the first version from him of the live, and then just cut out the commercials?
What?
Run it through some filters,
It wasn't
audio, but
it wasn't commercials. It was it was just
well, I
know,
know,
while
but
we're
it wouldn't
talking
have any
live.
like DLive, whatever, doing
Yeah.
something.
It unlike other websites, it has a pop-up that comes up, and I don't know why it does that. I guess they want you to pay for it. I don't know. It's just something I'm trying out.
You know, screw them.
Yeah.
If they're gonna do that stuff, screw them. We don't need them.
A lot of there are some folks that are leaving that site because of that, and a lot of people complaining about it. 30 seconds until we're back, guys. But
just put like the post up there the next day. If they're gonna destroy the post production, then just forget the live. Just go with the post.
Well, no, it'll come through on
I guess
the
they're
live.
DLive.
I'm sure people were hearing it. Just not through Skype the way when we talk. Because anyways, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where we hang out, have a lot of fun, and get into all the news that's worth discussing out there. And Barry, man, you took over the Sunday show this last week for me. I thank you. I was out for the night, and you took over. And man, did you do a great job!
It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun being in.
What'd you think about it?
In the engineer's chair, I felt like Captain Kirk. It was fun, but it's more difficult. It really is. I have a new admiration for skills because there's just a lot more pressure on you when you're steering the whole thing. There's a lot more to think about.
Yeah, you just gotta. There's a lot of work that goes into the pre-show to get everything lined up and kind of have some idea what we need to be talking about and where all that leads. And I find it fun, though, because a lot of it is stuff I already do. I've been doing this religiously for my entire adult life. I mean, even into high school, I was a news junkie. I would, starting, the beginning of college, I think I read, the Wall Street Journal and a couple other newspapers on a daily basis. And, like mostly cover to cover. I used to love coming home for the weekend and getting Barron's and all those, financial newspapers and just take a whole half a Sunday going through them all while I watch football or whatever. And, got some ribs. Love me some ribs. But yeah, so, it's the same thing I do now. I wake up every single day and go through the news, which is why I like mine so much, because I just, if I find something interesting, I post it to my feed. And then when it comes time to do the show, I simply just go to my feed, and I've already shared all this stuff and commented on it. So I've got all these different things that I would want to talk about lined up, ready to go. And then it's just a matter of sort of putting them in an order that makes sense. And off you go. You got a show. So, yeah, and just keeping the flow going and keeping everything on topic. It's interesting. I see, and I've mentioned this before, and Tim Pool's getting better at it, but a lot of times he'll put up a video where they say, it says, we're going to talk about this, and it's 10 minutes long. And about 3 minutes into it, somebody changes the subject.
Yeah.
And so now it was the conversation that 10 minutes was mostly about that, but it also covered 4 or 5 other things that were just kind of random thoughts. So, I try to do that as a host and some other things, but it's fun. I've just really, really enjoyed these last 4 years doing this on the radio.
I think it's a lot of fun. It is. It's incredibly fun. No matter what seat you're in, the passenger or the driver, it's fun. And I also like the podcasting as well, because it's something you can kind of craft work over a period of time and get something that that you're really confident in. And I'm doing a new one on predictive programming and propaganda, and it's probably going to be a 3-part series as well. The first one is on the film Civil War.
Okay, talk about predictive programming. What is that?
Well, basically, it's propaganda on crack. At least it is nowadays. That's what it is. It's them telling you, different scenarios that could happen, most likely will happen, and preparing you for what, probably you would never think would happen. Like the movie Leave the World Behind, where they're talking about, a cyber pandemic. So they're preparing you for this event that, of course, most people believe are being done by the powers that should not be, the nefarious globalists that are, pulling the strings. So they tell you what's going to come so that you accept it as if it's actually a real event that wasn't actually manufactured, like the shamdemic. And they told us about the shamdemic as well, with all these different events that they were having, Event 201. And of course, Fauci went out and blabbed it at Princeton University in 2017, where he said Donald Trump was going to have most certainly a surprise pandemic. Now, how could he possibly know that? I mean, well, now we know why he knows that, because he was behind gain of function research and Wuhan and had connections with NIH and the Wuhan lab. So a lot of people believe he's behind the whole thing. And that's not a wild conspiracy thought. That's just sort of like, what any private investigator would think. Well, it came out of that lab and he's tied to that lab and he's tied to gain of function. You'd think he would be under investigation right now, in the very least under investigation. So they prepare you for what's coming. That's what predictive programming is, so that you accept it and then you buy the propaganda that they sell you at the time of the event and you go along with it. But we're exposing the predictive programming. We're exposing the propaganda. So when they try to bring in martial law and they try to bring in all these crazy things, we will peacefully resist, and we're not going to go and lock down again like we did the last time.
Yeah. It's like, an example, I guess, would be something like the movie Independence Day with Will Smith, right? Aliens and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And then suddenly a decade later on Independence Day, aliens show up and it's like, oh, wow, this is just like that movie. Whoa. Like, holy cow, what do we do? Well, everyone in that movie went to this place in the desert and there was a million, RVs and whatnot out there. Okay, let's do that. Let's, drive out to the desert. Probably, by the way, not a smart move.
There was one movie I saw. It was about, a martial law scenario and everything. And then they show everybody obeying in the movie, and that's what they want you to do, is to obey. But how do we know they're not leading us to some death camp? I don't trust the government in some catastrophe, in some major crisis. They've proven themselves to be untrustworthy. I'm going to trust my own instincts. I'll tell you that. I'm going to trust my own survival skills. It's called neo-survivalism. I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase or not. Gerald Celente talks about it a lot. But essentially, it's thinking for yourself. I'll give the example of 9/11. When the planes hit the Twin Towers, all the authorities, the management, and everybody told everybody to stay in the building. Do not leave. Do not exit. All of those people died because they obeyed stupid orders. Now, all the people that thought for themselves and were free thinkers and that got out, most or many of those people survived. And I can give other examples, and that's neo-survivalism. That is where you think for yourself. That's why they have programmed people through the education system to no longer think for themselves, but to blindly trust authority. So why? So they can enslave us. That's why.
Yeah. And okay, so speaking of enslaving, let's go to Gateway Pundit here. This article about a Montana family where Child Protective Services has taken their 15-year-old girl from their custody. And we talked about this this family from India that was in Washington in the last segment. They had to leave Washington because the school was secretly transitioning their daughter behind their back. They found out about it and said, let's go back to India where we can live a safe and free life. Now, stories like this are what motivated them to get on an airplane and say that America is just too dangerous. We don't want anything to do with them. They're nuts over there. Okay. What happened here? So you're in Montana. Montana, you'd think is a very conservative state for the most part. 14-year-old girl says she's, gender dysphoria. The state, go to Wyoming, the parental rights, and is now preparing to give this child gender surgery in another state. Okay, unbelievable.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
And this is in Montana and Wyoming we're talking about. This isn't New York and New Jersey or something. This is Montana and Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
And these parents lost their daughter now.
I know. This goes back to what Yuval Noah Harari said. You have no human rights. It's a myth. And that includes parental rights over your own child. Basically, what they're trying to do is prepare you. This is predictive programming, I guess you could say, right? I mean, what we're seeing in the news in reality is a form of predictive programming. They're telling you, they are, sending you this message that you have no rights. The parents have no rights. You have no rights. The state owns you. It's part of the collective, they call it. The kids no longer belong to the family, as that I believe was on CNN or one of those channels, but belongs to the collective. Folks, this is all about destroying your human rights, your civil rights. It's about destroying everything that we hold sacred and dear. It's about destroying and destruction and hurting and harming people. Most importantly, our children, and we can't allow that to happen.
It's a horrible thing. It's a absolute tragedy that this is even up for discussion. That this is even. I've got a fly in here. Sorry about that, folks at home. I've got a fly in my home, and
it's one of
I
those
hate flies.
government spy drone flies.
Well, it's just an annoying one that just wants to go by my face every 2 seconds. Like, it's got, all the space. It can fly wherever it wants to do it, but it just wants to be like right. I hate those things with a passion.
You have no mercy for the fly, man.
No, and no sympathy either, man. No sympathy whatsoever. If I can kill them in a fair or unfair fight, I will take that opportunity and rain death. Rain death. So hopefully I can get him here soon, but we'll see. Oh, you're kidding me. I hate to bring everyone up on my real life experiences here, but that guy with that Class A is back going through that same wash again, but the other way. What are you doing, dude? There's a road right over there. What are you doing?
Man.
This is too funny. I'm gonna watch him roll this thing. I swear, I'm gonna watch him roll it right now. And I don't know. Whatever he has in there that's not screwed down is just going to go flying across the room. But anyway, enough of that. Let's get back into the world here because, when they're taking kids away from parents because the teacher who's known that kid as 1 out of 30 children that they care for a few months in their classroom, puts that little bug in their ear and said, in this case with the Indian child, she wore a traditional garment to school one day. And she told the teacher, it's itchy. Okay. The teacher's reply was that maybe you don't like girls' clothes. Maybe you're a boy. Oh,
yeah, that's what
maybe
we were talking about. See, they're promoting it. They're not. It's not like they're even presenting it. They're making it trendy, and they're. It's just so evil, man. I don't see how people don't see it for the evil that it is, man. You don't mess with of a child. You just don't do that, man. You just don't do that. That is on every level, folks. I mean, I don't understand why people aren't more upset, but that is like the final red line for most is harming our children. They want to abort them up to the point of their death, and even up to after 3 years. How do you abort a child at 3 years of age? I mean, we've got to protect our children, man, and stand up for at least that.
Yeah. The South Park episode where I don't know, it came up. The mom wanted to get rid of Eric Cartman, and the doctor's like, "Oh, that would be 34th trimester abortion." Yeah, no, we can't do those. That's illegal.
You think? Really?
Yeah. The 34th trimester abortion. No,
oh, wow.
We can't do that.
How old would that actually make the person?
Oh, well, I mean,
you're the
kids are like 10.
You're the mathematician, man. Figure it out. Come on. You should be able to
the
that
kids
out
in the show are like 10. I just threw that number out off the top of my head, but they're like 10, so it'd be the 40, whatever, 44, 48.
Yeah, well, in certain countries, it's okay to basically abort pretty much at any age, and especially they were saying in countries it's okay if they have Down
I'm sorry, I
syndrome.
have to correct myself. I just made a fool out of myself. 10 years old, you're 120 trimesters, 10 times 3. Sorry, 30.
Yeah.
Stop, 40, 43. Gosh. My brain's not working right now. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you rudely. Go ahead.
Well, no, they're saying now that it's abortion, but they call it euthanasia, whatever. Maybe you have a family has a child that's say 10 or 15 years old that has Down syndrome, but the child has produced too big of a burden for the family, and if they can convince the child to want to kill himself, they'll go ahead and the state will do it. And but think about it, a person that's got Down syndrome, a lot of them are just they're going to say what if their parents say, hey, you're really just too hard to deal with, this would be the best route. They're so good-hearted, these people with Down. They're so, and that's another thing where they're getting these Down syndrome children and even adults to dress up and do drag and stuff. Just it's almost like like they're taking advantage of their their mental challenges that they face. And I think that's very sick and disturbing. And, the reason that we don't do that is because that's what shows our humanity. That's what separates us from animals. We don't kill somebody because they're weak. Like a litter, maybe an animal will kill one of their weak litters. We don't do that because we're not an animal. But the globalists want you to believe that you're an animal because that's what Yuval Noah Harari said. He said, you are a hackable animal and you are a useless eater and you have no human rights and you have no free will. That's how they see us. And we have to say, no, we are created in God's image. We have value. We have God-given rights. And you are the liar. You are the deceiver.
Yeah. And, it's again, give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Here's another example of them taking a mile. Okay, so you're familiar with Star Trek, right?
Sure.
Right. The Union is targeting Star Trek censorship. Okay, so let me read something that everyone else is for. Space. Final frontier. These are the voyage Starship Enterprise. Your mission? To explore strange new, to seek out new life and new civilizations. To boldly go, say it with me, Barry, where no man has gone before. To boldly go where no man has gone before. Well, that's problematic. Yeah, it's kind of problematic, right? No man has gone before.
I get it. So that male toxicity coming through.
Yeah, the EU is saying, well, we can't really have this in our society. It's just too troubling for many people. I don't know what to tell you. So William Shatner, in his brilliance, replied, and he called it presentism. Presentism at work yet again. Why start at Trek? Isn't it better to start at the beginning and redo material such as the Magna Carta? Religious writings, works of Shakespeare, before a silly TV show opening that reflects society of the time. If people are offended by 6 seconds recorded in the 1966 without a minimum of understanding of the social issues at the time, there are bigger issues that they need to deal with first, like educating themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. They talk about no man's land should be unclaimed territory.
Well, they have gone after literature though as well. They've even gone after the Bible and new versions. I wouldn't call them Bible versions, but that's what they're doing. Where they do the word mankind. Like that's wrong. That's bad.
Yeah, we like to say person kind around here.
And they've done away with the pronouns of God being masculine. But does that mean Jesus? That's why I guess they think that Jesus was transgender. I've heard some of them say, and non-binary. He was
certainly
a man.
Gay.
He was a man. In fact,
Certainly
he referenced himself as the Son of Man. That was a reference that he gave himself. So but yet they just change everything to their delusional way of thinking, whether it's literature, the Bible, movies. They don't care. They just don't want the organic, natural state of things and the way things, they don't like it. So they think they can just change it when you can't change reality. Reality is reality.
Well, and it goes back to every communist state that's ever come about. They ban religion first thing. Look at China. They've banned religion left and right in that country. They come down hard on anybody who's trying to like open churches and whatnot there. They don't want God in their country because they are the gods. They are the gods. And we can't be having that. You just can't let them control those types of things. It's too important. You look at in America, we have inalienable rights. And, we're in the Declaration of Independence, it says, these were given to us by our God, right? Certain inalienable rights, such as yada, yada. But you don't even need to believe in a God to believe that human beings come into this world and they simply have rights as a human being who exists. You have a right not to get killed, to be able to defend yourself, in other words, right? Well, how do you do that? Well, you have a right to have a gun. And if some bad guy wants to come at you in the middle of the night, you can shoot him. Let's start with that, right? You have the right to free thought, to free association, to freedom to worship in any way you please. You have the freedom to speak. You have the freedom to think however you want. And if you're horrible and vile and say and think horrible things, well, everyone's going to know it. And they're going to avoid you like the plague. And you're not going to have a real fun time because nobody likes you. Okay? And if you go on social media and say that stuff, well, then you're going to get community noted and you're going to get ratioed, as they call it. So certain rights that exist with humans. I have the right not to incriminate myself by being forced to speak up to police officers when they're trying to book me for a crime I didn't do. I can take the fifth and I can zip it up and get a lawyer and let the lawyer do all the talking. That's a right. And I mean, they go on and on and on. Slavery, 19th Amendment. Let's get rid of slavery. Absolutely. You have a right not to be enslaved. It should be the first, right? But you get it. It's we're a flawed country, and we've always been trying to achieve better and better. It's not the guarantee of happiness, which is what diversity, equity, inclusion, and the left and communism, all these things want to guarantee you the happiness. No. In America, you have the right to pursue happiness. Not be given it and handed it. You can pursue it. You can work harder than the next guy. You can be smarter. You can study harder. You can learn more. You can stay at work later. You can go the extra mile, and eventually you're going to get rewarded for it.
Yeah, and it's like Ramaswamy said, we're in the pursuit of excellence. America is. We're not perfect. We're in the pursuit of what's the saying? The pursuit of I forget the saying, but anyway.
Well,
essentially,
of a better nation.
Yeah, of a better union. We're not perfect, but we're headed that direction. But these people, like the Bidens, Joe Biden and regime and the Democrats, and they're all authoritarians, but all of them, and the rhinos are as well. Whatever's left of the rhinos, the Republicans that are Republican in name only, they're authoritarians as well. They want to strip you of your rights, and they know that there's a huge paradigm shift happening. They know that for a fact because of AI. AI collects all the data. So they know that their doom and gloom is not popular. They know that authoritarianism is not popular. They know that global government is not popular. And that's why they're so authoritarian. That's why they start having all these draconian measures and so forth, because they're losing and losing badly. But I've got a message for the globalists and for all these tyrants. We will never surrender and we will never relent. You cannot fight against a force as strong as us because we have more endurance than you can even imagine.
That's right.
I've been doing this for 20 years, my friend, and I'll do it till the last day I have breath, that God gives me breath. I will fight tyranny and tyrants because it is an act of obedience to God, as we've said before.
Yeah. And I want to bring up a word you used a little while ago, union, a more perfect union.
Mm-hmm.
America is just that. It's a union, United States. It's a union, United States working together. The federal government has no right being as big and powerful as it is. Those powers should be, if I was running for president, I would probably go on a platform that said, hey, man, let's cut the federal government down to the point where all it's doing right now is paying back taxes and things that are specifically enumerated in the Constitution. Defense, treaties, trade deals, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else gone. Cut our taxes down to the point where we're basically paying off the debt at an accelerated pace and keeping the army running and not much else. The states, California, man, if federal taxes go down to 10% or something, you take it away. Raise your taxes up to 30%. Do everything you want to do. The power should belong in the states. That way, each state can have a chance to do it better. You got 50 opportunities to do it better than the next guy. And we will learn as a country which state is doing it right, what they're doing right, what the worst states are doing wrong, why they're doing it wrong, and fix it. You can look at the 10 states that have no income tax and wow, they're doing great. How are they doing so good? Well, figure it out. If you're doing bad, figure it out. But folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we've got to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, yeah. Good job.
Oh, yeah. Good job. We're clear? Or
Yeah, we're clear.
Hey,
Okay.
I wouldn't talk if I wouldn't be talking if we weren't clear.
That's true. Hey, if you want to, it's totally up to you, but I figure it's kind of on the same topic of what you're talking about. If I was the president, we might want to talk about, the Ron Paul philosophy of non-interventionism as well, because look at Trump. He was non-interventionist, and the world was a whole lot better than it is with us policing the world.
Absolutely not. There's no way I'm going to talk about that.
Cool.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Just shut him down. Just shut him down.
It's just an idea, man. It's just an idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm down. We got another entire hour to
What
go,
the way you were talking sounded a lot like Ron Paul, and like when he was president.
Well, yeah.
Other than you didn't mention the non-interventionist thing, but look at whenever we intervene, the whole world starts to go on fire. Didn't do much intervening. He just basically used it. What's the Theodore Roosevelt? He spoke softly but carried a big stick. In other words, don't mess with us. Don't anything or you'll have trouble.
I don't know if Trump spoke softly though at any point in his presidency. But
well, he had to have spoken somewhat softly at times, or he wouldn't have got Rocket Man to back down on all the missiles and stuff. So I'm sure he was firm as well. He was firm as well.
That's the thing. He called him Rocket Man and said, "My button's bigger than yours," and
Exactly.
But it was funny. I mean, the Rocket Man said, "Dang, that's very funny. Oh, it's very funny. I like this man."
I bet it's hard not to like Trump. I saw pictures when Trump was president, hanging out with Macron, and Macron looked like he was starstruck. Even though he's against him ideology, he understood that Trump was a real man. Trump was a real president, and they were in awe. And you saw that when he met with the globalists as well. They all just looked at him like he was, 1,000 times more stronger and powerful than all of them, because they are the weakest. That's really what happens. That's the Peter Principle. How people rise to their highest level of incompetence. That's what we have in the global, economy of I don't know, rule. You know what I mean? The New World Order. That's basically what it is. It's just people rising to their highest level of incompetence. And then a guy like Trump comes in, and they're just awestruck, man. He's like a celebrity.
Yeah, I mean, a genuine 30 billion or something. I mean, nothing to shake a stick at his peak. I don't think he's worth that today, but man, he's got his own 747, dude.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's still a billionaire. I mean, I think he's recouped a lot of his money since he,
Oh, several billions, of course. Yeah, I mean, big money. But I mean, who do you like a 747? People brag about, I've got a Gulf 6 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. No, I love his plane, man, and they just fixed it all up and repainted it. Looks great, man.
You could literally put like almost a one whole golf course on a 747.
Now, are they two levels? Some of the 747s have 2 levels, don't they?
That's the thing. You got out this level and just you can chip shot. Like have a green you chip up to.
Full court basketball gym, tennis courts.
Yeah.
While you're flying, I don't think could you play tennis while you're flying?
What's that?
I
don't
think
you could play tennis while you're
because
flying.
even when you're flying, you're always at an angle.
Yeah, I mean, there'd be some turbulence and whatnot, but you could do it. Like if you really, just wanted to like say,
If you
hey,
had the
we play
money,
tennis on an airplane.
what would it
like,
matter, right? If you just had
you
the money,
could like
what would it
lob
matter?
it back and forth a few times.
Now, if they put on the brakes, though, the ball would definitely go flying.
Or
Yeah, it'd be
turbulence.
It'd be like setting up a bowling alley on the jet. All right, you could do it, but do you really want that 15-pound bowling ball flying back at you?
Yeah.
You just got to pitch it harder. I can hear Willie. You just got to pitch it harder and let the monkeys do it.
Oh, it's so beautiful out here right now. I can't believe it, man. It's just stunning.
How much more time do we have? I'm gonna get some.
We got 3 minutes.
We'll get a snack.
We got another hour. We both took that question to mean totally different things.
Appreciate each and every one of you out there that's tuned in tonight on the other platforms. Love the radio folks, but hey, they don't get to hear what you're hearing now. So,
yep, we are on commercial break right now, and so yeah, you get to hear our behind the scenes of what goes on a radio show when they're on break. It's me making a bunch of noises and and Barry going AFK.
Yeah, and then sometimes you even hear Blue lapping up water in the background.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she'll do that in the middle of the show.
Yeah, during the show.
I can teach. I've taught her very well to be quiet when I'm on my microphone and she sees me doing this. But I can't stop her from eating and drinking. You know what I mean? If she's gonna roll up and start drinking water, I can't be like, no, don't drink water. I'm alive. It's a dog. She needs water. Drink water.
That's right. Or that crunchy dog food. Crunch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm about to roll milk right now. So bear with me if I crinkle here for a second.
We got about a minute and a half.
Just start using a pipe.
So we're good. What's that?
I ought to go like you and just start using a pipe.
You should. I have another one. If you ever came over here, I'd give you the spare one. I don't like short pipes. I got a really long stem pipe with a big bend in it, and
Mm-hmm.
Then I get cool smoke.
I mean, rolling
stems.
a cigarette versus smoking a pipe is like having a joint versus packing a bowl, right?
I don't know about that.
They both get you to the same place.
Yeah, it gets you to the same place.
I mean,
Yeah.
You're packing
30
a bowl
seconds.
or you're rolling a joint.
Yeah,
I
think it's better.
Get ready for the third hour, ladies and get ready.
I think the pipe's better because you can always, when you go back to it, you can always, have that taste of the last hit. But anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello and welcome. Hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. We like to hang out, have a lot of fun, and just talk about what's going on in the world. Like in the last hour, we were talking about Star Trek getting censored in Europe for boldly go where no man has gone before. How weak-minded do you have to be to find that offensive in any way and worthy of censorship? Seriously? This world is crazy. It's a clown town. And I don't know what to say about it. Let's see. The entire industry of journalism is in a free fall. Reading from Zero Hedge, the entire journalism industry is in free fall. Taylor Lorenz vlogs the death of MSM as BuzzFeed and Insider and Vice jettison assets. Yeah, lots of LA Times laying off people. Across the industry, all kinds of people are losing jobs in the fake news media, the mainstream media, the lame stream media.
Mm-hmm.
The leftist, indoctrinated, government psyop people are cutting back because they can't living doing this anymore. People are getting wise to it. You know, reporters used to be up there at the top of most trustworthy people. News reporter, boom, pretty trustworthy. Today, they're down there with politicians. They're at the bottom because we know that they lie to us. They'll lie to us about anything just to get an edge, just to get a political edge so their guy can win office. Why? Well, good things come to those who really prop up the government powers, you know? When the FBI calls you and says, hey, run the story, and you say, yes, sir, Mr. FBI, I will run that story and I will make it sparkle. Well, you get points, you know? They like you now. You're an insider. Maybe you go to that party where you get to make those connections. Maybe you get invitations to things that you otherwise would not have if you didn't kiss up to them and do their bidding. So I think it's good. I want to see more of it. Barry, what say you?
I mean, they're the dinosaur media for a reason. It's because they're going extinct and they're not popular. They're not well trusted. In fact, one of the things that they were saying over there at the WEF again, Tedros, I believe he's the head of the World Health Organization. He was saying that the biggest threat that we face is the alternative media. And they basically want us silenced. They want us censored, but it's not going to happen. And we'll never be quiet. We'll find, even if they were to censor us, like online, we'd find creative ways. I mean, I'd go back to printing DVDs and passing them out. There's nothing that they can do to stop us. They can try to intimidate us. That's not working anymore. They can try and use fear on us. That's not working anymore. So everything that they're doing is going to fail. We've just got to spend the rest of this time waking up as many people as we can so that we can all come together in a unified way and begin to wake up and inform the masses. And this mass awakening will basically just swallow up all this tyranny and authoritarianism.
Amen, brother. Amen. We've got to be active in this revolution, and it's an information war, as Alex Jones has been telling us for years. This is an info war. And we need to be at the forefront of getting your word out. Get on social media. Talk about things that are going on. And watch what happens when you go to and you try to talk about what's going on. James O'Keefe just had a interview. Well, it's not an interview. He had a meeting, a sit-down meeting to talk to one of the heads of like cybersecurity at the White House. And the guy came in and didn't really know who James O'Keefe was. Thought he was having lunch with some random dude, and the guy, you know, was interesting and asked him a bunch of questions, so he answered them all. And he just spilled the beans. Joe Biden's got dementia. Yeah, we know it. Kamala Harris, well, she sucks. No one likes her. She can't keep black staff on her team. Anyone she hires is black just says, I'm out of here. Like they get sick of it after, because she probably walks around pretending to be black. Because they say she's the first black vice president when she's Indian or something else. And I'm sure an actual black person goes into that office and it's like,
oh, yeah.
Why you ain't black? What are you talking about?
Well, not only that, the left is racist, man. The left is so racist. I mean, come on, man. Even Malcolm X talked about that.
Yeah.
They've been that way for a long time. That's why they projected onto the Republicans that we're racist when it's actually them, and they know that.
But he said there's no way they could get rid of her because she's the first, quote unquote, black vice president female, checking boxes left and right. It'd be just suicide to try to get her off the ticket.
When she was in Senate or the Congress, whichever one she got into first, they said she was the first Indian from India.
Yeah.
So which one is she? So it's just look. Is with the Democrats and the corrupt establishment, they just take the narrative, whatever benefits them. They're not about the truth. They're not about, just like Elizabeth Warren lying about being, Native American, and then people were like, and Trump was calling her Pocahontas, and they thought it was being racist. No, he was calling her Pocahontas because she didn't have any no Native American in her. She was not
it was
Indian
like
at all.
1/1000. And
everybody has that.
Is what it was.
Yeah, everybody.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous. And Kamala, isn't her mom of Indian descent and her father is of Jamaican descent? But wait a minute, that sounds like a black person, Jamaican. No. The slave owners in Jamaica, that descent, right?
Okay.
You go back like 4 generations, and one of the towns in Jamaica was named after them, because it was like a giant slave plantation, and her family was definitely, direct descendants associated with that plantation, owning it, not living at it and working at, owning it. So, where's the black lineage in her family? That's what, you ask yourself, and I don't see it. It might be there. I could be wrong, but I get all my information from very trusted sources. So, it's just they don't want to put that out. It's like Barack Hussein Obama, right? How many people know his real name? What name was he born with, right? Barry, you know this.
Barry Soetoro.
Right? Barry. Bullhorn Barry, some people called him. Some people even called him Bullhorn Barry.
Some people call him Barack Insane Obama. Barack Insane Obama.
Right around college, somewhere at that point in his life, he changed his legal name from Barry Soetoro to Barack Hussein Obama. So he changed his name to a Muslim name. That without being Muslim. Have you ever heard of anyone changing their name to a Muslim name without them actually being Muslim?
Well, he did spill the beans in that interview. He said, my Muslim faith. And the guy goes, oh, you mean your Christian faith? And he goes, yeah, I meant my Christian faith. No,
I don't know. Muhammad Ali changed his name. His original name was Cassius Clay.
Yeah, but he was Muslim. He took up the Muslim religion and changed his name to a Muslim name. That was his Muslim name.
That's right.
I'm saying
you got me there.
A Christian who's been Christian all life who changed their name to a Muslim name. You probably can't find one.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So I just, again, it's something that just most people don't know about our leaders, our dear leaders, that are kind of important things to know. Wait a minute, wait, this guy took a Muslim name? Huh. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Barack Obama doesn't sound that far out there, but
look, even when he gave speeches, he would have crosses taken down in some places where he'd speak at some Christian university or something, and he would there'd be a cross behind him. He'd make sure that they took the cross down, that kind of stuff, just weird stuff, but of course all kinds of Islamic stuff, that's fine. But there is an attack on Christianity. There is an attack on the cross. It's the biggest thing that's being under attack in the world. Christianity is there's more people martyred for the Christian faith than any other faith, and this is even admitted by the United Nations. So they're definitely, for whatever reason, targeting Christians. I mean, I have my theories, and other people have theirs as well. It could be a combination of things, but certainly they find Christians to be one of their biggest threats. People that are tyrants do find Christians to be their biggest threat. And a lot of the conservatives, that are in America, they may not be Christian, but they pretty much follow or believe in the ethos. So it has a strong influence in the conservative movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a thing. But anyway, sunset update, folks. It is going off out here right now. I mean, I can't tell you. I'm watching the curvature of the Earth in action. I mean, I'm watching how it's going under the clouds over here and suddenly lighting up the sky to the east. You know, do you ever have sunsets where you look west and it's really beautiful, but then you look east and it's just as beautiful? I'm in one of those, right? Normally it's sunsets over there and you're looking that way and you're like, wow, that's pretty. And then you turn around, it's just kind of
I think you're trapped in an alternate universe, man.
Oh, it's just, Arizona is a beautiful place in the winter, I got to say. I'm so glad I have the freedom and ability to come down here and just, live my life as a nomad.
Speak your mind, live your life, do your thing. It's the American way, man.
Anyway, let's dive back into the news here. 3 American soldiers killed and 20 injured in drone attack on base in Jordan. Iran came out and said, yeah, it's us. We did it. Well, and not in so many words. It was Iran. They did it. Mm-hmm. This is a big deal. There have been something like, I want to say 60, 70 attacks against U.S. bases in the region since October 7th. Mm-hmm. 84 times in 52 days. American forces attacked by Iranian proxies 84 times in 52 days. Biden does nothing. Now, Barry, you're a big proponent of, I don't want to see any more death. And I think everyone here is a big proponent of we don't want to see any more death. Now, we've got Nikki Haley and all of the warmongers saying, yeah, let's just take out Iran. Why not? Take them out. Take them out tomorrow. Kill whoever funded this, who's ever responsible for it, take them out. She said, I think everyone here is a big proponent of
Trump said this is exactly what's going to happen. Trump was saying you give them all this money, you do all this, you're going to have this problem. And then Trump is proven right like every time. Every time he's eventually proven right. And they mocked him and made fun of him. But it's not that they didn't know that he was right. It's that they knew he was right and they wanted to mock him so they can continue with their business as usual, which is more war, more money, more profit, more tyranny, more control, more destruction.
And Joe Biden undid everything. Remember the Abraham Accords? Of course, Trump was just nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize because of the Abraham Accords. And, if he doesn't get that, then the Nobel Peace Prize is just a joke.
It already is a joke because they gave it to Obama.
We all know it. Yeah.
They gave it to Obama right after
before
he came into office. Yeah.
Yeah, like right when he came into office, before he did a thing. They're like, Nobel Peace Prize, here you go. For what? I'm sorry. But yeah.
It's
Iran
all
out there doing this stuff. And what I'm wondering, though, is because I don't have my head around it. I don't know what the right thing to do is right now. What do you think is the right thing to do at this point?
I think, like I said before, and I'm sticking to this, there's going to be nothing that's going to be done that will make things better. So no matter what they decide, it will be to make things worse so that they can perpetuate war, so that they can make more, money off of war and profit and control different situations, maybe resources. It's going to be whatever benefits the elite few. And we don't get any spoils out of that either. Don't be thinking, oh, well, if we support America. No, those days are long over. We don't get the spoils. We don't benefit. It's only for the 1% of the 1% that get to benefit out of this stuff. And the people that suffer are innocent people. Mostly it's innocent people that are killed.
Yep. It is what it is, though, right? About it.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't put too much thought into it, like what would be the best answer, because we have the wrong people in control right now, and they're going to make sure that the right things are not done. Just like we talked about 1,000 times, Putin wanted to go to the negotiating table at least twice that I know of. I'm pretty sure it's been 3 now, but or maybe more. And Zelensky said, no, we must strike them with a nuclear bomb. That was his response to negotiations. And then Biden basically responded and said, no negotiations. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Well, who else do you negotiate with? You have to negotiate with people that want to do you harm. You have to. That's how it works, or else you have World War III. Russia has nuclear weapons. They're a very dangerous nation. We can't just start doing whatever we want to them and think we're not going to have repercussions from that. I mean, this is ridiculous.
It's Russia.
Yeah, and this is a Bush Jr. policy too, a Dick Cheney Bush Jr. where they said we no longer negotiate with people. We just go in, we bomb them and kill everybody and take over. And as Dick Cheney said, it's time we go to the dark side. Remember when he said that? He became Darth Vader and said we must go to the dark side. And that's when they started torturing and doing all kinds of things which had major negative repercussions.
Oh, we live in scary times, man. Not even like interesting, just scary times. This next election is, I mean, we've always said it year after year after year. This is the most important election of our lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you said that over the last?
But this one is different.
Years?
This one is different.
It's very different.
It is
very different.
Yeah.
We've never been here as a country. We're in uncharted waters, man. We don't know what's beyond, Beyond here lie dragons, I guess is the way to put it, Beyond here lie dragons. It's going to get ugly before it gets any better.
I'm kind of concerned about that myself. And I think that's important why we just have to keep our mental disposition so very, very, very strong, because we're going to see stuff happening all around us that's negative. And that's going to be really trying. That's going to be a heavy weight to carry, but we just have to be stoic, somewhat stoic during this time. You know what I mean? We can't be moved by our emotions. We must be focused in on the end game, and the end game is winning.
Mm-hmm. And we got to talk to those people around us. We have to bring up, you're not supposed to talk about politics and religion. Well, it's time to start talking about politics with people. Total strangers. And if they totally disagree with you, good on them. Good for them. You at least put in their brain that not everyone agrees with them.
That's right.
Not everyone agrees with you. At least now they went home tonight thinking, wow, I met that horrible person who actually, well, no, that's not a horrible person who actually supports Trump. That's half the country. Half the country you think in your brain are deplorables who need to go to camps and get re-education.
Right.
Did you see what they're doing to Jordan Peterson up in Canada?
Oh, yeah.
Making him go to re-education.
And treating him like he's a child, like he can't think for himself. Absolutely ridiculous. So Orwellian, so 1984. I think he's resisting. I think he's going to challenge that, and he should. I mean, we're not going to look, people that love freedom are not going to just submit to tyranny. It is not going to happen, globalists. Get over it.
He should sit through the whole thing and just ask a lot of questions. And I bet by the time he's done with his 80 hours of whatever, the guy leading the re-education will be a staunch conservative.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just reasonable conversations, open conversations are what lead to freedom. It's what leads to that, because one side can defend it
too. It leads, having open conversation is what really creates common sense. Because
I can explain my vision of government to somebody in 5 minutes. Not even that. I can do it in 3 sentences. I can give you exactly what I think the government should do. And I've explained it many times. Most of it's just there in the Constitution. But it takes somebody on the left an hour in a flowchart, a PowerPoint presentation that's going to be 20 minutes long with 40 slides. That's what they need to show their side of the argument. And even then, again, whatever they envision is not what's going to happen.
Yeah. Remember the Democrat Socialist group that was meeting, and they, what should have been maybe a 20-minute meeting took probably 6 to 8 hours, because they're so woke that they were, having point of privilege every 5 minutes. Point of privilege, point of privilege. Would people please stop the chatter? You're messing with my. I'm very sensitive to chatter and noise, and nobody was allowed to clap. They all had to raise their hands, and they had a little safe space that you would go to. Remember that?
Point of order. You're using gendered language again. Please stop that.
Exactly. And everybody should see that video if you haven't seen it, because that's the insanity they want to bring to this world. That is complete and total lunacy and insanity to the likes that, I couldn't even been in there for 15 minutes and not lost my mind.
Well, you can't function in a situation like that. It's, you can't get anything done afterwards. That's why it should have been 2 hours, because you're never going to get done when you're constantly worrying about offending this or that, or all the minutiae of all that.
I mean, if you see that video, you'll understand what we're talking about. You just have to see it if you haven't seen it.
Don't tell the audience what they have to do.
Well, you're free to see it. Let's put it that way.
We highly advise you all see it.
If you so desire to laugh, if you so desire to see, the lunacy of the far left.
And I think it was like a DSA, Democrats Socialists for America, conference turns into chaos. Something like that would probably get the video up, right? Just because they literally are just so sensitive. And now, my God, they're full on supporting the terrorists of Hamas. Thank you much. I just called them that. Yes. The terrorist organization known as, who is working out of the Gaza Strip to fight a perpetual, never-ending war with the people of Israel. And the people of Israel stood up and said, no, you're not going to do this anymore. October 7th, 1,200 dead. That's enough. We're going to rain down on you until it's over. And it's only over when the fat lady sings. And I don't see any fat ladies.
Well, didn't these same people think Osama bin Laden was a pretty swell guy, too?
Oh, yeah. They read his manifesto about 9/11 and said, wow, if you just read the manifesto, whoa, I'm telling you guys, he's got some points. And so be it. America's not the greatest place because we had people like Dick Cheney running the place back then, and Halliburton and all the things that were associated with it. Come on. But no. You cannot come up with a justification for 9/11 under any circumstances. But on that note, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We've got to go to break. Be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break, and you're breaking up a little bit there, CS. You were good.
Am I?
Yeah, you was. Now you're not. I don't know. Maybe it was you were moving around or something.
I think he was moving around there, and is when I heard it happen.
Oh,
yeah,
like
I could have been.
Like to give a big shout out to Chemtrails MN over on Live Space, along with Rice Pack.
Hey, Chemtrails, man, jump in here if you can.
Yeah,
I was getting ready to say, come on in, jump in. Do you have a way to get him the link? I mean, I don't have a private way to do it. I don't think. Is he on? Yeah, Barry or Mark, either one. Does anyone have a way to get him, like, to DM him the link?
Not
how much time do we have?
Presently.
We got another half hour left.
No, I mean, how much time before we go back live?
Oh, I don't know. 4 minutes, maybe.
Okay, I can send him.
3.5,
I can send him a link on. I'll send him a chat. Let me see if I can do that real quick. I've got the link right here.
I just can't do that in the main chat rooms that they're at because some of those chats on the other platforms don't allow you to do a private direct.
Well, can he hear us right now? He's listening in? He can hear us, right?
Yeah, he's listening. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to send you a link if you want to come on.
I think he's listening to us on D Live as well, but
I'm gonna send it in the
open
chat.
It up. I don't want to take in
the Minds chat.
Have any of that chatter from the pop-ups bleed back through, like on Sunday. We got about
I brought him up in the last show, Chemtrails. I brought him up. I was talking about we talked a little bit about
it'd be good to have him in here. I've been wanting him on this Wednesday show forever. I had to bug him for like 4 or 5 years to finally get into a podcast with him. And it was David Hogg. He reaches out to David people. Not me. But yeah, no, Chemtrails, man, guys, if he does come here, you're in for a real treat.
Heck, I'd hold him over for the all-new Cafe Enigma. We talk about that stuff too.
Is Chemtrails MN?
Yeah, Chemtrails MN.
Yeah.
Up in the chat for some reason when I search for him. Huh. Can I go to his page and send him a message directly on his page without? I mean.
No. If
Which
you
page?
give the link then to his page and on his page, everybody can see it and then can join in. And that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Explore rooms. No, I just did a regular search, and there's a search in the chat. It's right at the top. I figured that was what would bring him up if I typed it in. I don't even see a way to get hold of him. I'm trying to.
I'm gonna see if
I
I've
don't
got
really
a
use the
direct link
chat.
with him.
I don't use the chat very much.
Chemtrails, I'm sending you the link here. Oops.
All right,
In,
we got 30 seconds,
Skype.
and then we'll be back on air.
How many? 30?
30 seconds.
Okay, just sent you the link to the Skype room that we're in. If Chemtrails, if you want to join us, feel free. If you can't, I get it, but we'd love to have you.
You're breaking up again.
Am I?
Oh, 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. It is Wednesday night, last night in January, and what a beautiful night it is. You know, Barry, you said it was up in the 70s. Mr. Producer, Mark, you said it was, right up there with you, too?
Yeah, it's around the same.
Beautiful. It's about the same out here. I think it was 75 today for a high. Oh, feels so good. It's going to drop off next week again and yada, yada. We get back to a little bit of winter. But what a beautiful thing to live in the South, folks. Y'all Yankees up there, I love you. I love each and every one of you. But, man, this winter thing, once you do away with it, once you decide that winter shouldn't be a thing anymore in your life, it really changes everything. It's a wonderful experience. But I won't brag too much, and I'm probably taking some people off. So let's just move on to what's going on in the world. And, well, I don't know. We were talking before about 3 American soldiers killed, 23 injured, 58 some attacks against U.S. assets overseas since October 7th. What should be done in response to this? And I don't know. I mean, I think, when it comes to the, Yemen and the people in the clay huts there that are shooting, rockets and whatnot at our the shipping lanes going to the Red Sea. That is the only way to get to the Suez Canal, which is, obviously the most important shipping canal in the world. Next to the canal. How does the world allow for some ragtag group of misfits from a third world country control the biggest shipping lane in the world? I think you have to go in there and just end it, stop it, make it so they can't do that anymore. And it should be a global response. One country in the world that would object to saying, hey, you can't shut down the Red Sea. Okay, you can't shipping through the Suez Canal, especially when you don't even really have much of a standing army. You've got rebels that are doing this stuff. Okay, so that kind of solves that. But now Iran attacking a base in Jordan, killing 3 Americans, injuring 52. You can't not respond to that. Trump would respond to that. They wouldn't do it if Trump was in office because they know Trump would respond to it, and he would do it aggressively in a way that they would feel hard forever, for the rest of their life. They would know FAFO, hashtag FAFO, for you know what it is. They messed around, they found out. That kind of a response, I think, is what Trump would do, because you can't just let this happen. At the very least, where are the sanctions? At the very least, is Biden going to claw back that $10 billion he gave him? At the very least, is he going to stop them from selling oil to the global by shutting them out of the system? Sanctions. That's why the BRICS want their so bad, because America can, in the form of the world, they can shut you off from the banking system. With the BRICS, if that evolves, then all those countries are exempt from that. They don't have to worry about America waking up on the wrong side of the bed and making it so they can't trade on a global scale anymore. But I don't know, Barry, is the response here? Is it military? Is it financial? I think, some military and financial, but things have to change.
I mean, I don't know what the solutions are, but I know what the Biden regime and the globalists are going in crises management control, which means that they will do whatever they can to create more crises. That's what crises management control means to these people. They want to make sure that the wars broaden. And I forgot who, some alternative media pundit I was listening to the other day, they were talking about how already 7 nations have been involved since the October 7th event in, some sort of skirmishes and bombing and killings and war and all that kind of stuff. And that's just going to grow. So they're about managing the crisis to make more crisis. That's their agenda. And if I'm proven wrong, I'll gladly get back up here on the air and I'll say, hey, I was wrong. But you know what? I don't think I am wrong. And we'll find out, won't we? Soon enough.
Yeah, soon enough. It's coming. The answers are coming. I mean, something has to happen. And unfortunately, Biden is not going to do it. He doesn't have the fortitude. He doesn't have the people around him. We thought the people around Trump were horrible. The people around Biden are evil. They're the worst of the worst.
That's why they hated Trump, because he was the first president in like 70 plus years that did not start a new war. And they make so much money off of war. I mean, this is an Orwellian thing. The perpetual state of war is something they love. Not only that, it really keeps the masses in check as well, because, it's just that doom and gloom that's just constantly hanging over you, and people become war weary, and they're more willing to submit to, authoritarianism and draconian measures to just try and, bring peace. But they're not about bringing peace. They're about bringing more chaos and more mayhem and more violence and more war. And that is exactly what we're going to see between now and the election. And you can pretty much mark my words, that's what's going to happen. And I don't want that day. I wish the competent leaders in the world, but we don't. They're but we're the minority, and when Trump comes back, that will set the stage for the rest of the world to kind of get in check, because America is the leader of the free world, like it or not. And what goes in America pretty much goes everywhere else. We're pretty much the captains of the world. America sets a lot of the policies around the world. And so if we got a good, righteous president in there, then good things will happen. If we've got a corrupt, crooked president like crooked Joe Biden, chaos is only going to ensue. So between now and the election time, expect the chaos to increase. That is only going to get worse. And it's our job to expose it, and our job not to be overtaken by it and be overwhelmed by it, because I know we're all war weary. We don't want to see more killings. We don't want mass killings. We don't want murder, mayhem, and chaos. We need peace in the world. And yes, as you were saying earlier, Trump should win the Nobel Peace Prize.
And the dinosaur media will tell you that Trump is the end of democracy. The end of it. Democracy will be over. We've heard that term repeated ad nauseum for the last few months. Electing Trump will mean the end of democracy. He will never give up the seat. He will never yada yada. It's just me. Trump's already been the president. People aren't that stupid. They know, wait a minute, well, he's going to do what? He already was in there for 4 years. Why didn't he do it then? Say what you want. He did leave the office and hand over power to Biden. Okay. So it's just insane what this dinosaur legacy media is trying to put down our brains every day, trying to teach us, when we know, we can see it with our own eyes. That's just a lie. It's a lie. The end of democracy as we know it. Well, guess what, man? If Biden gets us into World War III, he can postpone the elections. If it's wartime. He can do all kinds of different things in wartime. And the legacy media, dinosaur media, will say, wow, he's so brave to suspend the elections. Wow, I can't believe what a brave, thing this is to do. He's just showing his leadership right now as he, right? They don't care. Their bread gets buttered by the government. The more power the government has, the more power they get. The bigger their audience. And they know their legacy media, it's dying. Time magazine laying off giant amounts of people and saying, hey, the cuts are still coming. We still need to dig deeper. All these companies laying off people. Legacy media, election year. in the beginning of an election year, you're people at Time Magazine. How does that work? Okay. I'll end a little bit, but let's go back to Middle East. Representative Ilhan Omar the other day came out and gave a speech in Minnesota where the president of Somalia was there. She referred to him as our president.
Yep.
We have a special relationship. I call him uncle. He calls me girl. Somalia is our home. It is our heart. We always think about Somalia. Okay. Representative Ilhan Omar.
Yeah.
So people are calling for her to be removed from Congress.
I agree.
Swearing allegiance to another country. Removed from Congress. That's actually sanctioned, removed. I'm all for that. I would vote yes for that.
100%. 100%.
They're also saying, get her out of the country. She apparently lied on a bunch of her documents when she migrated here. She was married to her brother or something.
Yeah, there was some weird stuff about all that. I remember. I don't recall it all, but it was didn't seem all on the up and up to me.
Yeah, but if she loves Somalia so much, go. Make the best of it there. You've got all this money. You can do wonderful things there. You can invest. You can put people to work, provide jobs, make money.
We've been saying these people are, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, as they call them over there in D.C., and she's one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. We said that they were anti-American, and they go, oh, right, they're conspiracy theorists. No, I mean, look, this is a season of great disclosure, and the disclosures are going to continue to pour out. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. Yeah, there's going to be doom and gloom happening all around us, but at the same time, we, the people, are going to be having victory after victory. It's sort of like a wheat and tares moment where, both good and evil are kind of rising up at the same time, but eventually we will win. And we just have to endure the next, whatever it is, 9 months before the election time. And then hopefully Trump will move in very quickly and secure the border.
Well,
turn on the
it's January.
oil.
It's January 22nd, so it's more like a year from now. It's less than a year. 51 weeks from now, Trump would take over the office if he wins. So, and if Trump wins the election, those months from October to January are going to be hectic. Talk about lame duck. No. He's going to get his pen out, and his hand's going to be hurting at the end of the day. They're going to be soaking it in hot water, giving him rub downs with his pen hand, because he's going to be signing everything they put in front of him for 4 months straight. It'll be a nightmare. It'll be a nightmare.
It'll be a nightmare for the Democrats, for certain.
Well, it will be. Parties bounce back and forth, though. It's just what they've done. And they're just, in my mind, there needs to be a fracture of the Democratic Party where the corporatists go over here and, the fourth wave feminists go over here, and the kids that want to make your children transition go over here. And they all kind of say, hey, we don't agree on certain things. Right.
Well, they're divided. The liberals are completely divided. Yeah. The only thing they're unified on is to defeat Trump. That's it. That's it.
Okay, fourth wave feminism, right? So let's talk about that for a sec. Third wave feminism was what existed in this world a couple of years ago. J.K. Rowling, right? Very feminist, but, abortion, all that stuff, yes. But trans men in sports, not so much. Right? That's where the fourth wave feminism comes into being, that you can't even define what a woman is. You're such a feminist. What is a woman? Well, it's a woman. But what is that? XY chromosome? Or 2X? I forget which one's which, but you get my point. Is it chromosomal? Is it biological? Or is it a state of thought? It's just a state of thought that I can be a woman. I don't know. Once the show's over, I'll kick back and, be a woman for the rest of the night. Why not? It's just a state of mind. And therefore, you can compete in women's sports.
Right.
I can wake up tomorrow and go to some, arm wrestling competition and compete as a woman. And I don't know, I might even win a prize. You get my point.
Well, speaking of waves, the wokeness and the radical far left comes in, and there is to their outer limits of lunacy. So it's wave feminism now, but then there'll be a fifth wave and a sixth wave and an eighth wave of whatever. You know, it's just only going to get weirder until it implodes on itself.
And right now, it's not very feminist because if you're, the number like distance runner in Connecticut, and the number one distance runner is a trans, then you might lose a scholarship. You might not get into the school because they only have one slot for Connecticut to take. It's things like that really have ramifications in the quality of life that you're going to have for the rest of your life.
Sure.
God forbid you might have to go to Vassar instead of Yale. Big deal here. But you get my point. It changes trajectories. It changes things. It's intentional. They're doing it intentionally for sinister reasons, as we talk about all the time, for sinister reasons.
And part of that new wave of feminism is basically not just that men are bad, but men can have seriously, this is part of it. No positions power whatsoever. This is like Mark Hamill, the celebtard. He was talking about that. And you have celebtard Will Ferrell talking about it. He's like, no, I just want to apologize for men. We've gotten it wrong over the years. Everything we've done is everything is wrong. Please, just women, take everything over, Will Ferrell said.
But Barry, I can just identify as a girl and run for president tomorrow and off you go.
And again, that's what I'm saying. The outer limits of lunacy, there is no outer that's too far with these people. It just gets worse and worse and worse until we the bud and say, no. I want to come back to reality. I want common sense to be restored. I don't want to live in this Stranger Things of the upside down anymore. I'm sick of this crazy demonic world that you guys have created.
It's sad stuff, man. It's just an upside down, backwards world. And I don't know what the quick, easy answer is. I just don't know.
Well, I think the beginning stage is not to comply with it, not to go along with it, and to hold your ground. In other words, have a backbone and be relentless. And another thing is, before you even get to that place, you have to know who you are. You have to know what you believe. You have to know what your foundational truths are. Before you can even stand up against evil, you got to know where you stand. So if you haven't gotten to that point, you need to start there. What are my core fundamental beliefs? What do I believe in? Do I believe in God? Do I believe in humanity? Do I believe in love? Do I believe in compassion? Do I believe in America? You need to find out what you believe yourself, not what you've been told by the corrupt establishment, but what you have figured out on your own.
And even if you think we're living in a matrix, there still should be moral foundations within your body, lines you wouldn't cross. Because think of how others treat you and how you treat others, and you want to be on parity with that. You want to be a do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
That's exactly right.
Right.
And by the way, that is what they want to get rid of, because that's part of the age of science and reason, also known as the age of Aquarius, also known as the Great Reset. They want to do away with all of the Christian ethos, which is compassion and love your neighbors yourself and, laying down your life for your friends, that type of thing. They want everything to be controlled in an age of science and reason. But whose science? Obviously pseudoscience. And whose reasons? A bunch of psychopaths reason. So this new age of Aquarius that they're trying to create is basically demonic, in my opinion. It's crazy, insane world. They want to do away with compassion, kindness, mercy, forgiveness, and bring in science and reason, which is an authoritarian model. That is an authoritarian model.
Yeah, how do you bring in morals into a world where everyone has no God, no foundational anchor as a society that Christianity has provided the West for so many years? It's like I say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So many basic
the golden rule.
So many things like that are just foundationally important to a society so that it all doesn't collapse. I mean, think about it. When rent is due, you know your rent is due on the 1st, right? And on the 25th, your company pays you. Okay. And your company is now dependent on some other company that ordered some textile from your company, say 60 days ago, to pay their bill, the 60-day terms on the bill. So boom, after 60 days, they have to that bill for the textiles you sent them 2 months ago. But in the meantime, they had to take those textiles and convert them from raw cloth into T-shirts and print, a label on them or whatever, and sell them off to a group of people that are always coming to their website on a regular basis to buy that T-shirt. And each one of the people has to have enough disposable income to be able to go back once a month to that website and say, hey, those great T-shirts, I want another one for this month. It's the world is very dynamic when you really think about where your money comes from. Milton Friedman had that whole thing about the pencil and how hard it is to make a pencil. You've got rubber tree in Indonesia. You got the metal around the rubber that's made in Pittsburgh. You got the wood that gets milled down in Colombia, right? And then the lead, right, which gets mined from whatever, and all these things independently. This guy in Brazil didn't make that lumber with pencils in mind. He just made the lumber. He cut down the trees and brought it to market. No one had that pencil in mind when they went out and did these things, but it all came together. Some guy in the middle who just said, boom, put all this stuff together in this factory with these people and these machines, and boom, we can kick out pencils all day. It's a giant system, and everything is reliant on one another. If you don't pay your rent, then your landlord can't pay off the mortgage for this month, right? And so, boom, all of a sudden, if he can't pay that off, his interest goes up. He gets a penalty. He gets a fine. And suddenly that fine causes him to miss another payment. And that other person that he missed a payment to suddenly can't pay a bill because he didn't get paid from your landlord. And that trickles down through the vine. Everything is on demand. Half our country lives rent month to month right now, month to month, meaning that if they don't get that injection of money on the 25th, it all shuts down.
And everything seems to be falling apart. Even like airplanes are falling apart. And remember when I said about a year ago, and I've repeated it a couple of times as well, we're basically under the Biden regime. It's like a carny mechanic that doesn't tighten the screws and oil, the rides. And eventually it starts falling apart. Basically what they're doing, but is it even safe to fly anymore is the question. You got people that are fully jabbed that are flying their planes, right?
In 2014, back in 2014, there was a bunch of mainstream media about how they were injecting diversity, FAA, and all these different aviation companies, right? And now we're having doors flying off 747s as they're coming into land, or taking off or whatever.
That's right.
We had another flight. The passengers looked out the window and said, "Hey, shouldn't there be bolts there?" There's bolts, that's all bolted down on every plane.
It was
I've
a
ever
passenger saw that. A passenger.
Yeah. Every time I've been on a plane, that's always bolted down too. Let me go ask the pilot. And suddenly, pilot's like, that should be bolted down for sure. So let's not fly today right now. Let's just see what we can do. Get you guys, out to Cleveland here as quick as we can, right?
That's just, we're not joking when we're giving these analogies and these metaphors and when we're telling you what's happening, because CS and I and Mark and everybody else, we got our finger on the pulse, man, and we're trying to warn you, to awaken you so that you can be activated.
Activated and relevant. Get out there and talk to people. They need to know this stuff. They want to know this stuff. But they'll tell you you're crazy sometimes.
That's fine.
Barry, speak to it, man. We got a few minutes. Let's speak to it, because you do this a lot more than I do.
I've been doing it for 20 years.
Where I live agree.
I've been doing this for 20 years. I was that guy passing out DVDs, early on when I first learned about all this kind of stuff. Hundreds and hundreds of DVDs, had stacks of, articles that I printed out, that I passed out, watched tons of documentaries, read lots of books, just researched and just blabbed my mouth wherever I went. And I've had some negative response from that. I've had people yell at me, scream at me, tell me to leave the nation, tell me to leave, the country, and that I didn't love this country. When actually dissent is patriotism. The reason you dissent is because you actually love the country and you want to save the country. And I would try to explain that to people.
I'm sorry, but Nancy Pelosi told a bunch of Chinese people from her house to go back to China the other day. I swear. But go ahead.
No. Well, she's racist, obviously. I mean, right? I mean, we've been saying that the left is racist. We don't just say that because, we're Republicans. We're saying that because it's true. They're a charade. Everything that they
If she said go back to Chinatown, I would have been okay with it. But she said go back to China and your headquarters.
I mean, she's nuts, man. She's completely nuts.
She's losing it. Yeah, it's wow. Anyone who protests against me is a Russian. It's being funded by Russians. Insanity. But
well, anyway, one of the best ways you can fight back is just have some scruples, do things the way that nobody's doing it right now, and you can prosper because people are looking for entrepreneurs and businesses that conduct their business in a moral fashion.
Exactly. And it's so important because, again, that thread through society, man, one part of that thread breaks, one chain, and one link in that chain breaks and the whole chain breaks. So we live in a fragile society, folks, where trust and having moral fiber is so important, which is why communism just can't work because there's no ability to have that moral fiber that religion brings to so many people in this world. Secondly, it's all guaranteed that you're just going to sort of whatever, like government says, hey, we got you. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about it. You have to work hard. You don't have to go the extra mile. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. It is Wednesday night, and we are all out of time. Folks, we love each and every one of you awesome people out there. Thank you for listening. Barry and I love you.
Peace.
We got to go.
Peace.
Say goodbye, Barry. Peace.
Peace.
We're out. Stay tuned for more from DREAGUS Productions tonight.
All right. Good show, guys.
3 hours, man. We did it.
Yeah. It's getting easier, too. It's getting more and more like not an ordeal. I don't know, the first time it was kind of daunting, and then, it's not...
It's not too much.
Hard anymore.
To me, it's not too much. I mean, I feel like there's still plenty of
room. Don't say it. No, don't say it. We're not doing a 5-hour radio show, dude. We're not doing 5 hours.
No.
Don't go there.
That's just
I feel
crazy.
If we just get started by noon and end at 7, that'd be, ideal. Every day, too.
Yeah.
Every day at noon. Yeah, do that one too, right, huh? Right. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get us set up for the all-new Cafe Enigma. I think they're going to be talking about UFOs again tonight, so that should be great. I'm looking forward to it. So I'll catch up with you guys later on, and look for the archives out tomorrow around the same time, as I normally put them out the next day.
All right.
Awesome, yeah.
All right. You guys take care, and I'll catch up with you later.
Peace out, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. You're the best, man. Wouldn't be here without you.
All right. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and get set up for the all-new Cafe Enigma radio show, where we talk about UFOs, Dogman, Bigfoot, crazy stuff that you never would believe in, that could actually be real and happening. And we talk about stuff like time travel and other things like that, and some day-to-day stuff. All right, let me get this all set up. I'm going to give them a ring-a-ling-a-ling on Skype and get this going. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves tonight. We are doing. We always do 2 radio shows on Wednesday night. It used to be 3, now it's 2. But the first show is no longer 2 hours; it's a 3-hour show. And I hope you enjoyed all the great information that we got out there to you from the first show. So let me get everybody set up and get this party started really soon. So, and if you're out there and you're listening, and you want to make a comment, please make comments in the chat. If you want me to pass it on to the host, go ahead. I really try hard to get to all the chats and get that out there. Sometimes it's time constraints that we have. All right. Having a good night over there on TMV Cafe. I just passed the torch over to Zombie Zach for his show Afterlife. So, folks, if you're listening on the radio side, if you want to listen on the radio side, he has a great little comic and movie review show. So you can check him out sometime. But I am getting ready to set us up for the all-new Cafe Enigma. Let's see who shows. I'm sure we'll have either Big D or Nancy and Victoria Vass and John Bell in tonight. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. And we're getting all set up, Vicky.
Hey, how are you?
Doing really good. How was your week?
It's been pretty good so far.
Awesome.
I'm thinking about you in Texas. There,
Yeah.
lots of going on over there.
Yeah, lots of stuff going on here. It's been really nice weather-wise, too.
That's very nice because other parts of the U.S. can't say that.
Yeah. So we hear.
Yes. So have you had a good day so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. The first show went off without a hitch, and I'm really happy, and I'm hoping we'll be good to go for this one, too.
Wow, that's great. And we'll just be hopeful, and I'm sure that'll happen.
Yep. If you've seen, John's been posting all sorts of great UFO sightings that he's got, and he's even afraid to go out after 8:30 or 8 o'clock tonight. So it's 9 o'clock there where you guys are at. So
Yeah.
he's inside, so I know he's around somewhere. He said,
Yeah, he's had, and there's been a lot of things in the skies. And didn't he say the last time that, yeah, he's almost afraid to go out because he sees so much of the orbs and all kinds of stuff. See, I think the pixies are visiting him.
"Oh, I don't know. Could be."
Those orbs were pretty impressive because, usually you see those when you take photographs, they just sort of show up, or sometimes you can, if you're filming, you can see them
Yeah.
too. But
Oh, and Vicky, we are back on Telegram tonight.
oh,
Just to let you
good.
know, if you want to go ahead and watch that for me.
Okay.
I'm streaming there, but it's really hard to, bounce from here, all the other places that I'm at, into the Telegram site. Takes up a
Okay. What
lot
would
of,
you like me to do if I see somebody, showing up?
yeah.
Should I just, tell you, or should I
Yeah,
make?
well, you can, if anybody shows up in there, you can, tell them to, come check us out. Stick around. The show's going to be starting soon, and hang out. If they
Okay.
have any questions, they can send them to you, and then I'm sure you'll post them or tell folks in chat as well.
Okay.
live space, folks. You guys are coming up and around. Thank you. And Rumble, love you guys. And Kick as well. Facebook and YouTube and Twitch, love all you guys. And we're over on Twitter as well. We stream there on X
Wow.
all the time for all the shows, as well as let's see here. Oh, D Live, yeah, D Live's a pretty new one. I'm not in the chat room there. If you do D Live, could you
Mm,
open that tab up? I
I actually don't. I wouldn't
uh,
even know where to
the
find
reason
it.
why is D Live has this thing about you can stream to it, but it's going to have lots of pop-ups, and I'm like, and it comes in and it affects the stream, and I don't need to hear all advertising
Yeah.
from someone else when we have in-stream advertising.
Yes, I understand. It's kind of like when your phone goes off when you're
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the, you know,
yeah,
and you get messages and
yeah.
yeah,
It's like being spammed, but Oh, we're always over on Josh Who TV anytime that we're live. Uh, love everybody out there. Odyssey as well. If you follow us, you can follow us on Odyssey if you're having problems with any of the other platforms. Sometimes changing platforms is a good way to go if you're having some issues with resolution or even sound.
okay.
So this is for everybody out there that's listening.
You're so smart because
Yeah,
I'm just happy to be, you know,
yeah.
on Telegram, and I never start. I hadn't done this before, you know, 2021 or any kind of social media. So it's an adventure.
Always an adventure because I'm always getting out to more and more sites. Where's our lucky lady Nancy at?
There she
Right here, you
is.
dong.
There she is, the
Hi,
lady
Nance.
of
How
the
you doing,
hour.
Nance?
What? Hold on, I'm
Hey,
trying to get
Nance.
my
How you doing?
headset situated here.
Is it not
We were
on your
just
neck?
talking about Lady Luck, and here you come.
There you go. The lady, she's a Florence Nightingale to doggies.
Oh my goodness.
Doggies. Yeah,
Doggies.
okay.
Where be
They're
the big
getting
dog?
big. I'm telling you, man. These pups are now they're a bit over 6 weeks old. They are getting like big.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them today clobbered me with her paw, and I was just like, "Holy crap!"
Where be the big dog? Oh, right there.
Well, and they're
Nessie,
still
right?
yeah, Nessie. They're still goofy though. They're puppies, so they're
Yeah.
goofy as all hell. But that animal can escape anything. Like we have these pens, the puppy pen set up. It's
Uh-huh.
about 2 feet high, and imagine again, these are only 6.5 week old puppies, and she climbs her way out.
Yeah.
Little shit. Like I leave and I'm like, oh, the house should be fine. I come home and I've got her brother's in the pen crying because he can't climb it out, and she's sitting on my couch. I'm like, oh my
Oh,
god, little shit.
is your couch still, intact? No bite marks with
Oh yeah.
stuffing?
Although
Or
we
does?
have discovered the art of the pee pad because
Ah,
yep,
Oh,
because she knows to get down, but
now
again,
that you're
he's a
in,
little
Nance,
bit. I think
I
he's a
gotta go
runt.
check something real quick. I'll be right back.
Yo,
okay.
where's D?
Oh, don't know.
Donde
Did you
está D?
did
Go ahead.
you see my post about that big dog?
Yes, I did. Did you get that from
That
King the Orphan?
I don't know. Maybe no. I have to go back. I put a couple of his things on, and he probably ticked off, but but I thought they were
That
good.
is
But
beautiful. What is it? What was it called? An Asian Shepherd, I think it was. Oh,
yes,
beautiful animal.
I think I got it from a different. That is huge, and
Oh
and
yeah,
I looked up the Rhodesian. I can't-
Ridgeback.
Yeah, that's a big dog too. But dang, and of course the biggest one I guess is a one of those barrel holders. What, Saint Bernards? I guess are they the tallest?
I
The
thought
biggest?
no, I thought the Irish Wolfhound was bigger.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, hounds are massive. They're ugly though. I mean, I love big dogs, but I mean, I remember years ago somebody had said to me, "Oh no, the Irish Wolfhound is the biggest." Looked it up, and I was like, "That is like nightmares are made of that. That is one ugly dog."
Yeah, it is.
Not that any dog is really ugly, but oh Lord, what were they thinking when they bred that one out?
Oh no. Well, I guess it'll just scare all the wolves away.
Scare all the wolves away. Nice.
I don't know, but or maybe they're, walk into bars because they're Irish. Who knows? I don't know. How have you been?
Good. How are you?
Okay, just hanging in there and trying not to flood. I guess. Does it tick you off that I post on your channel? I'm trying to cut back, way back.
Why?
Oh, because I didn't know whether that ticks people off or whatever. Yeah. Or if it's a help to you because it's like, okay,
No, the whole reason the channel is there is for people to share and communicate. I don't get nothing pisses me off. You know that. I'm all about information exchange.
Okay.
Just you got it, drop it.
Yeah, I do that, and and I just wanted to make sure because
no.
I sit there and go back and forth with Suzanne or Stacy or and then I see it's so cute to see the little people, like, oh, what's his name? He's so cute. He pops up all the time, or Nurse Ratchet, or
I actually know Tracy in person. Like Tracy and I have actually gone on ghost hunts together.
Oh, fun.
That's her nickname, Nurse Ratchet, because that comes from an infamous, evil nurse. But she is a nurse in real life. She's a trauma nurse. And she's actually one of the most active people I know. Like she goes spelunking all the time and just she does the Appalachian Trail. She's got some PTSD, but incredible woman. Like I love Tracy to death, and I love ghost hunting with her. I love just hanging out with her. She's funny as all hell, but she is one of these. She's a real, Trump lover. In fact, she was up in D.C. on January 6th. In fact, we had close communication with her the whole time we were up there. But she was up there with more of a militia group, and we were not. Yeah, I was not. I said to Ralphie, I don't want to get involved in that. I mean, that's not what this is about. And I'm a real. I don't know. I stick to my guns on certain things, and it's not that I don't believe that everything has gone ass backwards, but I do. I said I don't know why it resonates, but follow the plan. I said, you know what?
We're not supposed to. Yeah.
It just resonates with me. It's like I have this feeling that I'm not supposed to do certain things. I said if Q wanted us to do certain things, he would have made that very plain. If Trump wanted us to do certain things, he would have made that very plain. I said, it just now they're telling us to hold back, then we need to hold back. And
I see that. I posted, I think I even made a comment like, yeah, so we're not supposed to, if those places in Texas explode, nuns are not supposed to be part. We're peaceful.
I think that's a trap. Honest to God, I really, I was just talking about that in the Parlor Hub chat. I hopped in there before I hopped out here, and I just said because John asked me, and Citizen said, "What do you think about what's going down on the border?" And I said, honestly, and he said, yeah. I said, I think it's a distraction.
Yep.
I think it's a trap. I said, I know the FBI has infiltrated all their Telegram chats, all their WhatsApp chats. I said, they have all the information they could possibly scrape on all these people involved in those chats. I said, got all the plate numbers as these people are coming over the border. They know they're going to everything. I said, you thought January 6th was a trap. Oh,
right.
Drive their cars to the Capitol, okay? we had, thankfully, it was a very nasty day. So a lot of us had hoods up and everything else because it was freaking cold and it was freaking nasty. I was like, so you had that somewhat anonymity and you were capable of getting in the crowd. I said, but not this situation. This is like, it stinks of setup, start to finish. I was like, and it's not just, I said, I don't trust the players on either side of this. I don't trust Governor Abbott. I don't know why. Something in me just doesn't trust him. I was like, I don't trust the players on either side. And that's never a good thing. I was like,
But
then you
Abbott's fearful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh?
Abbott's playing the conservative game because if he doesn't, Texas National Movement will push in there.
Yep.
And he does not want to take and deal with secession during all this.
Nope.
Because the guy that's the president of Texas National Movement would get in there real quick and say, oh, we need to do this because it's a violation of the state constitution. And we have that right in Amendment 1.
It was funny because one of the people in the chat had asked me, do you think Texas is going to secede? And I said, not under Abbott, they won't. And he said, why? And I said, because too much of Texas is blue. Too many big metropolises in Texas are blue. I said, it would be a political death sentence for him. He won't do that. And he's making too much money on both sides of this. No, he's not. It won't be Abbott. The people in Texas might rise up and displace Abbott, and then you might see a succession, but not under his – I don't think so, not under him. I said, and at the same time, you've got that shit going on over in Jordan. That was ridiculous. I said they had a drone that bombed tower in Jordan, and they thought it was American. Our armed forces misidentified an Iranian drone as an American drone. I was like, let me tell you something, as somebody who works in technology,
that don't
not
happen.
possible.
That don't happen.
Not possible.
That was a little weird.
No, those drones have tokens, just like the airplanes do.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way it could be mistaken is if that token was hacked. And if that was a hacking situation, that is not the Iranians doing that shit.
No.
Okay,
because
because they're not exactly for their hacking capabilities over there. That's like Five Eyes shit. That is Mossad. That is, CIA. That is an upper echelon of hacking, and it goes beyond military hacking. And it's like, I'm just shaking my head because everybody's, we're going to go to war with Iran. No, we're freaking not. If we go to war with Iran, the mullahs are going to dump all the shit they've got on us to the world.
I know.
And it's just not going to go good. Can tell you that. And we'll be fighting our own shit. So it's like, but I was like, I think it was Israel.
Go ahead.
I think it was Israel. Honest to God. I said, I think Israel's trying to push us into a situation where we're proxying for them with Iran. Because they can't go after Iran directly.
But I thought they were working together.
No. Underneath it all, yes. But again, you have players within players within players. And layers within layers within layers. And you've got, right now, Netanyahu's in big trouble with his own people in Israel.
Right.
They are starting to, that pain from that invasion is starting to fade a little bit, and people are starting to question what exactly is going on. He changed certain laws. It was unconstitutional for him to do that. He tried to get rid of the judicial system over there. It backfired in his face. Right as that was supposed to get, really publicly objected to, they get hit with this weird from Hamas, who somehow managed to walk in and do whatever they wanted to for 7 hours before anybody responded. Oh my God, it's so ludicrous. It's so.
Yeah. No. How can anybody? Yeah. No, not Israel. No.
Like I said, they are a military state. I've said that to people. They are a military state, okay? In Israel, when you turn 18, you get a choice. You can either do public service or the military. That is your choice.
Mhm.
It's a military state. Each citizen is trained military pretty much. So,
Yep.
go ahead.
Oh, no, it's an existential battle, don't you think? I mean, they're fighting for their very existence.
I think Israel has the same problems with their population as we have here. You have been pummeled with information, but it's one-sided information, or it's twisted information, and that if you want to create an enemy for people to focus on, that is not hard to do. And if you really want you want a sense of pride within the country, focus on that enemy. That's why the United States has always had an enemy. The only time we didn't really was under Trump. That was the only time we kind of saw fences getting mended rather than broken.
Right.
We had the Russians, we've had the Germans, we've had the Japanese, they were an economic enemy. We have had just one after another after another. It never seems to stop. Now we're back to the Russians again. I mean, now it's the Chinese. Oh, look, but the Chinese been here the whole damn time.
I know.
We need to, the Chinese, they're hacking us. No, you dumbasses, you gave them the passwords.
I know, exactly.
I mean, what the hell?
We gave it to them.
I just sit and shake my head. I'm like, let me refer you back again to Hillary Clinton's emails and the DNC server hack. On both occasions, there was this hacker by the name of Guccifer and Guccifer 2. Two different Gucifers. They were sitting on the servers when they were hacked. And guess who's on those servers with them? Freaking China. And they both said it. China was on those servers. So that meant that they had to have, it wasn't exactly, and they were like, it wasn't like it was hidden. China was on those servers. So, yeah, that means there was a permissiveness there. And that was never, you saw little excerpts here or there. Oh, it got mentioned as a side piece, but no one ever really brought it front and center. And in the interim, you've got the Chinese buying up all this land near our military installations. You've got the Chinese buying up our farmland. You've got Chinese who have bought out our debt. People forget the 2008 stimulus. Where the hell do you think that money came from, folks? It wasn't us.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't us. And nobody was ever made privy to what the deal was with them. What was the leverage? Because it's a couple of $1 billion without expecting something as leverage.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah.
That there's so many, like you said, layers upon layers of players. And is it any wonder we're all kind of confused?
No, and right
as
now,
far as, yeah.
We're going into dangerous times now because China is got some economic issues. Although I will also back that up with the whole thought process of y'all need to look at their gold stash, because as much as you want to say, oh, their financial markets are wavering, oh, they're weak, oh, the yuan is weak, oh, dude, they have more gold than God. So
I don't think they have more gold than us, though.
Honey, we don't have
another
any.
one that has a lot of gold too is India.
What about
India.
all that, the Vatican?
They have temples that never been
emptied.
cracked open, and raided
But
in India.
Here's the thing, though. We don't know for sure that happened. And if that happened, that is not possession of the current government. We'll put it that way.
Well,
Are you
maybe.
sure that because they aren't gold backing and Trump didn't, Mnuchin's on the new rainbow money, the Treasury note, and it's in Texas that we have our
Talk about
new...
what is it? I forget the rainbow currency. I know what you're talking about. That's XRP, XLM. Yeah. This way, it's not, that gold is not in the possession what we see at our current government. Okay. So
well,
it's
not Biden government, not the fiat government. Right.
Correct. Because if that gold exists, because again, we're working on unprovens here. Now, my thing is that, again, China's sitting on a mountain of gold. India, Mark is very right to mention that. And what I find very interesting about that, Mark, is that about 4 years ago, I was in a chat room where it was several different, I will just say several different nationalities were represented. Two of them were Indian. And what they were talking about was the fact that India was making a backdoor deal with China for women because the Indian bloodlines are closer to the Chinese bloodlines than, and didn't want to intermingle with the Mongol bloodlines. So backdoor deals for Indian women to breed with, because China doesn't have their it's like Japan. Japan's population is in such a decline right now. Funny. Yeah. China's in the same position because they killed their female children because it was the one child per family. And yep, guess what? They didn't leave enough breeders. So
that wasn't very smart.
No, it really wasn't thought out. They didn't think that one through.
And you know that they have this ruling. I thought it was hilarious between the Indian and the Chinese, that they can't use weapons. Regular weapons. They can throw rocks at each other, but that's it.
Yeah, like I said, and I don't think people realize that the wealthiest culture in the United States are the Indians. I don't think people even realize that. When you ask people that question, who do you think the wealthiest culture? They'll say, "Oh, the Saudis." They'll go with the Middle Easterners. They'll go with the Chinese. They'll talk Japanese. They'll mention everybody but the Indians. And I'm like, no, it's India. India holds the most amount of wealth in this country.
In the world.
Really? Yep. And incredible amounts of wealth.
I thought Trump did.
Yeah, oil too.
No, actually, I thought we the people have the most money. You know that we have our federal, what's the treasury? It's now in Texas.
What?
Yeah, I will have to send you that.
Yes, you do.
Treasury moved to Texas.
And, that figures though. I mean, because here's the thing. I know they're trying to move the FBI out of D.C. too. They're trying to move a lot of shit out of D.C. And I guess comes by. What do they know? That we're not.
Well, that was the problem with the J6, is because they were classified as enemy or terrorists on foreign soil. That D.C. is not even ours. I mean, it was theirs or whatever. London, part of that triumvirate. So that is why they are not. Their cases are not.
What's wrong? Oh wow! Look at all these people. I just looked back at the chat. Hey Dee. Hey John. Hey Rafi.
What up?
Woohoo!
We got about 3 minutes until we go live.
I don't think Rafi's got a mic on. Oh no, he's not on mute.
I won't anymore.
Maybe I'll mute tonight.
Yeah, Vicki and I have been having quite the conversation.
I'm not kidding. That really is. I mean, I'll have to send you the documentation.
Yeah, no, send it to me.
Yeah.
Like you said, hey, Dee. By the way, Dee, everybody at the Parlor Hub Research Factory is saying, where the hell is Dee? Just saying.
I've been home. There's been nobody there.
Well, you got to go. Like, there were tonight when Ralphie got home, he was like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm in a chat. I'm in a voice chat. But, I mean, there was like 17 of us in there. So, I mean, I had to back out to come on the air. So, I was like, I'll talk to you guys later. But I did drop the link so they can listen to the show if they want.
Well, that's why, too, I was asking if it irritated, because you don't, I mean, you're busy, I know, but you don't come too often onto the game theory.
I'm dropping
you make
information.
Comments.
Yeah, I don't because, well, a lot of times I don't make comments in any of the chats. I'm just dropping information and then going about what I'm doing or dropping this information or just combing for other information, backtracking information. Because a lot of times, like if I pick up something from the general, I'll make sure I go in and fact check it and make sure that it's accurate and it's current. Because sometimes he'll drop things that are more, he's wanting you to like do a remember when, and he's not expressing that. He's just dropping it like it's current. So I always check his information, and make sure I get a date to it and an article to it, and then
You're bad.
so that's
Yeah. Okay. I thought as long as it's not me. Jason, you're
No,
one.
girl. No. It's never you. Oh my God, you're like the only person that is like, I think you're completely incapable of making me upset. Honest to God, I just couldn't get upset with you. I'd be like, no, I can't break the fair. It's just not gonna happen.
I'm pushing right now.
About me, baby.
Oh Lord. Somebody take away that boy's mic.
Hey, D, what's the date today?
I'm showing the 31st of
Okay.
January.
Just checking.
There's a lot.
Just checking.
Yeah, 31st.
Oh, D. Don't
Yeah.
say it, D.
Do what?
Don't say. Don't. Oh Lord,
What?
my fingers are frozen. That's lovely.
Are they blue?
It's been so nice.
Not
here.
yet.
I'm telling you, it's been like wonderful here the last couple days.
Those puppies, fall them out.
Oh my God, dude! No,
Are we
they'll
all
lick
ready
them
for
or
the
suckle on them.
cicadas that are going to take and invade us?
I thought the cicadas were going to be more centered to like the Maryland, Virginia area, from what I saw with the hatch with the what they're saying is going to be the emergence, because it's two different breeds of cicada at the same time, which
Yeah.
apparently does not happen very often.
Wow.
Willie wants
Ugh.
to take and braid them together and mix them in with his cricket flour at the Cricket Emporium. It's going to be cricket and cicada flour when it's all said and done. Yeah.
Oh hell no!
He's going to make like lots of money off this because he's feeding into the NWO. He's been bought.
I was just
going
gonna
to
say he could put a big advertisement up on the NWO
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Free cricket.
We all get on to him about
Oh,
that.
my God.
Anyways, you got 30 seconds.
The silence.
3, 2, 1, and you're live.
And on the air right now, it's all new Cafe Enigma. That's right. I'm your host, Big D, coming to you live from the Double Wide Underground Bunker here in the undisclosed location of Franklin, Georgia. I have my co-host with me, the ever charming, the ever lovely, the Snow Bunny of Florida, Big Nancy. How you doing, hon?
How the hell can one be a snow bunny in Florida? I'm just trying to figure that one out.
Only you could pull it off.
I know what your OC now, D, because you finished Mark's introduction
Well,
without even thinking about it.
Somebody's got to do it because he changes it every week. Anyway, this is the all-new Cafe Enigma, and it is January 30th,
31st.
2025.
Oh, you did that just to piss. See, I told you before we went on the air. Don't do it, D. I freaking knew you were going to do something like that.
This is all new Cafe Enigma. It is the January 31st, 2024 edition. Here, we're just kind of picking it apart. Kind of like having a badger with a rash and you just poke him with a stick every once in a while.
What?
No badgers were harmed in that joke.
No,
I know. That was good, Vic.
there she's coming into her own. She's coming into her own. Hey, as you hear, we have a whole cast of characters. We've got the ever popular Our Fairy of Love, our own Tinkerbell Vicky. Hi, Vic.
Hello.
Actually, no, she sounds like a very quiet, petite little woman. She's actually 6'5".
Yeah. Woohoo!
Also,
Amazon temptress, right? Sorry.
also with us tonight,
Inside joke.
he's in the quiet room. He's contemplating, but he'll come out swinging like secretariat taking on. That ought to be a fight. Anyway, it's Raphael. Hey, Raph, even if you're busy, hi.
And silence.
Silent. And the guy who knows more about UFOs than aliens.
Yep, that'd be me.
He's got a bachelor's degree in BS. I don't. It's John Bell. Hey, John.
What's up, smart ass?
I love you guys. I love y'all, man. I love you.
Hey, you cannot. I figured out today you cannot talk about stuff we talk about and not have to laugh.
Well, you just build me up, and then you cut my damn legs out from underneath me, and I am sick.
I was going to say something besides legs, but it's all good.
Well, that's like,
hey, now we're on air.
That's like the designer of one of the greatest innovations and modifications, Combine, was testing it out, showing it off, and got run over and killed by it.
Yeah, well, sticks and stones will break your bones, but when I see you, I might turn you upside down. So just saying.
Okay, I'd pay to have that videoed. Honest to God.
WWF, baby, here we come.
I hope he's not wearing the
guys,
tutu when that happens.
Oh, we're going to get full video from all angles.
Oh, alien porno. Oops.
And the awkward silence ensues.
And
Diggy,
awkward
keep
pause.
going.
Very much. Anyway, no. Let's jump on it here for a minute. Trump's being sued by a bunch of people. But I've been laughing my behind off because our little Fulton County DA up here in Georgia, this woman stepped in a pile that looked like it had been left by a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yep.
She sure did.
Oh, this woman might as well have walked out, taken a gun, and shot her in both feet.
Yep.
Yes.
Because now she is being investigated. I'm trying to remember what the term was they used. It has to do with professionalism or whatever. When she decided to turn this into a racist thing, she was trying.
She's not good at it.
Well, she was trying to convict Trump on the fact that if he didn't get, what was that? If he didn't get found guilty, it was because she was a strong black woman.
Wow.
And the fact that she was having an affair and attacked the guy's wife.
Wow.
This woman doesn't have a thing to do with this case.
I told you.
Huh?
I said, I told you guys like 2 weeks ago when this first came out and she made a public statement. Well, it wasn't public. She spoke at her church in defense of herself and was saying that, people make mistakes, but, Jesus was behind her. And I'm thinking, oh, Lord, you just made a big mistake with that one because you're going to lose your Southern Baptist followers with that because infidelity is not going well. Yeah. Didn't think that one through.
You're wrong, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
Al Sharp, the Reverend Al Sharp, will take his bullhorn and speak to God for you.
You going to hell?
I was going to say, is he going to pay his taxes first? Because I should think to give him a bullhorn, we would maybe want his taxes paid.
Are you kidding me? That Obama had that file shredded.
God.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
This thing keeps getting funnier by the, what was that saying in that movie? And it just keeps getting funnier. Beetlejuice.
Yes,
Yep.
every time I say it, yes.
There's Beetlejuice.
But you guys do realize that they're not really trying to convict him, because the case he's got up in New York, that thing's falling apart like wet bread.
Yeah, they don't have a case anyway to begin with.
They didn't have a case when they started.
Just publicity stuff. That's all it is.
It's all it is. What they're trying to do, and I'm sure somebody, some wiser people than me came up with this. But what I feel they're trying to do is deplete his war chest.
Yep. Trying to,
Well, yeah.
but no else.
Well, no, there's a logic to that, though, because again, so you had the civil case regarding the author, that idiot, who got an $83 million
She ain't gonna
judgment.
get-
That woman, Carol
No,
Hunt
no,
or
no, no,
whatever.
I mean, and he is going, here's the thing. They're appealing it, but even while it's being appealed, he has to make that payment. He has to put that money in an account basically within 30 days.
He can afford
So
it.
that's 83 million now that you've chunked away. Now
Yep.
you've got this other judge in New York who is as radical as they come. I said to somebody, what happened to the 6th and 7th Amendments here? How the hell did this end up being a trial with no jury? What?
Yep.
You are guaranteed by the Constitution a trial by jury, especially in civil court. So how did that happen?
Yep.
So, okay, whatever. But we know that there's going to be a huge judgment rendered on that one, and they're going to try to take conservatorship of Trump. Everything, all his
no.
business holdings. I'm telling you, that's what he's going to go for.
He could look
And yes,
at a trailer.
Would
and
that
he'd
be
still-
conservativeship of him too? As in,
no, but it's all his business
that's
holdings.
good. Okay.
So what would that do, though? That, granted, you can appeal that, and it's going to get tossed out on the appeal. I'm telling you, both these cases are going to get tossed out on the appeal. But in the interim, all those assets are locked down. They can't be touched.
Yeah.
So you are depleting his ability to self-fund his campaign. And
He doesn't need the campaign. They're doing a good job for him.
Well, that's
Yes, they
that's
are.
the thing. I said that they're doing all his campaigning for him right now because it's so obvious that this is an absolute setup and it's politically motivated.
People are all for this crap.
what was it? He just won what? New Jersey?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
There.
Was it New Hampshire?
Or New Hampshire?
He got
Yeah.
New Hampshire. He took that from Nikki Bailey or Haley. Nikki Bailey. Haley. But well, yeah, actually, if you knew her real name, I don't even think I can pronounce her real name. Because she's Indian. I mean, her real name. I was like, what? Tongue twister. But the thing is that she's not really a contender to begin with. So my question becomes, so why are they encouraged to stay in? Are they hoping that by finances that it's going to limit to get to different events? They haven't figured out that the more you put him in the press, the more popular he becomes. They made that fatal mistake back in 2016. They're doing it again.
They did. Yeah.
Well, if they pull her mask off, there's Hillary Clinton right up underneath it. So everybody's got her number already. So she's done.
Yeah. I guarantee you guys, he's still doing these big get-togethers.
Yeah. All you got to do is show up.
And somebody else is paying for it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, he made $2 million selling those virtual trading tickets. Remember those?
Yep.
That was $2 million he made on that.
Yep.
And it ain't even real. There it is on your computer. You can look at it. You can probably print it out, but you can't hold it. $2 million bucks.
Just,
I wonder what it's worth now.
just remember, the more they foul, the more they call it disinformation or misinformation, the more scared they're running.
Yep.
Because if Trump becomes president, watch the world calm down.
Oh no, I don't think so initially. I don't think so initially. And again, Dee, I'm going to say it again. I do not believe we're going to have a presidential election. I really do not. I think there's going to be a black swan event, no matter how we flip this, and that event is going to be absolutely devastating.
Well,
And
they're definitely going to try it. You know they are.
I
think,
huh?
I said I think Trump is going to fill that vacuum. I mean, I can't say for guys. I have followed politics for decades, and I can't tell you that. Honest to God, to the best of my ability, I would love to say Joe Biden is unequivocally the president. There's too many things here that I question. I question the inauguration. That was the most crazy. That was the most completely unorthodox inauguration I've ever seen, and that is something that's kind of like a royal wedding. You know, it has to go by certain protocols.
Yeah, or they violate it. It's wrong.
Everybody knows it's Obama anyway.
Oh, well, what if he'd have done like that? What was it? That councilwoman? Where was she? Oh, dadgummit.
Oh, you talking about Omar?
No. This was another one.
They're trying to put her out.
Well, but they brought up the fact that when they gave the oath of office, she didn't raise her hand. She didn't say the words.
That's the other.
And I could hear Joe Biden saying this. Well, I had my hand raised and I was saying the words in my head.
Well, you know, they gave him a military funeral, is what they gave him. You know, it was not a 21 gun salute. It wasn't, I mean, he did not swear in at noon like he was supposed to, according to military law. I mean, if you go back and look up, gosh, what's his name? I can't remember his name now. But anyway, the one that, you know, he laid it all out, how much they violated, you know, what he was supposed to do. And then when you see him in the car going towards the White House, you see all the Marines with their back toward him. Now, that never happens.
Well, I told you he's not that Obama is. He can't even pronounce words, simple words. Nobody can understand what the hell he was saying.
Oh, I don't want to hear any more Bush jokes. Okay.
Bush jokes.
Well, even, you know, it's interesting. Like I said, though, he's saying things that it goes beyond the realm of stupidity. I mean, even this week with the budget, when they were trying to get the border budget through, and he comes out with, I mean, I just couldn't believe he said it. Well, if you pass this, you know, the money through the budget, then I can take the steps and close the border down, you know, because then I'll have the ability to do it. And I'm like,
give me the power.
No, but give me the power. I'm like, he has the power.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
What planet is everybody on that they think that the president of the United States, under the guise of national security, does not have the power to secure the border without the approval of Congress? Of course he does. But that is one of the presidential powers.
Currently known as Biden is not the commander-in-chief.
But Nancy,
seriously, the actor currently known as Biden is not the commander-in-chief. That's why he had to say that, because he's not.
Guys, think about this. He's doing with the border the exact same thing that most of our law does with guns. We have a multitude of laws that regulate ownership, regulate gun usage, protection, if you commit a crime. But when you see people charged, they are very seldom ever charged with one of these gun laws. And most of our prosecutors in this country don't have any idea what the gun laws are.
Yes, that's true.
They don't.
That is true.
They they have to research for several weeks until they can figure out, oh, wait a minute, we can use this law. Somebody told me there was over 350 individual laws concerning gun rights and ownership.
Yep. And that's actually dependent state to state because it varies state to state. In fact, California is having a full-blown meltdown today because a federal judge threw out their law that they passed last year that required a background check to buy ammunition. And a federal judge today said, yeah, nope, sorry, not constitutional. See ya. And California is having a full-blown meltdown over it.
Have you heard about the meltdown they're having over ARs?
Yeah.
Oh, all the time. You pull off your pistol brace yet?
Do what now?
Did you pull off your pistol brace yet?
My pistol brace?
Yeah, because you put it back on because they shot that down for a while anyway, so it goes back and forth.
You know what? I wish he could get his stupid mic working correctly because he'll be the first one to tell you. I mean, he's a firearms instructor, and I mean he'll tell you that, you know, half the time, basically the government agency that guides, oh my God, what are they called? The ones that actually guide the laws regarding gun control.
ATF?
ATF. The ATF makes laws up as they're going. Like they can actually. Oh,
That's
yeah.
Wait, this is I was getting to that. Honest, guys. They are now having to go back and look. You know, they arrested a guy that had, 10 or 12 receivers for an AR-15.
Yep.
Now, let me set something straight for some of you bozos out there. Oh, it's an assault weapon. That's what AR-15 means.
You're talking about the ones you have to mill out and finish yourself, the ones without serial numbers?
No, I'm talking about just one that you can go into a gun store that says AR-15. It's made by Colt. It's a Colt Armalite 15.
Well, Colt Armalite is two different guns. Armalite's a different company.
It's a Colt design, but it's made by Armalite.
Yeah. They're all basically Colt designs, but Eugene Stoner's the one that invented it. He's the dang genius.
Now, a federal judge has just recently ruled that the ATF's little rules and regulations on what is a gun.
Yeah.
A AR-15 is essentially two pieces. You have a lower receiver and an upper receiver.
Yep.
And they split the parts.
Yep.
Guess what? A federal judge just ruled the other day. I don't care what you've been doing for 10, 15 years. It ain't right. Now, if you don't like it, go back and have the law changed. Folks, they've been arresting people and taking people's stuff and defining a regulation that absolutely does not even begin.
Yeah, the way the AR-15 is designed, the serial numbers on the lower receiver, and the problem with that, there's no way to fire the weapon because there's no bolt carrier, there's no barrel.
That's in the upper receiver.
None of those parts are in the upper or in the lower. They're all in the upper. So they kind of screwed up there and did it backwards. If they put it on the upper part of it, like Europe did and everybody else did, they wouldn't have that problem. But you know, when they went to court, it didn't even meet the definition of a firearm according to the ATF's definition. So they had to give a bunch of that stuff back and apologize to them and all kinds of crap. So.
Oh, son. That's like telling the IRS, you took my money from me and you were wrong. Give it back.
Yeah, they gave them back.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we pick your particular weapons out of the slag pile we made out of all those guns, or we can find them in our armory after we took the serial numbers off of them.
Yeah.
They can find them. They can find them.
I just thought that was funny. Here's a law that ATF's been enforcing, and they've been enforcing it because they decided what the definition was.
Well, let me tell you, the ATF is in a hot seat right now, big time, because of what's going on with Mexico. And I told you guys last week, that was the news that actually broke. I spoke about it on the show, and I said, we need to keep an eye on what's going on in Mexico, because the Mexican government is actually going after, they want to know how the cartel got so many military-grade U.S. weapons.
Yep.
They stole them.
Furious, Fast and Furious. Remember, they ended up in France. That guy got assassinated. The cartoonist, that was one of ours. I mean, yeah, our military grade weapons are all over the world. How is that?
Yep.
Somebody want to explain?
Because we gave it away.
Well, seems like we remember a sitting president leaving $80 million worth of AR-15s, except they were
Oh my God! Yes.
The actor currently known as Biden. Him?
Dude, I want
Afghanistan?
Oh, I think I hear Raphael. Is that Raphael? No.
Yeah, he probably could weigh in
No,
here.
Rob dropped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you, but like I said, you've got so many issues going on. You've got Mexico now balking, which tells me that the Biden administration is not on good terms with Mexico. Even they're saying, the White House is saying, we will assist Mexico in getting to the bottom of this situation. No, you won't, because you're going to find not just Obama's happy ass, but Clinton's happy ass, Bush's happy ass, multiple happy asses, because they all did it. Janet Reno, oh my God, that woman, I swear to God, she was the spawn of Satan. I really don't like Janet Reno.
gosh.
Never did. There's something even about the way she looked that just hit me as 90 shades of wrong. And I'm like, you know what? That was probably the first example of transvestite in public office that nobody really cared to figure out. But I mean, she was just, some of the decisions she made when she was in power. I mean, the Waco fiasco, some of these things that could have easily been avoided. No, something wrong. But again, during her tenure, during Bush's time in office, during Obama's time in office, there were guns going free flow over the border to the cartels. How do you think the cartels got so powerful?
Okay.
Yeah.
But I know. We're heading out to a break. So everybody, just kick back, get yourself something to drink, relax back on your couch or wherever you're sitting. We'll be right back with more of the all-new Cafe Enigma. And real quick shout out to all of the people in the Parlor Hub chat that are listening. Thank you, guys. We'll see y'all in a minute.
What's up, Mark?
We're on
You doing
radio
all right?
break.
Hey, let me throw something out to you guys. You were almost there, Nancy. Oh, she did.
Almost where? I was going to go check on Rafi and see why his phone's not working.
No, you're just going to go
I was going to check on
Rafi.
John to see why he's not talking UFOs, since he was so excited earlier tonight when I was like, it was by an hour before I started broadcasting to the Censorship Sucks pre-show. I'm like, oh boy, John's got some goodies.
Yeah, but I can't post what I captured tonight. It
Why?
scared the piss out of me.
That's all the more reason to post it.
Yeah.
Once you figure out these things are real, you ain't gonna believe what I videoed tonight. So,
Well, send us, Scott.
Wow. Yeah.
too much.
Yeah. Yeah. And so
I think I got over an hour of it.
that was Derek Johnson. He's the one that Rattletrap 1776. He's the one I was referring to. He brought out the law of war. I'm just backtracking a little bit about the,
Have you guys noticed that we have so many problems in the world because we have so many people want to be the smartest person in the room or think they're the smartest person in the room?
Yep.
And I'm not talking about the eggheads and the politicians. I'm talking about a lot of these college students and so on and so forth. And what I honestly, and I've had this argument before, are you gonna research it, or are you just gonna take somebody's word for it?
Yeah, I think so.
I had a guy tell me one time, John, the Bible was written by men to control the population.
Yeah, shit.
And I looked at him and I said, kind of like, oh, I don't know, our laws, science, history. And he says, oh, no, history is an accurate portrayal of what's happened in the past. I said, wrong answer.
Yeah.
History is written by the winner.
To control the population, does that mean it's like a
Yeah,
birth
there you
control
go.
piece?
No, if it was written 2,000 years ago as a joke to control the population, as a spoof, it is the longest running comedy that anybody ever created. It is the
It's
longest
also
running.
the most best-selling book, too.
Well,
Yeah, by far.
have you noticed these rallies at colleges and stuff? Started out with a couple of hundred students, and now thousands are showing up.
Yeah.
Brett Hamachek will be on the all-new, well, not the all-new, but Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show next Wednesday. You should be tuning into that. Brett has a lot of great information. He's one of the directors for humanevents.org. Anyways, we're under 30 seconds.
And the one thing that tickles me is we've actually got people who demand that God come down and set before them and prove who he is.
And
Well,
here's
that's
your
fixed with a
countdown.
lot.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And it's the all-new Cafe Enigma. I'm your host, Big D, bringing you the second installment of the show. And we're going to turn it over to Nancy. Take it away.
Okay. Well, that was kind of wow. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm just going to take my own little stage front and center right now. Okay. So when we were going into break, we were discussing the ridiculousness of everything going on. Fast and Furious, the guns supplied to the cartel through Mexico, and not just guns supplied through Mexico. I mean, guys, we left all of our, when we pulled out of Iraq, we left a ton of equipment behind.
Yep.
A ton of equipment, a ton of gear, bunch of stuff got left behind, to the point where our soldiers weren't properly fortified. Then we left Afghanistan, and we made our Iraq look like a joke.
Yep.
I mean, literally billions of dollars in equipment and gear. And we're wondering how our quote-unquote enemies are fighting us with our own weapons.
Yep.
Well, because you're giving it to them.
Instant bases with supplies.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
We're not talking just weapons, folks. Food,
Night vision.
all that. Special attack equipment.
How will it not do it?
Yeah, I wish I could afford a pair of that night vision they left behind. Just one pair. Just get a pair of those $12,000 ones. That's all I want.
And let's not see, I started to say during the break that you'd gotten close. Let's not forget that China now has ICBMs that are guided by U.S. guidance systems.
Yep.
Thank you, Bill Clinton.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Hillary.
Yep.
Don't forget Hillary.
Well, not just that. If China was sitting on Hillary's server and China was sitting on the DNC server, what makes you think that China's not sitting on the Pentagon server? I mean, literally, people. I mean, kids can hack into the Pentagon servers. That's what I'm saying. There's something seriously wrong here, that this is not being questioned more than it's being questioned. When you have military computers that are pretty much easily hacked because they are using certain programs and they don't carry the same protocols that they insist that private industry uses, there's a problem. That's like an invitation. Like, come on in, or we're just going to keep the security, somewhat strong. But, anybody who, and the Chinese are, they pretty much wrote computer code. So, it's like an invitation. Like, they don't want the people who are already on those servers and on those systems discovered and booted out. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
There's no common sense to what I see when it comes to government infiltration, and government systems are not safe. And the fact that, like I was saying in the chat earlier, I get really angry when we start talking about like the government systems, or even when to the local government systems that are guidelines and keep track of and keep us fed, watered, transported. These systems have been infiltrated, not once, not twice, multiple times. Okay. And they still, to this day, like the water systems up north, they still have not put a policy in place for their cybersecurity. All of their stuff is run from computers.
So, Nancy, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If you were running the government and you were trying to bring your own country down from inside, behind the scenes, without anybody really paying attention to it too much because you spread out so much damage, if you made a checklist to make it possible, don't you think they're running a checklist for the last 2-3 years?
No, I think they've been running a checklist for the last 2 to 3 decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you couldn't run it all at once like they're running.
No, they haven't. No, John, they built the back doors into the systems to allow access. This is a long-term plan.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming to fruition. Why? Because Trump caused them to hit the gas.
Yep.
They weren't planning on things coming as fast as they are right now. They've lost control of it. And it was because when Trump, I'm telling you, people wonder why Trump did the vaccines. Why did Trump do fast? And why did he do that whole warp speed? Well, because he warp speeded them. And when you take a Leviathan project like that and you put it into fast forward, guess what's going to happen? Traffic light signals are going to get mixed up and you're going to have gigantic collisions. And that is what's happened. That is exactly what's happened. So, yes, while warp speed may have not been conducive, Trump did say it's your choice. Do your research. He said it over and over again. Do your research, but it's your choice.
Nancy?
Yeah.
I wish that we names of the people us bad names, conspiracy theorists, when we were talking about a lot of this stuff 7, 8, 9 years ago.
You don't remember their names? I remember.
No, literally, it's really funny because you can see the writing on the wall. I've been able to see, that, D. I've been able to see the writing on the wall for decades.
Oh, you
definitely see it coming.
Oh, you taught me so much it wasn't even funny.
Yep, because we got used to. I think I've always kind of lived from the outside looking in. I've always felt that way. I've never felt like I was a part of flowing society. I always felt like I was kind of on the outside of society. I could integrate if I wanted to, like a chameleon, but I could also choose to be on the outside and look in. And that gave me a very different perspective on things than most people have. I would be that person that stops and says, wait a minute, that makes no sense. Well, wait, what? Why do we do? What do you mean we just... Yeah, well, not just warp speed, but even back during the stimulus and the omnibus packages. Well, what do you mean they're too big to fail? What the hell does that mean?
Speed was supposed to. He didn't want them to be on lockdowns for that long. That's why.
No.
The warp speed it came up. That's what. And
I think that's
that it was.
Again,
and the vaccine too was. He had come out and said that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, they are all considered, if you look it up back and look at his reasoning, that is also, or a vaccine. And Go ahead.
Here's my thing with warp speed. He had to have known that when you have a man-made virus, and this is basic 101 medical. When you have something that has made, it's a bioweapon. They never, ever, ever produce something like that without making what at the same time?
An antidote.
Correct.
A cure.
That's right. With the virus comes the cure. Why is that? Because the people working on the virus, if something happens and there's a breach, don't want to die. That's why that happens. Okay. So again, Trump would know that. And he would also know that they already had something in the works. They already, I mean, and as we've come to find out now, they were working on vaccines for this back in like 2019. And that's just going.
Then.
Oh, yeah.
Was
I
it
know
2017, 2015? Yeah, something like that.
Again, when Trump said, you know, we need these vaccines, we need them now. But he didn't give them a time frame. You notice that he didn't say a time frame. Never. I dare you to go back into any speech and find me a time frame that he gave. He did not. They came
warp speed.
Yep. So what does that do? That outs the medical community. That outed the pharmaceutical companies because you know how many immunologists said, "Wait a minute, how do we know the long-term side effects?" We don't. And that could be really devastating, not just on people directly, but on our future generations, because this is, again, an untested mRNA vaccine. It's going to manipulate genetics. Do you remember the arguments?
Yep.
Oh, it's not going to manipulate your genetics. It's not going to do anything to your code. You're fine. Oh, spike proteins, they can't hurt you. I mean, I remember that one because I almost choked. I was like, spike protein on a virus is like the skin of the virus. Well, every idiot knows that your skin is actually a living thing. So don't tell me that's not live virus. You think I'm an idiot. You just renamed it spike protein. No.
Well, don't forget our Surgeon General just killed the mRNA in the state of Florida.
That's good.
Yep.
Can't they do it all over?
They should.
Yes. Don't they need
Apparently.
to bring that out to everybody?
But you also have to be aware of the fact that there are a lot of heavy-duty hitters that have moved into the state of Florida throughout the COVID period because they didn't want to be in states under restrictions. So big money moved here, including big pharma money. And guess what's going to happen during the next election cycle? You watch. Mark my words on this. The Democrats are going to make a bull run. And they'll probably be somewhat successful because DeSantis has made some people pretty unhappy here with his presidential run.
Yeah, he'll still win, though.
I don't think that they'll
he
have
can't run again.
Election anyway.
Now, the governor's election, I don't know. But DeSantis can't run. DeSantis has done his 8 years. We have term limits here. So, I mean,
4.
No, this is his second run. So he's going into his I think he's in 6 years now. But yeah, he can't rewind. And I don't even know who our lieutenant governor is, to be honest with you. I'm like, when he ran for president, I said he lied to us. He told us point blank, not even 30 days before the election for the governor, he swore he was not going to run for president. Why? Because he would never have been elected governor. That would have pissed off Republicans. So, okay, he lied to us, but who the hell is the lieutenant governor? Because if he wins presidency, that's the person that's going to step into his shoes. And nobody knows who she is.
Yeah, but you know that realistically couldn't imagine in his head, because DeSantis is not an idiot. And he's got advisors, but he couldn't have ever imagined of being able to beat Trump anyway. There's no way.
It's not just that. I mean, I have never seen such abject stupidity within a presidential campaign as what went on with his. I mean, that was just, he either hired the biggest morons on the planet or it was on purpose. And again, I always say this, you can't, when something doesn't look right, smell right, taste right, or act right, and it's out of its normal pattern, you need to pay attention.
I think it was intentional. It had to be intentional. He's not that stupid. Look at what he did during all this pandemic stuff. I mean, he used his brain. He was about the only governor in the United States that used their brain.
Yep. And he put in a Surgeon General who, like I said, looks after the best interests of the people.
Exactly.
But again, if control is wrestled, we're going to lose that Surgeon General. And that means we're going to lose our coveted protections. You know, people live here for the straight up reason that during the pandemic, we did not isolate here. I mean, yes, there were certain areas, Broward County, where in Broward County, you actually were required to wear a face mask in your own house. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Yeah. But, you know, for the most part, the state was open. Your bigger metropolises, it was different. It was more the suburban and the rural areas that were, you know, pretty much normal.
Yep.
But if you went into like Tampa, no, Tampa was not normal. Tampa was like, the VA in Tampa was like, oh my God, people with 3 face masks on. It's like, what is wrong with you? How can you even breathe?
Yep.
But in fact, VA Tampa moved their triage for emergency into their parking garage in the middle of winter. So no joke. I had to take Ralphie over there for, I forget what it was. It was some kind of it had to do with that cauterization. But we're pulling into the parking garage and there's all these curtains up. I'm like, what the whole, and it was like 37 degrees out that morning. I mean, they had all these elderly patients freaking sitting in the parking garage.
In the cold.
The cold.
There's another one, Nancy. I don't want to hear about how Republicans want to push old people over a cliff.
Oh, God. Well, no.
Democrats have killed more old people in the past 2 years than any bill Republicans ever passed in the past 100.
Well, they've been killing the young ones, too, on TV. I mean, look at all the athletes that fell over dead in the middle of a football game. I mean, good Lord.
And now it seems to be soap opera stars. I've noticed that. I'm like, what the holy hell? Like,
but let us remember, people, it started out, if you get your shot, you won't get COVID. Then when people started getting COVID who got the shots, oh, well, no, what we meant was it'll make it easier. Then when people started dying from it, you notice all of that has gone away.
Yep. I think I told you when Ralphie was in the hospital ICU, the COVID patients that I was aware of, every single one of them were vaccinated in the ICU with him. He was like one of the only ones that was not.
Yeah.
And I think I told you guys, one of them told me with both the hospitals, they both did it, is they kept trying to push him to get vaccinated while he was in the hospital with COVID. That has got to be, that's what I mean when I say I am so the medical community. So beyond disgusted.
I'm betting that shot. I'm betting you that shot Biden got sterile water.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm betting you the shot that the Pfizer people got was sterile water.
Yep.
Well, they didn't. They said that they didn't get the shots in Congress. Nobody did, and the CDC said they didn't have to. None of their employees had to get the shot.
Yep. I mean, well, like I said, you know, when it's good for thee but not for me, that's never a good sign. And when they're basically paying more for a toe tag than they are a hospital release form, when the government's reimbursing for toe tags, that's a really big problem. And I said that at the very beginning of this whole thing. When the government is paying more money for a toe tag than they are for recuperation, that's a huge problem.
Yep.
I mean, that's not good.
Since we're talking about things, if you don't think that the Democrats in this country hold the elderly in such esteem, think back to what Bubba said. I'm sorry, President Obama said. At a certain age, we'll probably just give you some pain medicine and send you home.
That's like Canada, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they do.
Canada just ignores you till you die.
They'll euthanize you. You go in the hospital, they'll put you to sleep, and you'll never wake up. That's the end of the story. That's it. It's legal now.
Yeah, but in some ways, that's what in-hospital hospice is.
Did you
And I
see what
said
kind of hot water Trudeau's in? Have you seen all the people protesting him? He can't walk on the street anywhere now. He
Good.
can't go nowhere. I mean, nowhere.
And still giving speeches about how great it is in Canada.
Yeah, yeah. Well, his speeches, you can't hear his microphone for the booing and stuff. Trudeau must go and all that crap.
Hey, a little side note. Speaking of microphones, you know, MSNBC brought in Joy Reid.
Oh, she was on a hot mic, would she?
Huh?
Didn't they catch her on a hot mic? I think they did. Yeah, they did.
For those of you that don't know, Joy Reid came in. She is the greatest racist and race baiter. I mean, she's been giving folks like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson lessons.
Yep.
She got caught on a hot mic the other night during a video of Joe Biden speaking. That's what John knows what I'm talking about. While playing video, you can hear her plainly say, "Oh, no, he's going to start another effing war."
Yep.
Yep.
Now,
but again, I mean, that's what I mean, though, when I say sometimes it's too blatant. It's too blatant. When you have a president that is intentionally pissing off both sides of the common, not just the common people, but now you're starting to work into the upper echelons.
You don't care. They're on the way out.
No, dude, something is not right because it's outing.
Not running anyway, though. This is a problem. I mean, think about it. He couldn't balance his checkbook. Probably couldn't count to 100 anymore. There's no way in hell.
Okay, but if you were a handler and you had somebody that obnoxiously abrasive.
Well, he doesn't have a handler. He's got Obama. I'm telling you, Obama is the one playing and doing this crap behind the scenes. Everybody pretty much knows it. That's what's happening.
Do you think Obama or Michelle Obama or anybody associated to Obama would want to step into the government shoes of power with the epitaph Joe Biden?
Well, yeah,
Big Mike ain't going to be able to fix it, though. That's the thing. Big Mike let it swing it. That's what I'm saying.
Go bad on Biden's time, not Trump's.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's too much, and there's too many. I guess you could say moles. You know, people who are being outed, who are supposedly staunch. I mean, Nikki Haley, conservative, strong conservative. No, she's not.
No, she's a Democrat all the way. She's a Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, the only she will lick anybody's genital hair that she has to cover herself.
Yeah, a bunch of votes from the Democrat Party that switched sides just to vote for her.
Yes, and this is what, and she didn't care. You know, that's the thing. It's problematic, and I'm not saying that. You know, please, for those who are, I'm not saying that we don't need to learn to negotiate. Because, again, somewhere in this whole freaking mess in the last decades, the ability to negotiate has gone. There is no art of debate anymore. It's either way or the highway on both sides. It's both sides doing it. But I think it's intentional. You know, like I said, I mean, even the latest budget, you know, BS going on with Congress, you had Johnson do something that's completely what? You have the reins of the House of Representatives. You hold the pocketbook of Congress right now, and you're giving in to Democrats. You're going for Democrat votes. What? You know, if that is the case, and you are so desperate, and it's so unpopular that you have to look for Democrats to vote for you to get something passed. Maybe you need to reassess what you're putting up. You know, because again, the people, the common people of this country, we don't want to pay for Ukraine's war. We're done. We don't even know where half that money went. Heck, the Ukrainians don't even know where that money went.
Oh, they know.
No, it came back to us. It came back to us. It came back to, you know. Yeah.
Someone's still here.
Because
it's been laundered.
Yeah, laundered, yes. But
so
came back to Gates and all those Rockefellers.
Yes. Yes, I mean, and again, same thing with Israel. You know, everybody's, oh, Israel aid package, Israel aid package. In the meantime, the president of the United States is sending money, arms, and everything else over to Israel with no nod from Congress at all. He's just sending it.
We need to purge down. Yep. Can't happen too soon. Tomorrow would be.
We don't have the money to secure our own border. We can send billions to Ukraine. We can send billions to Israel, but we can't secure our own border without passing this monetary. What? It goes against kind of reasoning. I mean, and I said, I'd love to sit there and say, listen, for some reason, the Partridge family is running the White House. I don't understand how this is happening, but apparently not one of them has an economic cell in their body anywhere. Nobody ever had to balance a checkbook in their family, apparently. I would love to say that, but I don't think that's true.
Yeah, they got so much money, they don't have to balance a checkbook. They never spend it in 6 lifetimes.
But they money by balancing everybody else's checkbooks.
Well, they got that for stealing from everybody else's check.
Thank you. And now they're pushing the IRS to come after the middle class, people like us, where, now they're trying to make it absolutely, there's no way they don't know about every asset that you have and every dime that you've got. There's no hiding anything. There's no keeping anything private. They're not privy. Our government, they don't own what we own. They're not privy to some of our assets. No. Why should you have to pay taxes on things that have already been paid for through your taxes?
Yeah, well, explain that. But they don't care. They do not care these days. Nobody
Why?
cares.
Because they're out of money, John.
Oh, they've been out of money. They're just hitting the keystrokes. They're not printing money. They're just hitting keystrokes. Oh, here you go. Here's a mill. Here's a bill. Whatever.
Yep. I'll tell you what, though. With that thought, guys, I got to take us out to our second break. Yep. I got to get us out to our second break before Mark chokes me to death. Folks, hang in there. We will be back in a few minutes with the all-new Cafe Enigma to finish this show out. Be right back.
Yeah, we are on radio break.
That's all, folks.
You know what? Did you guys see where they're going to put they're replacing John Kerry with John Podesta for Climate Czar?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Why not get Mustache Guy? What's his name? The warmonger dude. Can't think what his name is. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be great for that.
Oh, crap. Hold on.
Anyways,
Hold on.
Afford a climate change gap.
I posted it on my Facebook and I put, oh, look, a man I wouldn't trust with a fertile chicken egg because I would be concerned for the psychological damage it might cause the chicken if it survived. I mean, but again, this is ridiculous. John Podesta, what?
Hey, Nancy.
Yeah.
Is it cold outside?
Dude, my fingers are bone white right now. Yes, it's cold.
Do you see any bugs flying around or anything all happily, flying around the yard, mosquitoes or anything?
No, but it was funny because it's funny you're saying that, John, because last week, we had that one day where we had warm up.
Yep.
It warmed up to close to 80.
Yep.
Dude, there were mosquitoes everywhere.
Yep, they hatched out.
The holy hell, there are literally mosquitoes everywhere. And then we got cold again.
Yep.
Now I can't.
Remember that there's nothing flying around. I've been out there in the 30s. It's going to get down to probably 38, 39 here at the house tonight. It's a lot colder here where I'm at to where you're at.
Yeah, you guys are you're about 5 to 7 degrees colder than we are, and I'm about 5 to 7 degrees colder than my parents are, and they're about 30 minutes south of me.
We get the fog coming off the ocean, and I will tell you what, you will get cold to the bone to do that.
And what's Vic saying? I've got a monster migraine, so I have to. Oh,
Vic. Take the BC. Go get you a BC powder. and a big, strong cup of coffee, and that'll fix you right up. You'll be bouncing off the walls before you even know it.
Oh, Vic, feel better, honey.
Yeah, feel better.
Well, if I'm
All,
quiet,
all
that's
this politics, I'm telling you, when we start talking politics, damn, I don't feel like getting a headache.
why.
It's mad when you think about all the crap going, the corrupt crap. You can't even. You could write a novel right now with the last month's worth of corrupt crap. You could write an entire novel.
I agree.
Yep.
But that's
Before that, you could do the same thing over and over and over and over.
And if you read books for the past decade and a half, they've been telling us about it.
Yep,
Mhm.
pretty much.
Yeah, that is interesting. I'm looking at one of my groups, and they're showing pictures of the fog. Everybody's had fog lately, like everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That
even
is-
here I
that's
get fog.
Very strange.
Did any of you guys see my videos? I posted on Mark's chat, but I didn't put them in the main lobby.
Yeah, put them in the main lobby.
I was going to let you do it because my hands
No,
ain't
I
free.
can't do it because if I do,
Can't
it's going to
never-
bounce us out of chat and then break us off. I can't do that right now.
You
All
sound
right.
like you're married, you guys. Just saying.
Well,
Oh, that was
all
the
I
other thing.
never
30
could.
seconds.
That's what my mom. Ugh.
Wussies.
Be careful. I'll put you in the tutu.
Hey, you guys are talking about how cold it is, and I've got my tutu and spandex on.
Yeah, well, it's cold up here.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
All right, you are back to the final episode of tonight's show here on the all-new Cafe Enigma.
Final episode. What the heck is that?
Tonight's
Segment maybe,
episode
not episode.
waxed out of your ears. I enunciated it.
Tonight's wepisode.
I did. I want a copy of it. I want to hear it.
He did
The
that
fact
last
is,
week
what
too, Nance. You got to check his medications before he comes
All right,
on from
was I
now on.
talking? Right in the middle of a conversation sentence, he just started talking.
Sorry, D.
This is what I have to put up with. I am a trained professional.
Oh,
Trained as
Yep.
what?
Oh,
Trained
many
as what?
many things.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I revised the Kama Sutra. Want to go?
Wait for that frying pan to hit your head because Lisa comes walking through.
Anyway, guys, boys and girls, what you've been hearing is not made up disinformation. This is all information that you, the average person, can go out there and read about. And all you have to do is stop. As much as I'm a conservative type of guy, I still don't buy half of the crud that comes down the pike from conservatives. Okay? I will still question it. But like Nancy said, when you look out here at all the hypocrisy, the stupid stuff, how can people even look you in the eye and say, oh, I'm a Biden supporter because he's doing so much for this economy? Really? How many companies just laid off 9, 10, 12, 15% of their employees?
A
Because
bunch.
the economy is booming.
Oh, are you talking about the mainstream media that's laying their reporters and staff off?
Yeah.
They
That
laid a
too.
All of them are.
I
All
was
of the
talking-
companies are.
I was talking about reputable companies,
Yeah.
not the mainstream.
But somehow, amazingly, these layoffs are not reflected in our unemployment numbers because
What?
the unemployment numbers just seem to be, so wonderful all the time. And it's like,
Did
what?
you guys-
That's because the actor known as Biden is dyslexic. He just turns them around.
Oh
But
God.
let's go back and look real quick, guys. When Bush was in office, they used one set of metrics to figure the unemployment. When Clinton and Obama were in office, when Clinton was in office, they changed the metrics, and there were certain things that, those don't really count. When Obama was in office, there was almost no metrics to keep his unemployment low.
Yep.
When Trump came back in, suddenly he had metrics nobody had ever heard of before, and still had the lowest unemployment in this country. All right. Couple of things I want to beef about here real quick, guys.
Beep, beep.
If you are driving, are you going to drive or do something else?
Do something else.
Well, don't do it at the same time.
Well, they got those self-driving cars now. You don't have one?
Let me tell you what. A 2015 Lexus is not a self-driving car.
No, it's not.
John, don't sound so disappointed.
I am tired, folks, of playing dodgeball every time I get on the roadway. I was driving today. I was out several times today and saw no less than 36 people who could not keep it in their lane, almost rear-ended other people, almost ran stop signs and traffic lights.
You're in Atlanta, man. You just got to accept that. I mean,
No, I'm not in Atlanta. I am down here where people are probably supposed to be paying attention.
Yeah, if you're close to Atlanta, it's rubbed off on all the folks around you. So, yeah, I was used to that. Living in Atlanta for 23 years. That was crazy.
It's the vax.
DMV infused Cracker Jacks because that's what their licenses now.
Well, what you got me started smoking 3 packs a day was driving through traffic every day. Was my God. You know, I didn't take drugs or anything. I had to have a cigarette, and people look at me like, those things will kill you. And I'm like, these things save lives, because when you road rage me, I can light up a cigarette and get my nicotine fix without getting out and flipping your car on its roof. So leave me alone.
Oh, folks, we several years ago, I watched interviews with old hippies. We need to let our children express themselves.
They did.
Now, 25 years later, how's that working out for you? Folks, you have...
I thought the road rage was the side effect of the vax.
Oh, no. Road rage has been around for a while.
Road rage
It's gotten worse.
They had road rage with a horse and buggy.
But y'all forget, for 2 years, people were very limited in their movement and their travel.
Yep.
We have a lot more stress going on right now in the world than we've had. And I can't remember. I mean, even before World War I and World War II, you didn't have this type, because you didn't have the quickness of communication. You didn't have this type of tinderbox that's occurring. People, yeah. And on top of that, also, there is a difference. I've been saying this to people. Listen, there's a definite difference. Something's going on with the polarities. Something is going on with the electromagnetics. It's causing an anxiety. I was like, people are just like straight up wrung out at this point. People are struggling for money. I mean, even, your wealthier brackets right now, they're struggling to make ends meet because they have catered to a lifestyle that was dependent on their salary, and now that salary is not going that far.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's so many different facets as to why. But even I know where you're at, D, because like this morning, I almost had a semi completely take me out. I mean, just didn't even look. He just went from the middle lane right into my lane, and I was not in his blind spot. He just didn't look.
Well, that's, if you actually probably had a chance to look, it probably had government tags on it, Nancy.
Well, you
Right.
can't drive underneath that tractor trailer rig, the trailer part, right?
Jeez. Well, it was funny too, because I hit my horn and the guy's looking out the other window. I can see him. He's like, I'm looking up, hitting my horn, and I'm in the taco, so it's like, the taco's pretty high up. And I can see him, and he's looking over like, oh, like at the other. I'm like, no, I'm over here, dumbass. You want to quit moving into my lane? Because that is not a soft median. That is going to kill my truck if I have to hit it.
Have you noticed since the all the vaccines and everything? I watch On Patrol Live or Bozos on Parade. Either name's good for the show. Have you noticed how many people? Oh, he didn't mean that. He's bipolar.
Yeah.
He only gets like that when he doesn't take his medicine. I am so tired of hearing bipolar as an excuse for stupidity.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, my personal thing on it, guys, I think about 70% of the people, they're bipolar. No, they're not. They're idiots.
Or they're out of control and they don't have any want or need to exude any kind of control, any kind of self-control at all. I agree with you on that, D.
If they're manic, they won't. They like being that way.
Common sense.
Been disciplined at all because of our wonderful DFACS, Department of Children and Family Services people, and all the psychologists that, if you speak harshly to the child, that child will be traumatized for life. Yeah, now we've got adults running around who, oh my God, we just caught you at robbing two people at gunpoint and you shot one of them. I didn't do nothing. Why are you picking on me? I didn't do nothing. We've got it on video. No, you don't.
It wasn't me.
That's not me. Oh, they actually had one, Vic. They actually had a woman on there who or a guy. I'm sorry, it was a guy. They showed him the video and he goes, that's not me. It was high definition. You could see the tattoos. Oh, that's not me. Folks, get a grip. Take responsibility in your life. You'll be happier, I promise you. It's just a whole week of things, guys, but let me end with this and I'll let y'all take out the show. I don't know what it is. I have a gut feeling that something life-changing. I'm not talking about the BS. I'm not talking about nuclear war. I'm not talking about transgender this or vaccine that. Something is going to happen this year. I don't know when. I don't know how. I don't know what.
It already happened tonight.
Huh?
I said it already happened.
What?
Well, I've been working on this crap for a while, and you just wouldn't believe what I seen tonight. That's all I got to say about it. I think it would, at this point, it'd probably scare the hell out of everybody.
It might be that. I don't know, John, but something this year, it was like I had to stop what I was doing. That's how overwhelming the feeling was.
Well, I took my time. I waited till the temperature got cold. I sat out there with my parka on and videoed these objects that shouldn't be in the air anyway. And now I don't have the bats or the bugs or the critters flying around, or there's nothing moving. Everything hunkers down in Florida when it hits 30 degrees. I mean, there's just nothing in the air. Even the bats hanging up because there's no bugs to eat. And these things should not be there. But what I seen tonight was, it's something else. I'll give you guys a copy of the video, show you, but
I do not know. Like I said, I don't know what it is, guys, but something life-changing. I mean, not just for me, not just for anybody on the show. I'm talking everybody is going to happen this year. I don't
Tell
know
us where you can find it.
UFO or what, but something life-changing is going to happen to us this year.
it did.
D, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were a Q follower right now.
Hey, I got the gun. That's a cool gun. I got the little Q gun.
Do you know who I follow?
God.
I follow people like Nancy. People who know they're talking about.
Like I said, you're if you don't feel right now like you're living through the crescendo of like an incredibly elaborate and long orchestra, then you're not on the same planet I am.
Well, it's like you go to an opera and you're watching the opera, but the music's not quite in sync. And every once in a while you can pick up maybe somebody else in the orchestra playing a different tune.
Well, that'd be me.
If that makes any sense.
Yep.
My fingers are too big. I can never hit the notes right.
But it's I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, I'll handle it like everything else. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, you do. You wouldn't say anything if you didn't.
Because, well, you know, I'm the old hitchhiker's guide. Don't panic. You know?
Well, I think that's the lesson in all of this. Don't panic, because it's the people that have not panicked that are going to be the ones that make it through everything.
I got enough.
The people that panic are going to cause bigger problems.
Yeah. I got enough squirrel on a stick out here where I live to keep me good for a while.
Oh.
You
Yeah, John and I both live in areas where we could pretty easily survive just off roughage.
Well, once you knock the neighbors in the head, you're good to go then, because they're going to be in the yard. They don't know how to do anything. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, I live around a bunch of old people around here. I can take them out pretty quick.
We have to take an arm fishing trip.
Can you imagine?
I call her county the Florida of Georgia. Anyway, folks, the gist of what I'm saying is, and I will keep repeating this until the day I die, get out there and learn. Remember, misinformation and disinformation is simply not their information. Oh, one other thing. If you get arrested by the cops, if you don't like it, if you don't think it's right, don't blame the cop. The cop is simply, we pay the police officer to enforce the laws. So if you don't like it, go to your lawmakers. Tell them. See, nobody ever tells them. No, they shoot the cops. And all the cops are trying to do is keep the streets safe.
Yep.
And that's all Big D's got to say.
All right, John.
We're lucky we got good law enforcement around here. So
actually, we're not. I mean, Pasco's not bad. Pasco's a give and take. I think our deputies are awesome. Our sheriff's department deputies, for the most part, the run, you know, the normal level guys are really great. I think our sheriff is a little bit. There's wonky things about him I don't like.
Yeah.
But like I said, he runs. Yeah, he's corrupt, I think. But I mean, he runs a division out here. I think these deputies really do give a crap. And they try to make their best of the integration between a suburban and rural communities, which is, it can't be easy, especially when they overlap. Yep. So I just, and between that and the drug issues that are all over Florida, but especially in the rural areas, yeah, they've got their jobs cut out for them. So it's, and then having to chase these idiots through the swamp, that's not fun either. But with that being said, John, we've got about 5 minutes. Tell everybody what you saw tonight.
Well, I really can't talk about it that much in detail because I wouldn't know. I don't want everybody to think I'm nuts.
Oh, who cares?
Too late. Too late, John.
I'll put it this way. You guys got to watch.
Minds want to know.
You got to watch the 4 videos in the lobby and then understand that was from last night. So the things that happened last night got me ready for tonight because I would have not have expected to see what I seen.
All right, so do me a favor. because again, people are, I've already been asked several times to drop the podcast recording to certain people that are in Parlor Hub chat that couldn't listen. So tell people where they can find your videos, John.
Well, you can find me on Florida Real UFO on YouTube. That's where everything is basically used for storage bin, because they've got me shadow banned. But I'm also on Twitter, John BEL, and then a bunch of numbers after. I'd have to look at it and see. But anyway, go to YouTube to find me. It's easier. Florida Real UFO. And
I will say, John has gotten some very interesting video in the past. So when he says that what he's seeing is out of his normal, which normally when I talk to John, it's yeah, they came back again. Yeah, it's this guy, I've seen this guy and this guy. So when he's saying this is something that is out of the norm,
it's
now
very
on my
out of the norm, nobody would believe it. And they made themselves look. In other words, there's no way to mistake it for some natural event. I'll put it to you that way. And then the numbers of them are thousands, not hundreds, thousands.
Yeah. Like I said, if John says something it's one thing I've learned to trust with him. If he says something's not normal, you need to pay attention to what he's got up there and what he's showing you, because he's, like I said, he's got things I can't debunk. I'd love to, but I can't.
I posted the videos from last night. They announced themselves. The one did a quick maneuver around the other one and sat right in front of me. I didn't catch it because they were so busy flying around. And that thing for at least 10 or 15 minutes. And when I zoomed in on it, it is a cube.
Oh, wow.
So this thing, they've changed it up in the last week. They went from one here, one there, 2 or 3 here, to pairing up. And then when they paired up, they started doing maneuvers. And then tonight was totally different. They made sure that anybody that looked at the video that had half a brain cell would understand that the little bitty shiny ones didn't flash before. Now they're all flashing.
Oh, wow.
And one is bunches of them, and they are everywhere. All over me, all in the yard, going up in the clouds. And it's a clear night. There's no clouds at all. Last night it was clouds everywhere, and the objects that came down were below the cloud line, and they were probably 300 feet away and not all that big. They were small, and the ones sat right there while the other ones went all over the place. And it started out, I noticed there's a pattern. It started out, first is just an object that goes, oh, hell, they acted like you would be surprised if somebody couldn't see you. If you were an invisible man and all of a sudden somebody looked in the corner and goes, why is that guy over there butt naked and he's invisible? Kind of like that, except with objects. And these guys have been doing things and changing every few weeks. They change. There's something added to it. And if you're smart enough and you pay attention to what you're looking at, you notice the changes. And the changes tonight were the little objects started flashing, and that never happened. And they're reflective. I mean, I can't explain it. I just, that's why I'm apprehensive about even posting a video from tonight. I made about 10 videos tonight. No pauses, no breaks in any of the videos except for a flash. I had one object that flashed me really hard, and I got it on video.
And guys, just to make a note to this, we don't have lightning bugs in our area of Florida, because I know that's going to be one of the first go-tos. People are going to say, are you sure it's not lightning bugs? We don't have glow bugs down here.
We got, but it's in the heat of the summer they appear, and then it's only a few of them. It's not a whole lot of them. It's just a few of them, and
it's rare. Yeah,
it's very rare. And lightning bugs don't fly at 80 miles an hour either.
No, they don't. But like I said, I just wanted to clarify, because there's going to be that one person that's going to ask. But no.
Yeah. I mean, it's so cold now that nothing is flying around. Even the crickets shut the hell up because they're all hunkered down trying to stay warm.
Dude, I saw birds migrating south today.
Yep.
Like, I'm like, oh. okay, are you abandoning us now? Is it it's like, where are you going? But yeah,
I'm with this. I kind of been researching this. I've tried laser beams. I've tried different night vision. I've tried different bands of infrared on these objects. These objects only are visible in a certain wavelength, and you got to have the right night vision or it will not pick them up. But when you do pick them up, you will be shocked at what you see. If they're around you, they're not in the yard when I go out there. They appear about 5 minutes after I get out there, no matter what time it is. So that was another thing I was testing. I was going out different times, and then I video, and then there's an empty yard there. And then the next thing you know, 5 minutes later, I got 3 or 4 objects buzzing by and looking around and floating around. And I'm like, okay, well, they're here. So sometimes I choose to ignore them. Sometimes I don't.
Well,
all I know is I paid attention when the flyby stopped about 2 weeks ago. And I mean, there's been no flybys in the air whatsoever. And that is rare for me. I've 2 years worth of flybys on my YouTube channel. And that's where the object comes in the atmosphere, goes right back out again, and you can see it turn. All of those are absent. The big spears that were low to the ground, they're all absent for this week also. There's none of that stuff for about 2 weeks now. And then these things show up in droves. So I think one is connected to the other one. It has to be. I would think so. But I do not know. All I know is I just videotape it for everybody to see, and you can make up your own mind.
I guess we'll find out.
I do not fake videos. It would take an army full of people to fake my shaky videos. Trust me.
No. I've seen John's little video positioning. No, he doesn't fake his videos. But okay, I got to start closing the show out because we were running out of time. Vicky, all right, if you're still with us, tell everybody where they can find you.
On Telegram for such a time as this, and on Twitter or X under Booklander 21.
Alrighty, John, go ahead and repeat your steps.
Florida Real UFO on YouTube. Talk to me there.
Alrighty, and you guys can find me on Facebook under Charlotte Pagnotta, which, if y'all haven't figured that out yet, yep, I got the platform. Whatever, it is what it is. On Telegram, I am the Wiccan Vixen, or actually not just Wiccan Vixen, but I am in multiple chats on Telegram, including the Parlor Hub chat, which is one of my favorite places to hang out. And then on Twitter, of course, I am Rider on the Storm. Guys, I hope you've enjoyed the show tonight. Again, we were a little bit all over the place, but there's just so much going on. It's really hard to put a lasso around anything and cinch it because there's just so much happening right now. But with that, I'm going to say goodnight and let Dee go ahead and take the show out.
All right, boys and girls, get out there. Think for yourself. Don't let other people tell you what to think. Make up your own minds. If you don't believe what we say here, that's fine, as long as you honestly do it. All right. Remember, God loves you, so do we. Talk to y'all next week. Bye-bye.
And we're clear.
Yep, and we're clear.
All right, guys, I got to pop off because I have to do something for somebody real quick. I might pop back in. It's just going to depend on how long it takes me to do this. I have to do an OSINT dig real quick, so I will be back.
Night, Nance.
Night.
And for everybody else, stick around for the after show.
Guys, I'm going to let y'all have it tonight. Today's been a long, long day, and I'm whooped.
Sounds good.
Y'all be good. Talk to you next week. Thanks for joining us out there.
All right.
My cookies, some. Smell it.
So what's been going on, John, besides crazy stuff in the...
Man, this is some crazy stuff. You know, if I don't want to post something, you know, it's...
I'm hearing some feedback. I think it's coming from you, John.
Yeah, she's playing. I just got done downloading all the videos, but yeah, last night, objects showed up running side by side. The one of them did a loop maneuver over the other one, went over to the side of me, over my head, and the other one sat in front. And it happened so fast because there was a flyby right in front of me. I didn't catch that the other object was just sitting there stationary. So